Chapter 1668. How dare you! Ancient semi-sage Join's anger was about to burn the 9 heavens. Jiu Fei and Ju Yi had actually joined forces to attack him, which made ancient semi-sage Join both shocked and angry. He was confident that he would be able to fight against either one of them and even have the chance to kill the other on the spot. But now, the 2 great cultivators had joined forces and Ju Yi had a holy weapon. At this time, ancient semi-sage Join did not think that he was a match for the 2 great cultivators. Go to hell! Old man Ju Yi's voice was extremely calm. A stone pagoda was held above his right hand, and every layer was blooming with bright divine light. There was a rhythm of the great path lingering around it, and an aura of the great path filled the air. This was the true power of a saint. Old man Yi, you've gone too far. Ancient semi-sage Join roared angrily. The tie-in divine sword in his hand emitted a bright blue divine light, and a shocking sword chi rushed out from the divine sword in his hand. Vroom! The tie-in divine sword vibrated, and ancient semi-sage Join directly slashed at old man Ju Yi. At this time, any words seemed extremely blank. Only powerful strength could explain everything. Saint-level sword light shot up into the sky, and within the sword light, there were looming Tao patterns. It directly broke through the void, as if even heaven and earth had been split in half by the sword. The fluctuations of the saint level shocked everyone in the nearby area. At this time, many people had come nearby, but no one dared to approach. The aura emitted by the 3 great cultivators was too powerful. These people were actually not affected by the laws of heaven and earth in this part of the world. They could show their true strength, which shocked the others to the extreme. Vroom! The void shook, and the stone pagoda suppressed the surroundings. A vast force spread out from the stone pagoda in old man Ju Yi's hand, freezing the void in this part of the world. The tie-in sword light broke through the suppressing power of the stone pagoda. It was invincible, and it fell towards old man Ju Yi's head. Swoosh! 13 beams of divine light shot out from the 13-story stone tower and blocked the incoming tie-in sword light. Each beam of divine light was the light of the great path and contained unimaginable power. The sword light collided with the 13 beams of light of the great path that rushed out from the stone tower. A rain of light erupted. The 9 beams of divine light of the great path and the blue sword light collapsed at the same time. Although they were both sacred weapons, the lunar divine sword in the hands of the ancient half-sage of 9 yin and the 13-storied stone pagoda in the hands of Joey old man seemed to be on par with each other. It was difficult for either to suppress the other. However, with the addition of Jiu Fei, this balance was broken. Kill! At this moment, Jiu Fei roared and charged over from afar. His fists shattered the void as he charged straight at the ancient half-saint of 9 yin. This guy, the 9 yin ancient half-sage, was moved. He had fought with Jiu Fei before and naturally knew how powerful he was. This was someone who could challenge experts of a higher level than him. Control the void. The ancient half-sage of 9 yin displayed a great technique. His left hand turned into a pitch-black hole, and a heaven-devouring power surged out from the hole, wanting to swallow Jiu Fei into it. Humph! Jiu Fei sneered. His fist vibrated, and monstrous martial arts combat power rushed out from his fist, directly shattering the void created by the ancient half-sage of 9 yin. Without any suspense, the ancient half-sage of 9 yin was once again beaten back, and scarlet blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. While Joey old man restrained the lunar divine sword of 9 yin, Jiu Fei attacked the ancient half-sage of 9 yin at this time. The ancient half-sage of 9 yin could not use his saint-level power to deal with Jiu Fei at all. When Jiu Fei and Joey old man joined forces, they could seriously injure the ancient half-sage of 9 yin. In the end, the ancient half-sage of 9 yin was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by the 2 experts. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to retreat. At this time, another battle came to an end. In the end, the exotic beast still defeated the golden condor and tore it in half. The appearance of saint-level power terrified the 2 exotic beasts, especially the exotic beast that looked like a Chileen. It carefully retreated into the deep mountains and forests. The golden eagle was dead. It was an extremely powerful ferocious bird. What a pity! Many cultivators shook their heads. If this ferocious bird could be subdued, it would be a great help. However, it had been killed by the exotic beast. Zhou Old Man held the 13-story stone tower in his hand and looked at Ji Yufei as he said, "Chase away the ancient nine yin. Don't fight with me for this immortal divine medicine." How do you know that there really is an immortal divine medicine in the divine spring? Ji Yufei smiled. The divine spring contained endless life essence. He didn't want the divine medicine. He just wanted the divine spring. His inner world needed to be nourished by the divine spring. The divine medicine is mine. I don't care about anything else. Zhou Old Man's tone was extremely firm. Ji Yufei thought about it and then said, "Very well. If there really is an immortal divine medicine in the divine spring, you can take it. However, everything else belongs to me. That's it." Zhou Old Man nodded. They each took what they needed. This way, they could avoid conflict. Ji Yufei didn't have any enmity with the Zhu family of the ancients. Moreover, Zhou Old Man was determined to get the immortal divine medicine. The old man had a complete sacred weapon in his hand. Once they fought, Ji Yufei would suffer. He even suspected that Zhou Old Man was likely to be like the ancient half-sage of Nine Yin. In ancient times, he was a saint who dominated the heavens and the earth. Such a special existence couldn't be imagined by ordinary people. An ancient half-sage like him couldn't be compared to an ordinary half-sage. Later, Zhou Old Man used the 13-story stone pagoda to suppress the surrounding area. Saint-level power erupted from the stone pagoda, suppressing the heavens. The void of the entire area seemed to solidify. Even Ji Yufei felt great pressure. Zhou Old Man was very careful. He used the stone pagoda to suppress the surroundings, cutting off all the escape routes of the divine medicine. Only then did he open up the water channel and enter the divine spring to catch the divine medicine. Ji Yufei stood above the divine spring, watching everything coldly. He didn't make any moves, and the nearby cultivators didn't dare to come over. No one was willing to provoke a pitilessly powerful existence, especially in a place like the virtual sky world. Swoosh! In the mountains, several figures soared into the sky, wanting to fly into the distance. Ji Yufei sensed the fluctuations of the divine power of the immortal path coming from these figures and couldn't help but be stunned. These people were from the Dongfang family. Want to leave? A cold smile appeared on Ji Yufei's face. He took a step forward and instantly arrived behind those figures. He then pressed his palm forward. Without any suspense, those people had absolutely no chance of survival under Ji Yufei's unparalleled palm power. They were directly beaten into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. Chapter 1669. Ji Yufei and the Dongfang family had great enmity. Many cultivators had come nearby, including the disciples of the Dongfang family. It was impossible for Ji Yufei to let these people go. Empress Dowager, the disciples of the Dongfang family brought into the virtual sky world by ancient half-saint Zhou were all outstanding figures of the Dongfang family, so Ji Yufei didn't show them any mercy. He took advantage of the moment old man Zhou entered the divine spring of life to kill all the disciples of the Dongfang family, destroying both their bodies and souls. The disciples of the Zhu family of the remote antiquity were extremely shocked when they saw Ji Yufei kill the 3 disciples of the Dongfang family in one move. This person was really strong. The enmity between Ji Yufei and the Dongfang family was actually not a secret. Moreover, the news that Ji Yufei killed the city lord of East Imperial Emperor City had already spread throughout the cultivation world of the Tenglong continent. The city lord of East Imperial Emperor City was a half-saint. Even in the great world of the human world, when heroes rose together, the fall of a half-saint was still rare. There were definitely not many people in the human world who could kill a half-saint. However, even if they knew about the enmity between Ji Yufei and the Dongfang family, when they saw Ji Yufei kill the 3 disciples of the Dongfang family, many people still disapproved. Wow! Just as Ji Yufei turned around, there was a sound of water, and a figure rushed out of the divine spring. That person was old man Zhou. This is outrageous. This divine spring is actually connected to an earth vein, and the divine medicine escaped into it. Old Man Joey's expression was extremely unsightly. He didn't catch the divine medicine. The divine medicine had already gained intelligence, so how could it be so easy to catch it? In particular, this kind of divine medicine that had lived for countless years knew how to seek luck and avoid danger. As soon as there was any sign of trouble, it would immediately escape. Previously, when Jiu Fei and Old Man Joey worked together to beat away ancient half-saint Joeen, they had already alarmed the divine medicine hiding in the divine spring. Jiu Fei saw that Old Man Ju's expression wasn't so good, but he didn't say anything. After all, Old Man Ju didn't catch the immortal herb. Furthermore, the stalk of godly medicine had escaped into the vein of the earth, so it was almost impossible to catch it. After all, there was more than one vein of the earth beneath the ground. Some of the earth veins were filled with great dangers, with incomparably powerful existences lurking within. Even with Old Man Joey's cultivation level and strength, he had to be cautious. This was the virtual sky world, and anything could happen, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Failing to capture the divine herb enraged the old man of Juyi, so he set his sights on the divine spring. He directly used his divine immortal arts, and his entire body seemed to turn into a black hole. The endless life essence contained in the divine spring immediately gathered towards him in a frenzy. When Jiu Fei saw this, he could not help but change his expression. They had already agreed beforehand that Old Man Juyi wanted the divine medicine, and the other things were his. This old man was not kind. Rumble, the divine spring shook, and the endless life essence was forcibly devoured by Old Man Juyi. Rays of spiritual light visible to the naked eye kept rushing out of the divine spring and then entered Old Man Juyi's body. After a full hour, Old Man Juyi finally stopped and left with the people of the Ju clan without saying a word. This time, it was Jiu Fei's turn to look unhappy. Old Man Juyi had done this, and nearly half of the spiritual essence in the divine spring had been devoured by him. The divine spring wasn't big. Although it contained a huge amount of life essence, it couldn't withstand Old Man Juyi's predatory devouring. The concentration of the spiritual essence around the divine spring had become extremely thin. After Juyi, the elder of the Ju clan, left, Jiu Fei began to collect the divine spring and planted it in his inner world, nourishing his inner world with the essence of the divine spring. Is there really an immortal herb? Just as Jiu Fei was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation, and a comfortable aura came from the vein of the earth. There was earth chi lingering in the vein of the earth. This was a small vein of the earth, but it was a branch of the main vein of the earth. It was no wonder that Old Man Juyi had found it difficult to capture that herb. It must have escaped into the main vein of the earth. This was like a dragon entering the sea. No matter how powerful Old Man Juyi was, it was absolutely impossible for him to capture that herb. Only the fated person can obtain this kind of herb. Jiu Fei knew that divine medicines were intelligent. They would choose their own masters, just like how most of the immortal divine medicines in the past found their own extreme Tao Supremes. Being by the side of a supreme being was safer than anywhere else. No one would dare to have any ideas about a supreme being. Of course, it was hard to say whether this herb that could transform was an immortal herb or not. After all, immortal herbs weren't the only ones that could transform and travel around. In the end, Jiu Fei left. After Jiu Fei left, many cultivators came from afar and went to the place where the divine spring was to carefully examine it. They were all experts who had surrendered to the Ju clan or the Dongfang clan of the Desolate Antiquity. This time, the Ju clan of the Desolate Antiquity also brought many experts from the periphery to open the gate of the ruined sky. The Ju clan of the Desolate Antiquity controlled the method of entering the virtual sky world, so whoever they wanted could enter. At this time, there were still people entering the virtual sky world. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the depths of a mountain range inside the virtual sky world. Someone had broken into a beast emperor's lair and alarmed a beast emperor that was entrenched there. A frightening murderous aura burst out from the depths of the mountain range, and a golden tiger jumped out. It was as big as a small mountain, and its whole body seemed to be cast from fine gold. Golden light flowed all over its body. A powerful metal element power spread out from the tiger emperor's body, intimidating all the other beasts. A figure was fleeing in the mountains. He was very unlucky. The place where he entered the virtual sky world was actually near the lair of a beast emperor, which alarmed the tiger emperor. "Oh heavens, oh earth, why am I so unlucky?" A young daoist was frantically sprinting in the mountains while shouting and yelling. He was being chased by a huge golden tiger. This young daoist was also quite impressive. He didn't soar into the sky, but every step he took would cause the stars to shift and Tao patterns to appear under his feet. His speed was extremely fast. This was an extremely powerful body technique. "You big worm, stop chasing me. If you keep chasing me, I'll go crazy." The young daoist kept running and shouting. He seemed to be in a hurry, but in fact, he wasn't in any danger. The tiger emperor had already gained intelligence and had at least the strength of an immortal, but it still couldn't catch up to this young daoist for a while. Up in the sky, Jiu Fei couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. This young daoist was quite interesting, but he didn't know which sect he was from. Jiu Fei couldn't tell the origin of this little daoist. This little daoist didn't have the magic power fluctuations of the Dongfang family and the Zhu family of the Desolate Era. This meant that this little daoist didn't cultivate from these two families. Jiu Fei was also very familiar with the Guangqing Immortal sect and the Shangqing sect. After all, 100 years ago, the Guangqing Immortal sect, the Shangqing sect, and the Taishen sect were known as the human world's Tao schools. Roar. The golden tiger's roar shook the entire mountain forest. The tiger's might was unparalleled, frightening all the beasts in the vicinity and causing them to flee for their lives. The mountains were in chaos. The tiger leaped up and pounced on the young daoist in front of it. This pounce was extremely ferocious, and even Jiu Fei was moved. As the beast emperor of this area, the golden tiger definitely had the strength to intimidate all other beasts. Otherwise, the beast emperor here wouldn't be this tiger. Ouch! When the young daoist saw the golden tiger pouncing on him, he couldn't help but be startled. In his panic, his steps became unsteady and his speed slowed down. It was this small change that caused the young daoist to fall into a trap. Whoosh! A gust of strong wind came down from the top of the young daoist's head. The golden tiger's claws directly clawed at the young daoist's head. As long as the tiger's claws clawed at his seed, the young daoist's head would be removed. "My life is over. Damned heavens, I'm unwilling," the young daoist roared. In the virtual sky world, not everyone could ignore the laws of heaven and earth. The young daoist's cultivation level and strength were suppressed. This kind of death was really a bit unjust. "Big insect, I'll fight you to the death." The young daoist clenched his teeth and quickly formed a spell with both hands. Rays of divine light rushed out from the magic weapon pouch at his waist. There were more than 10 rays of divine light. Each ray of divine light was wrapped in a magic tool. The dozen or so magic tools were all controlled by the young daoist and then attacked the golden tiger. Among these magic tools, there were divine swords, banners, bronze axes, ancient bells, and iron cauldrons. These magic tools all blossomed with dazzling divine light and emitted a vast and mighty fluctuation of magic power. When it saw the dozen or so magic tools attacking it at the same time, even the golden tiger was startled and its movements became a bit hesitant. Boom! The dozen or so magic tools instantly collided with the golden tiger that was pouncing down from the sky. In the end, such a powerful attack still played a certain role. The golden tiger was blocked by the explosive power of the dozen or so magic tools. The young daoist took advantage of the chaos to rush out. The powerful force coming down from the sky instantly destroyed a large area of the mountain forest. The dozen or so magic tools were all knocked away by the golden tiger. Bang! With a swipe of the tiger's claws, an iron cauldron was smashed into pieces. The broken pieces flew in all directions, and a few of the broken pieces almost hit the young daoist priest. The divine swords, flying axes, and ancient bells all rang and were then slapped away by the golden tiger. Some of the magic tools were directly destroyed. Even if they weren't destroyed on the spot, they were covered in cracks as if they could shatter at any time. The golden tiger cultivated the power of the metal element, which was one of the strongest forces in the world. The entire tiger was like a real golden tiger with an extremely strong physique. The dozen or so magic tools couldn't hurt it at all. My treasures. The young daoist's heart was bleeding. These were the magic tools he collected over the years, but they were unexpectedly destroyed by this golden tiger in a single day. Chapter 1670. Roar. The golden tiger's roar shook the mountains, and a fierce murderous aura swept in all directions. The incomparably powerful golden tiger directly sent more than a dozen magic weapons flying, then it continued to chase after the little daoist. Watching this scene from high in the sky, Ji Yufei knew that if he didn't make a move, the little daoist would probably be torn to pieces by the tiger. At this time, the little daoist no longer cared about his dozen magic weapons. He fled for his life, wanting to escape from the tiger's mouth. However, the golden tiger was already enraged by the little daoist and chased after him relentlessly. Rays of golden divine light circulated around the tiger's body. Since this divine tiger could become the beast emperor of this mountain range, it naturally wasn't comparable to ordinary savage beasts. Moreover, this divine tiger grew up in the virtual sky world, so it wasn't suppressed by the power of heaven and earth inside the virtual sky world. How could a low-level cultivator in the self-awakening realm contend against a divine tiger that surpassed the immortal realm? If it wasn't for the little daoist's strange footwork, where Dao patterns emerged under his feet with every step he took, as if the mountains and rivers were shifting under his feet, and his extremely fast speed, he would have been torn to pieces by this divine tiger long ago. Ji Yufei knew that if he didn't make a move, this little daoist would be caught by this golden tiger. The little daoist ran with all his strength. With every step he took, the mountains and rivers shifted. This kind of speed and footwork didn't seem inferior to Ji Yufei's 8 desolate void steps. High in the sky, Ji Yufei stretched out his right hand, and a nearly transparent divine light gushed out from the tip of his index finger. Above the divine light, a hazy image seemed to be faintly discernible. A wave of the power of heaven and earth spread from the divine light. Ji Yufei flicked his finger, and the divine light immediately flew out. In an instant, it crossed the void and entered the little daoist's body. The little daoist's whole body trembled, then he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Soon after, the little daoist revealed an extremely shocked expression. A powerful wave of power awakened in his body, and a powerful aura broke out of his body and spread throughout the mountain range. How could this be? The little daoist simply couldn't believe the changes taking place in his body. His cultivation level and power suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world were actually recovering rapidly. Roar! The golden divine tiger took advantage of the moment the young daoist priest paused to roar angrily and pounced forward. The strong winds blew the surrounding trees to the ground, causing sand and stones to fly. The great Tao is formless, the imperial Tao is invincible. Kill. The body of the little daoist trembled as a torrential killing intent gushed out from his body. The temperature of the entire void plummeted rapidly. At this moment, the little daoist seemed to have turned into a completely different person. He actually possessed a trace of invincibility. Buzz. 18 beams of sword light rushed out from the little daoist's Niwen palace and circled around him. Each of the divine swords emitted a sword light that soared into the sky, illuminating the entire area. Imperial Sword of the Tao, go! With a wave of the little daoist's hand, 18 divine swords immediately soared into the sky and pierced through the huge golden tiger that was pouncing over. 18 sword lights tore through the void. Roar! Sensing the danger, the golden tiger's fur stood up on its ends. It was only at this moment that the tiger realized that this human was a supreme powerful being. Swoosh! Golden light flashed. When the 18 sword lights cleaved down, the golden divine tiger actually changed its direction and soared into the sky, barely dodging the 18 unparalleled sword lights. Run! The little daoist smiled. He also soared into the sky and controlled the 18 sword lights, chasing after the golden tiger. The recovery of his cultivation surprised and delighted him. How could something like this happen? The little daoist knew that the reason why his cultivation could recover was probably because someone was helping him from the side. If that was the case, then the cultivation of the person in the dark was simply heaven-defying. However, The little Daoist couldn't care so much right now. He had to resolve the crisis before him first. To think that this little fellow is actually an immortal king. Jiu Fei was a little surprised as well. This little Daoist was really extraordinary. He actually cultivated the imperial sword. An immortal king cultivator was nothing in the eyes of Jiu Fei. However, in the human world, such a cultivator could already be considered as an expert. Even with the descent of the human world and the emergence of powerful beings, it wasn't to the point where immortals and gods could be seen everywhere. Immortal kings were the kings of the immortal Tao that surpassed immortals and gods. Even though there were still immortal emperors, supreme beings, and even higher realms above immortal kings, the ambitions of this little Daoist were far greater. What he was walking on was the invincible emperor's Tao. One has to know that once this invincible emperor's Tao was cultivated to the great completion stage, one would be a human emperor. What happened next didn't have any suspense. The imperial sword was incomparably strong and displayed the invincible emperor's Tao. It sent the golden tiger flying and left a series of sword scars on its body. Golden blood dripped down from the sky. Every single drop was glowing with a golden light. This was a type of god blood. The golden tiger was a metal element beast and its blood contained the power of the metal element. One had to admit that the physique of this divine tiger was way too strong. Even the little Daoist's imperial sword had a hard time killing it. It could only leave sword scars on the divine tiger's body. What a tough tiger skin. It would probably be pretty good to make a divine armor. The little Daoist stared at the golden divine tiger. His eyes gradually brightened. 18 sword lights danced around his body. The imperial sword hummed and produced a sonorous sound. Sword aura spread in all directions. Not bad. When Jiu Fei saw the little Daoist displaying the imperial sword, he couldn't help but nod. In time, this little guy would certainly become a famous emperor of the sword path. However, the premise was that this little Daoist could walk out of the virtual sky world alive. Jiu Fei could already see that the little Daoist's imperial sword was just starting and still had a lot of room for development. Once this kind of sword path took shape, he would probably be able to sweep away all opponents in the same realm. Invincible Emperor's Tao wasn't just a preface. The ancient human emperors were the strongest in the world apart from the extreme Tao. Clang! The 18 sword lights let out a deafening sound at the same time. A vast emperor's sword aura spread out and directly struck the divine tiger. A large amount of golden blood sprinkled from the sky. The little Daoist was furious. This sword strike almost chopped off one of the divine tiger's front legs. The golden divine tiger was no longer in the mood to fight with the little Daoist. It opened its mouth and spat out a golden gale. Within the gale, there were faint flashes of light blades. The little Daoist was shocked. The golden divine tiger was a metal element savage beast. The power of this golden gale was extraordinary. Even the void was torn apart in an instant. The little Daoist had no choice but to use his divine sword to protect himself and retreat. After the golden divine tiger forced the little Daoist to retreat, it rushed into the depths of the mountain. "Mph, weren't you very awe-inspiring just now? Now you've become a sick cat." The little Daoist sneered and was about to chase after it. However, his expression suddenly changed. The imperial sword aura in his body was rapidly weakening, and his cultivation level as an immortal king was rapidly declining. This time, the little Daoist's shock was no small matter. Chapter 1671. In the mountains, the little Daoist and the golden tiger fought fiercely. Terrifying power spread in all directions, shaking the whole area. The little Daoist's cultivation level and strength weren't suppressed by the virtual sky world. However, this situation wouldn't last long. Just as the little Daoist displayed his divine might and chased after the golden tiger, he suddenly felt his power rapidly weakening. This was no small matter. What's going on? The 18 sword lights around the little Daoist quickly dimmed. The power of the 18 divine swords was also suppressed by the virtual sky world's laws of heaven and earth. The virtual sky world was a vast and boundless world. Here, there were laws of heaven and earth set down by a supreme existence. Unless an expert on the same level as that supreme existence entered this world, anyone who entered would be suppressed by this world. Unless they were experts who cultivated their inner worlds, like Ji Fei, who could use the power of heaven and earth in their inner worlds to prevent the virtual sky world's laws from affecting them. In the virtual sky world, there were only 3 people who weren't suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. Although the little Daoist was amazing and his cultivation level had reached the immortal king realm, he hadn't cultivated his inner world, so his cultivation level was suppressed to the self-awakening realm. Earlier, Ji Fei injected a mass of the power of heaven and earth into the little Daoist's body, so his cultivation level and strength quickly recovered. But at that moment, the power of heaven and earth in the little Daoist's body gradually disappeared. His cultivation level was also rapidly declining, and his powerful aura was also disappearing. Roar. The fleeing golden tiger also sensed the abnormality behind it, but it didn't dare to take the risk. This human was too cunning. The golden tiger roared and turned into a golden divine light, disappearing into the depths of the mountains. The little Daoist also felt very guilty. His cultivation level was rapidly declining. If he continued to chase, he would be in danger. He no longer had the strength to fight against the golden tiger. "You big worm, your life isn't over yet." The little Daoist stopped and retreated into the distance while swearing. After leaving this mountain range, the power of heaven and earth in the little Daoist's body completely disappeared, and his cultivation level was once again suppressed to the self-awakening realm by the virtual sky world. "Thank you for saving me, Senior." The little Daoist cupped his hands in greeting in all directions. He knew that there was definitely an incredible figure observing him in the dark. His cultivation was able to recover temporarily because of that existence. He could actually ignore the laws of heaven and earth inside the virtual sky world. Could it be that this person was powerful to that extent? "You sure are careful." Ji Fei walked out. With just one step, he arrived in front of the little Daoist. He looked at the little fellow indifferently. He saw the shadow of the old tortoise on the little fellow. "I will never forget Senior's life-saving grace." The little Daoist didn't dare to be impudent at this moment. He was respectful and didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. One had to know that this person before him could disregard the laws of heaven and earth in this world. The other party was so strong that he could pinch him to death with just a finger. The little Daoist was very good at it. "You don't mean what you said, do you?" Ji Fei laughed. This fellow was pretending to be serious. This was not the nature of this little fellow. "Senior, you," the little Daoist couldn't help but be shocked. If this person wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. How could a self-awakening realm cultivator contend against this kind of existence? "All right, you don't have to be nervous. What's your name? Where are you from?" Ji Fei asked. The little Daoist was startled. Could it be that this senior took a fancy to him and wanted to take him as a disciple? The little Daoist's thoughts turned quickly. "Senior, please know that I actually don't have a master. I'm also an orphan. I entered an immortal's cave by chance and obtained a cultivation technique. Then I embarked on the path of cultivation." Orphan, immortal's cave. Ji Fei couldn't help but frown. How much of this person's words were true and how much was false? But did it matter whether it was true or false? "All right, tell me your name," Ji Fei said. "I'm Li Huangdao," the little Daoist said carefully. "Huangdao." Ji Fei couldn't help but be startled. This little guy actually came up with such a name. Huangdao. His ambition was truly great. He actually had the determination to become an emperor. The path to becoming an emperor. Very good. Come with me. Ji Fei's tone left no room for doubt. This little Daoist definitely had a lot of thoughts, but in front of him, it would be hard for him to create any waves. Yes. The little Daoist was very sensible. He didn't have a choice. Just as Ji Fei was leaving with the little Daoist, in another area, an ancient city stood tall on the ground. It was completely dark and there was not a single sound coming from within the city. The mountain wind blew and whistled. The ancient city in front of them seemed even more eerie. Even during the day, this ancient city was still surrounded by yin energy. It was like a ghost city in hell, causing people's hearts to palpitate and not daring to approach. This is the ancient city. At this time, a group of people arrived at a small hill outside of the ancient city. The person in the lead was an elder in green. Behind him stood a few young cultivators. The woman dressed in white and wearing a veil hat was among them. This was the Jew clan from the Antiquity era. They had found this place. In front of them was the legendary eternal ominous city. Back then, Gu Fei's group had entered this place. Inside this eternal ominous city, Gu Fei's fate had fundamentally changed. He had obtained the most important saint weapon of the Great Path, the Cauldron of Mountain and River. It was also at that time that Gu Fei began to refine the chaotic embryo that the Cauldron of Mountain and River had nurtured for countless years. He opened up an inner world that belonged to him. The appearance of this inner world gave Gu Fei a capital that others could not hope to reach. In this eternal ominous city, Gu Fei and the old tortoise also narrowly escaped death. They were almost trapped inside and could not get out, but in the end, they were able to survive. "We really have to go in." The woman in white, who had been quiet the whole time, spoke at this time. The old man nodded. They entered the virtual sky world to explore these places. Only in dangerous places could they get what they wanted. But, the woman in white wanted to say more, but she was stopped by the old man. "Wait for Elder Yi's arrival, then we'll explore the ancient city together." The old man's tone was extremely firm. In this eternal ominous city, there were definitely many ancient treasures. In the eternal ominous city, there were immortal lights rushing out from time to time. Those were definitely divine lights emitted by treasured weapons. Next, they sat cross-legged on the hill and waited for Elder Yi's arrival. Among the experts of the Jew clan from the Antiquity era who entered the virtual sky world, only Elder Yi could ignore the laws of heaven and earth in this world. Chapter 1672. Inside the virtual sky world, there was day and night, and there were also stars in the sky. Those stars were real stars, sprinkling starlight. This was an almost perfect world, but it was only almost perfect. The virtual sky world wasn't a truly perfect world. Gu Fei led the little Daoist through the desolate desert, across thousands of miles of swamps, and walked toward the depths of the virtual sky world. This time, he wanted to enter the ancient ominous city again. Back then, there were countless immortal lights in the ancient ominous city, which were divine lights emitted by supreme treasures. There must be many divine treasures in the ancient ominous city. Since he couldn't attack the desolate ancient battlefield for the time being, he would go to the ancient ominous city that almost swallowed him and the old turtle. The ancient ominous city was very dangerous. Even the current Gu Fei didn't have much confidence that he could come and go as he pleased in the ancient ominous city. After all, even the indestructible martial physique had fallen in there. The corpse of the general refined by the old turtle into his external incarnation came from this ancient ominous city. It was a real indestructible martial physique. After walking for nearly 20,000 miles, Gu Fei and the others finally arrived near the ancient ominous city. Under the moonlight, the ominous city was silent. It was as if a gigantic prehistoric beast was lying there, giving off a strong sense of oppression. There was no light in the city. The buildings and houses were all pitch black inside, and this huge city was terrifyingly silent. "Senior, this is..." The little Daoist couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw this ancient city. The ancient city in the virtual sky world wasn't an ordinary city, so there was most likely great danger inside. "Mph, I didn't expect someone to have designs on this ancient city." Gu Fei sensed several powerful breaths on the nearby short mountain and couldn't help but sneer. This ancient city wasn't a good place. If these people's cultivation levels were all suppressed to the self-awakening realm, then no matter how many people entered, they would all die. He remembered the dangers he encountered when he broke into the city, and even now, he still felt fear. Swish. Not long after Gu Fei and the others arrived near the ancient city, a divine light appeared in the distant sky. It streaked across the sky and fell on the short mountain like a meteor. "It's him." When Gu Fei saw the divine light, he couldn't help but frown. The divine light dissipated and an old man walked out. Who else could it be but Elder Ju Yi? When Old Man Ju Yi arrived, everyone on the short mountain stood up. This is the legendary ominous city. Old Man Ju Yi ignored the others. He stood on the short mountain and gazed at the ancient city in the distance. The massive ancient city exuded an aura of infinite antiquity. Very extraordinary. Elder Ju Yi watched for a full hour before saying this. The people around him did not dare to make a sound. Elder Ju Yi had a very high status in the Ju family of the desolate antiquity. Granduncle, should we wait for daybreak to? An old man beside Old Man Ju Yi said. After looking at the terrain around the ancient city, Old Man Ju Yi said, there's no need for that. This ominous city will always be dangerous no matter when you enter. Then, the old man hesitated. Wait here, I'll go in and take a look. After Old Man Ju Yi finished speaking, he immediately soared into the sky like a big bird and flew toward the ancient city in front of him. He crossed a distance of more than 10 miles and landed in front of the open city gate. In the distant mountain forest, Ji Fei and the little Taoist watched this scene. They hadn't been discovered by Old Man Ju Yi. It was very difficult for other experts to sense the existence of experts like Ji Fei, who had cultivated an inner world. Even though Old Man Ju Yi was extremely powerful, he still couldn't sense anything strange in the nearby area. Old Man Ju Yi stopped at the city gate for a while before walking into the city. Just as Old Man Ju Yi walked into the ancient city, the entire ancient city suddenly seemed to darken. It was even darker inside than before. Moreover, terrifying ghost howls began to come from the city. It was as if the countless ferocious souls and malicious ghosts in the ghost city of hell had been alarmed. In the dark corners of the city, many figures were faintly discernible. It was as if something had appeared in the city. A gloomy and terrifying aura came from the ominous city. Soon, Old Man Ju Yi's angry roar came from the city. He seemed to have encountered something and was fighting with something. Divine light constantly rushed out of the city. This, on the short mountain, the people from the Ju family of the ancients could not help but look at each other. They were well aware of Old Man Ju Yi's strength. He was one of the most powerful people in the Ju family of the ancients. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Old Man Ju Yi seemed to have encountered great trouble in the ancient city. Boom! A muffled sound rang out from the ancient city. A figure flew up, but very soon, that figure fell back into the city. At this moment, figures kept appearing in the dark corners of the city. What is that? There was a force lingering in the ancient city. No one could really see the scenery in the city. Outside the city, everyone could see things in the city very blurry. However, someone recognized the figure that had flown up just now. It was Old Man Ju Yi. Soon, a figure rushed out of the city gate. Then, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out from inside the city gate. It was as if countless people were walking in the direction of the city gate. In the forest outside the city, Ji Fei's expression became extremely solemn. He naturally knew what Old Man Ju Yi had encountered in the city. It was a terrifying corpse soldier. In the ancient ominous city, there were countless corpse soldiers guarding the city. Although these corpse soldiers were no longer alive, they were controlled by the mysterious power in the ancient city. This kind of corpse soldier could not be destroyed. As long as the ancient city existed, these corpse soldiers would protect the ancient city. Even if they were blown to pieces, their flesh and blood would still be reconstructed. The person who rushed out of the city gate was Old Man Ju Yi, who had just entered the city. At this moment, Old Man Ju Yi was in a somewhat sorry state. The clothes on his body had been torn. As if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world, a look of horror appeared on his face. He had escaped, not retreated calmly. After the heavy footsteps arrived at the city gate, they stopped and no longer rang out. Looking in from outside the city gate, one could see figures standing inside the city gate. That is, seeing those figures, everyone's expressions changed. Even Ji Fei was no exception. The ancient ominous city was still extremely dangerous. Even Old Man Ju Yi had to escape. Inside the city gate, there were more than a dozen corpse soldiers holding ancient spears. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were hollow. They stood there silently like wooden stakes. A heart-palpitating aura of death spread out from the bodies of those corpse soldiers. The ancient city's corpse soldiers. This is a place of great danger. Old man Juyi climbed up the short mountain. His expression was extremely grim. He had suffered a great loss in the city. If he had escaped in time, he would have been entangled by those corpse soldiers. Those corpse soldiers did not walk out of the ancient city. They just stood inside the city gate. The entire ancient city had become even more strange and gloomy, making one's hair stand on end. Chapter 1673. Under the moonlit night, the ominous city of eternity became extremely terrifying. The aura of death shrouded the entire ancient city. Countless corpse soldiers walked out, and heavy footsteps could be heard from time to time in the city. In particular, the dozen or so pale faces inside the city gate were even more terrifying. The corpse soldiers guarded the city gate, and even old man Joey of the Jew family of the desolate antiquity had suffered quite a bit. The ancient city was a place of great danger. Terrible changes had happened in the past, and those who had broken into it had a slim chance of survival. Very few could come out alive. Jiyu Fei and the little Taoist had been watching coldly from the sidelines. Jiyu Fei knew how terrifying the ancient city was, but the little Taoist was stunned by everything he saw. Boom! At that moment, a shocking momentum erupted from the short mountain in front of them. Old man Joey held the 13-story stone tower in his hand, wanting to attack the ominous city of eternity. The spiritual aura of heaven and earth in all directions was attracted by the ancient stone tower in old man Joey's hand. It gathered toward the stone tower in a frenzy and was devoured by the stone tower. Buzz! The stone tower shook, and a wisp of holy might was awakening. At that moment, old man Joey's entire body was covered in divine light. It was as if a supreme God had appeared in this part of the world. The divine light emitted from the stone tower illuminated the entire world. The marks of the great path in the stone tower began to awaken, and divine patterns of the great path emerged from the stone tower. Go! Old man Joey's white hair fluttered in the wind. His right hand that was holding the stone tower shook violently, and the 13-story stone tower immediately soared into the sky. It became as huge as a mountain and smashed toward the city gate in front of it. Rumble! The mighty power that came from the 13-story stone tower shook the entire world. This kind of power was not suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world at all. It should be noted that the power of saints had already surpassed the scope of heaven and earth. Even a truly perfect world could not suppress such power. Every floor of the 13-story stone tower was shining, and 13 beams of divine light of the great path swept down from the top of the stone tower like 13 heavenly swords slashing down from the sky. Clang! There was a deafening sound in the void, and the 13 beams of divine light of the great path all struck the city tower. However, to everyone's astonishment, the pitch-black city tower was not destroyed. Instead, the 13 beams of divine light of the great path collapsed. This result stunned everyone. Even old man Joey himself found it hard to believe. An attack from a holy weapon was unable to shake the ancient city tower at all. Granduncle, another elder from the Jew clan of the primordial antiquity walked over. Even Elder Ju Yi's saint weapon was unable to smash open the gates of the city. It looked like if they wanted to break through this ancient city, they would have to mobilize the Jew clan's greatest trump card. Holy, holy land. Man Joey to holy to, and of the old man. Preposterous. Could it be that this is actually a divine city refined by a sovereign? Old man Joey of man of and to. Thought. Man of, he, of son, to of to of to is. Om to of to. Man, Jew of saint. Of. You want to break through this ancient city with an attack of this level? In the distant forest, Jiyu Fei was still observing. He knew that these people had hidden themselves very well. He wanted to know what methods they would use to attack the ancient city. The ancient city had stood tall for countless years, and no one had ever been able to break through it. This was not arrogance, but the ancient city was simply too strange. Come on out. You've been watching for so long. You've seen enough. Suddenly, old man Joey, who was holding the stone tower in his hand, said. As soon as Old Man Joey's words came out, the little Taoist in the distant forest was immediately shocked. That old fellow has discovered our whereabouts. Calm down. It's impossible for him to discover us. Ji Fei saw the little Taoist's expression change drastically, and he could not help but say such words. At this moment, Ji Fei's inner world power enveloped an area of several dozen feet around them. Unless Old Man Joey was a saint, it would be impossible for him to sense their existence. Sure enough, a person walked out from the darkness in the distance. This person's entire body was shrouded in darkness, and not even light could penetrate his body. Old Man Yi, your nose is very sensitive. Could it be that you're born in the year of the dog? The person said as he walked over. As this person appeared, a gloomy aura filled the air. It's you. Old Man Joey couldn't help but be startled when he saw this person. This person was the ancient half-saint Joeen whom he and Ji Fei had previously worked together to drive away. In the distant forest, Ji Fei was also very surprised to see the ancient half-saint Joeen suddenly appear. This guy actually dared to show up. The arrival of the ancient half-saint Joeen made the surrounding atmosphere tense. Old Man Joey and the ancient half-saint Joeen had already fallen out. Now, the Zhu clan of the antiquity of the ancients and the Dongfang clan were enemies in the virtual sky world. The ancient half-saint Joeen didn't bring anyone else, but he alone was enough to make the Zhu clan of the antiquity of the ancients feel extremely powerful. This guy had the divine body of 9 yin. The ancient half-saint Joeen, coupled with a rare physique in the world, was exceptionally powerful. Only Old Man Joey and Ji Fei working together could drive him away. At this time, Ji Fei wasn't here. There was only Old Man Joey, so it was impossible to drive this guy away. Old Man Joey's battle prowess was at most on par with the ancient half-saint Joeen. And the ancient half-saint Joeen had the divine body of 9 yin. With this kind of physique, the ancient half-saint Joeen's battle prowess might even be slightly stronger than Old Man Joey's. What are you doing here? Old Man Joey's expression was not very good. He held the stone pagoda in his hand, and the divine power of the immortal path surged all over his body. He could launch an ultimate attack at the ancient half-saint Joeen at any time. The aura of a saint was vast and mighty, and a great battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Fight. Fight. It's best if both sides suffer. Ji Fei couldn't wait for these two old guys to fight, but things often didn't happen according to one's wishes. Old Man Joey, why are you so nervous? Didn't you and I come here for the thing in the ancient city in front? Why don't we join forces? The ancient half-saint Joeen said this with a calm expression. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What exactly is this ancient half-saint of 9 yin's intention? It should be known that Old Man Joey had just wanted to kill the ancient half-saint Joeen not long ago. Join forces? Old Man Joey's eyes flickered, and all kinds of thoughts raced through his mind. No one knew what he was thinking. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent. Chapter 1674. In the moonlight, the ancient semi-holy Joeen walked out. He was a pitilessly powerful figure, and no one dared to underestimate him. Even Old Man Joey had to be careful. Buzz. The 13-story stone tower vibrated in Old Man Joey's hands. Divine light of the great path flickered in each story of the stone tower. This was a kind of saint-level power of the way. The mark of the great path inside the stone tower was already in a state of half-awakening. The whole world was filled with the fluctuations of saint-level power. In addition to the people of the Zhu family of the ancients, even Ji Fei and the little Taoist in the distance felt great pressure. Holy weapons were the weapons of saints. They contained the mark of the great path of a saint. To a certain extent, this kind of holy weapon was equivalent to the continuation of a saint's life. There was a blue divine light faintly appearing in the ancient semi-holy Joeen's body. He was not unprepared. The divine sword of yin was also in a state of half-awakening. The divine sword of yin was also a holy weapon. When it was unleashed, heaven and earth would lose color. Moreover, this was a holy weapon refined by the ancient semi-holy Joeen. He was once a saint of yin. Why? Do you think that your Jew family of the ancients can break through this ancient city? A trace of disdain appeared on the ancient semi-holy Joeen's face. The ancient ominous city was not so easy to break through. No one could monopolize the divine treasures in the city. Humph, I don't trust you. Old man Joey stared at the ancient semi-holy Joeen. This person was famous for his viciousness. Joining forces with such a person would put them in danger of being plotted against at any time. I don't trust you either. The ancient semi-holy Joeen laughed. This old man Joey had joined forces with Jiu Fei to kill him. How could he swallow this insult? Hearing the words of the ancient semi-holy Joeen, the expressions of everyone from the Jew family of the ancients immediately changed. If that's the case, then what's the point of joining forces? Old man Joey's tone turned cold. A shocking murderous aura emanated from his body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of this murderous aura. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. If you want to fight, Jiu Fei is not here. What can you do to me by yourself? The ancient semi-holy Joeen walked up the short mountain and confronted old man Joey. What exactly do you want? Old man Ju was a little angry. The ancient half-saint of Nine Yin thought for a moment and said, how about this? Let's work together to break into this ancient city. After that, the fated one will obtain the things inside. How about it? His purpose for coming here was actually very simple. He wanted to break into the ancient city. It's that simple. Ju old man said coldly as he held the stone pagoda and looked at the ancient half-sage of Nine Yin. At this moment, the ancient city in front of them had gradually regained its calm. The heavy footsteps that came from time to time gradually faded away. It's that simple. The Nine Yin ancient half-saint nodded. Very well. I'm not afraid of you playing any tricks, so I'll join forces with you this once. Joey old man thought about it. It was impossible for him to breach the ancient city with his own strength. If he were to join forces with the Nine Yin ancient half-saint and combine the power of two sacred weapons, they might really be able to shake the ancient city in front of them. After that, all the members of the primordial Ju clan left the short mountain. Only old man Ju Yi and the ancient half-saint Joeen remained on the short mountain. The two peerless experts were not standing close to each other. They were at least 100 feet away from each other. Both of them had their own concerns. If the other suddenly wanted to kill them, their lives would be in danger. Rumble, the great path resonated. Under the control of Joey old man Ju Yi, the mark of the great path contained in the stone pagoda was completely awakened. Like the ancient half-saint Joeen, he could completely control this sacred weapon. This old man, in the distant mountain forest, Jiu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. This Joey old man Ju Yi had hidden himself very well. He was probably a saint in ancient times. It should be known that sacred weapons were not so easy to completely control. Sacred weapons contained the mark of the great path of their original master. If someone else obtained a sacred weapon, it would be impossible for them to obtain the recognition of the mark of the great path contained in the sacred weapon. Without the recognition of the mark of the great path contained in the sacred weapon, it would be impossible for the sacred weapon to display its true power. However, the mark of the great path in the 13-story stone pagoda in Joey old man Ju Yi's hand was completely awakened. What did this mean? This sacred weapon was very likely a sacred weapon that he had refined himself. If one wanted to obtain the recognition of the mark of the great path that was awakening in the stone pagoda, they had to be the person who had refined this sacred weapon or the direct bloodline of this person. The bloodline of a saint would continue in their descendants and would not disappear. This was also the reason why those families and forces that had produced supreme saints and invincible renhuangs could continue to be passed down and did not disappear in the long river of history. The foundation of supreme saints and renhuangs was extremely deep. No one knew what kind of powerful trump cards these peerless existences would leave behind for their families. Buzz! A sword cry sounded from the ancient half-saint Joeen. The Taiyin divine sword rushed out of his body and floated in front of him, emitting a cold sword chi. In the aqua-blue sword light, the divine patterns of the great path could be vaguely seen. The Taiyin divine sword was completely awakened. An incredibly powerful wave of sword chi spread from the divine sword. This was the powerful power of a saint. Roar. The two peerless cultivators roared at the same time. The power of the two cultivators rose to the peak in an instant, and the two sacred weapons emitted an unprecedentedly bright divine light. The two saint-level powers erupted, and the whole world shook. The short mountain under the feet of the ancient half-saint Join and Joey old man Juyi silently turned into dust. Although the people of the Ju family of the ancients had retreated far enough, they still felt that it was unbearable and had to retreat even further. At this time, Jiyu Fei also silently retreated into the distance with the little Taoist. This was the true power of a saint. The stone pagoda and the Taiyin divine sword were completely awakened, and the power they displayed was too powerful. It was enough to shock the heavens and overwhelm everything. A saint was a terrifying existence that could trample the great path of heaven and earth under their feet. Such an existence had already jumped out of the world and was no longer restricted by the world. The ancient city in front of them was still calm, and nothing strange happened. Although there was a strange power controlling the countless corpse soldiers in the ancient city, those corpse soldiers could not kill their way out of the ancient city. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions was madly gathering towards the two sacred weapons in the sky. Two different great paths were vibrating, and everyone seemed to hear a mysterious divine sound of the great path in their ears. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was almost sucked dry by the two sacred weapons. The terrifying saint-level power pressed down so hard that the world was cracking and collapsing. No one dared to approach. This powerful pressure alone was enough to kill a peak mighty cultivator. Attack! The ancient half-saint Join shouted, and the aqua-blue divine sword floating in front of him immediately turned into a sword light that was tens of thousands of meters long, slashing towards the gate of the ancient city. At the same time, Joey old man Juyi also attacked. The 13-story stone pagoda rose into the sky and became extremely huge, blocking the entire sky. 13 beams of divine light of the great path fell from the stone pagoda, and the stone pagoda pressed down on the city gate. It was as if two real ancient saints were attacking, and it was extremely terrifying. The world was directly annihilated, and everything within 1,000 miles of the ancient city turned into dust silently, except for the ancient city. Chapter 1675. Two holy weapons had been revived and attacked at the same time. This was definitely a disaster. The terrifying holy might spread in all directions, and the entire sky was collapsing and being annihilated. With the evil city of eternity as the center, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles collapsed, and everything on the ground was destroyed by the saint-level power that came down from the sky. Rumble! The evil city of eternity shook, and a terrifying power of death awakened in the evil city. Black lines of death appeared on the ancient city. Roar! Roars sounded everywhere in the city, and countless powerful creatures of death were alarmed. The power of the saint level shook the entire ancient city. This attack was different from the one that Juyi had used with the stone tower. This time, it was the most powerful attack launched by the two holy weapons after they were fully revived. It was as if two ancient sages were attacking at the same time. Such fluctuations spread for 100,000 miles, and all the creatures in the area were trembling. The earth was sinking, and the evil city of eternity was suspended in the air. A layer of dark light of death appeared all over it, as if a peerless king of death was controlling the strange power in the evil city that was enough to compete with the holy weapons. Heavy footsteps sounded in the evil city of eternity again. Pairs of corpse soldiers came out of nowhere, holding bronze spears in their hands, and climbed the city wall. Bang! The 13-story stone tower pressed down from the sky, and 13 beams of divine light of the great path fell from above, sweeping in all directions, displaying great power. The groups of corpse soldiers that climbed the city wall were all sent flying and fell into the city. Some of the corpse soldiers even turned into dust in the air. The power of this stone tower was too strong. However, something that made people's scalps numb happened. The corpse soldiers that had turned into dust and were about to dissipate with the wind actually condensed again, and then reappeared in the ancient city. What? Seeing this scene, Ju Yi and the ancient sage-to-be were shocked to the extreme. Even the true power of the saint level could not destroy these evil creatures that had lost their lives. Buzz! A water-blue sword light fell from the sky and slashed fiercely on the city tower. This was the full blow of the ancient sage-to-be, and he had raised the power of the saint level to the limit. Swoosh! The sword light tore a hole in the tower, almost splitting it in half. This was the first time the city had been shaken by a sacred weapon. However, the most powerful attack of the ancient half-saint of 9 yin could only have such destructive power. How is this possible? In the distant sky, everyone was extremely shocked at this sight. The most powerful strike from a saint weapon had actually only destroyed a single tower in the ancient city. After all, that was the true power of a saint. If such an attack were to be unleashed in the human world, perhaps hundreds or thousands of huge cities would be destroyed by a single slash. However, this ancient city before them only had an insignificant portion damaged. Everyone found this hard to believe. Could it be that this ancient city was truly an undying divine city refined by a supreme being? Unbreakable. Both the old man of Ju Yi and the ancient half-saint of 9 yin felt incredulous. The divine city was immortal and was protected by the divine patterns of the Great Path. This was an ancient city that had been refined by a supreme existence that was at least above the Renhuang level. Unless the two clans used their ultimate trump cards, it would be impossible for them to break through. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the ominous city. Some terrifying existences were alarmed, and a huge black shadow stood up in the ominous city. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the black shadow. Even the ancient half-saint of 9 yin and the old man of Ju Yi felt their scalps go numb. Had the immortal divine city been occupied by an unimaginable evil creature? No one knew what had happened to this ancient city, but both old man Ju Yi and the ancient sage-to-be knew that it was impossible to break through the ominous city. The opening of the virtual sky world had a time limit, and it was impossible for them to stay here for a long time. Once the time was up, they would have to leave this world. Even if they had a holy weapon that could completely revive them, it would still be impossible. Retreat! Old man Ju Yi shouted. He recalled the stone tower and used it to protect himself as he rushed into the distance. 13 divine lights of the Great Path wrapped around old man Ju Yi, and he instantly went far away. The ancient sage-to-be didn't fall behind. The Taiyin divine sword rushed back into his body. He became one with the sword and turned into an immortal sword light, rushing out. Roar! At this time, a roar came from the ominous city, and the whole world was shaking. The huge black shadow in the city stretched out 2 big hands, grabbing at old man Ju Yi and the ancient sage-to-be. This was definitely the power of a saint. The big hands broke through the void, almost catching the old man Ju Yi and sweeping away the immortal sword light formed by the ancient sage-to-be. What is that thing? Ji Yufei was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such an evil creature in the city. If this evil creature had been provoked back then, perhaps no one would have been able to escape from this ancient city. At this time, the ancient city had been completely enveloped by a terrifying power of death. The tower that had been damaged by the Taiyin divine sword was gradually being repaired. The entire ancient city seemed to be alive. Even if it was damaged, it could be repaired very quickly. This was a true immortal divine city, and it could not be destroyed. It was too difficult to break through such a divine city, but one could also imagine that the divine treasures in the city were absolutely shocking. This was because this ancient city was most likely a divine city refined by a supreme existence at the level of a human emperor or a supreme being. There were probably divine treasures of a human emperor or a supreme being hidden inside. This was definitely a divine treasure that was enough to make all the cultivators in the world go crazy. The ancient sage-to-be and old man Ju Yi were both extremely envious of the divine treasures in the ancient city, but it was difficult for them to break through the divine city and obtain the divine treasures in the city. The two ancient sage-to-be had no choice but to retreat, even if they had sacred weapons that could be completely revived. 1,000 miles of land was destroyed, but the ancient city floated in the air and did not sink down. A terrifying roar came from the city. The attack of the 2 fully revived sacred weapons impacted the immortal divine city and alarmed the evil existences in the city. Groups of corpse soldiers walked in the city, and the entire ancient city became extremely dangerous. The corpse soldiers could not be destroyed. This was the power that protected the ancient city. Any living creature that entered the city would be mercilessly killed by the corpse soldiers. Jiyu Fei was not willing to take the risk. The terrifying existence lurking in the city was not something he could contend with. He had no choice but to leave with the little Taoist. Boom! At this time, a powerful saint-level fluctuation suddenly came from afar. Divine light soared into the sky, and sword chi crisscrossed. Old man Ju Yi and the ancient sage-to-be had finally started fighting. This was a battle between the ancient sage-to-be. In another region, the experts of the Ju clan of the ancients had also started fighting with the disciples of the Dongfang clan. The conflict between the two clans of the ancients had finally become clear. Chapter 1677. Two holy weapons had been revived and attacked at the same time. This was definitely a disaster. The terrifying holy might spread in all directions. The entire sky was collapsing and being annihilated. With the evil city of eternity as the center, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles collapsed. Everything on the ground was destroyed by the saint-level power that came down from the sky. Rumble! The evil city of eternity trembled. A terrifying power of death was awakened in the evil city. Black lines of death appeared on the ancient city's body. Roar! Roars sounded everywhere in the city. Countless powerful creatures of the dead were alarmed. The power of the saint level shook the entire ancient city. This attack was different from the one that Ju Yi had used with the stone tower. This time, it was the most powerful attack launched by the two holy weapons after they were fully revived. It was as if two ancient sages were attacking at the same time. Such fluctuations spread over 100,000 miles, and all the creatures within 100,000 miles were trembling. The earth was sinking, and the evil city of eternity was suspended in the air. A layer of dark light of death appeared all over it. It was as if a peerless king of death was controlling the strange power in the evil city that was enough to compete with the holy weapons. Heavy footsteps sounded in the evil city of eternity again. Pairs of corpse soldiers came out of nowhere, holding bronze spears in their hands, and climbed the city wall. Bang! The 13-story stone tower pressed down from the sky. 13 beams of divine light of the great path fell from above, sweeping in all directions and displaying great power. The groups of corpse soldiers that climbed the city wall were all knocked away and fell into the city. Some of the corpse soldiers even turned into dust in the air. The power of this stone tower was too strong. However, something that made people's scalps tingle happened. The corpse soldiers that had turned into dust and were about to dissipate with the wind actually condensed again and then reappeared in the ancient city. What? Seeing this scene, Ju Yi and the ancient half-saint of Join were shocked to the extreme. Even the true power of the saint level could not destroy these lifeless evil creatures. Buzz! A water-blue sword light fell from the sky and slashed fiercely on the city tower. This was the full blow of the ancient half-saint of Join. He had raised the power of the saint level to the limit. Shua! The sword light tore a hole in the tower, almost splitting it in half. This was the first time the city had been shaken by a sacred weapon. However, the most powerful attack of the ancient half-saint of Nine Yin could only have such destructive power. How is that possible? In the distant sky, everyone was extremely shocked at this sight. The most powerful strike from a saint weapon had actually only destroyed a single tower in the ancient city. After all, that was the true power of a saint. If such an attack were to be unleashed in the human world, perhaps hundreds or thousands of huge cities would be destroyed by a single slash. However, this ancient city before them only had an insignificant portion damaged. Everyone found this hard to believe. Could it be that this ancient city was truly an undying divine city refined by a supreme being? I can't break it. Both the old man of Ju Yi and the ancient half-saint of Nine Yin felt incredulous. The divine city was immortal and was protected by the divine patterns of the Great Path. This was an ancient city that had been refined by a supreme existence that was at least above the Renhuang level. Unless the two clans used their ultimate trump cards, it would be impossible for them to break through. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the ominous city. Some terrifying beings were alarmed, and a huge black shadow stood up in the ominous city. An extremely terrifying aura spread from the black shadow. Even the ancient half-saint of Nine Yin and Old Man Zhou felt their scalps go numb. The undying divine city had been occupied by an unimaginable evil creature. No one knew what had happened to this ancient city, but both Old Man Zhou and the ancient half-saint of Nine Yin knew that it was impossible to break through the ominous city. The opening of the virtual sky world had a time limit. They couldn't stay here for a long time. Once the time was up, they would have to leave this world. Even if they had a holy weapon that could completely revive them, it would still be impossible. Retreat! Old Man Zhou shouted. He recalled the stone tower and used it to protect himself. He rushed into the distance. 13 divine lights of the great path wrapped around Old Man Zhou, and he instantly went far away. The ancient half-saint of Nine Yin did not lag behind. The divine sword of Nine Yin rushed back into his body. He became one with the sword and turned into an immortal sword light, rushing out. Roar! At this time, a roar came from the ominous city. The whole world was shaking. The huge black shadow in the city stretched out 2 big hands, grabbing at Old Man Zhou and the ancient half-saint of Nine Yin. This was definitely the power of a saint. The big hands broke through the void, almost catching the Old Man Zhou and sweeping away the immortal sword light formed by the ancient half-saint of Nine Yin. What is that thing? Ji Yufei was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such an evil creature in the city. If this evil creature had been provoked back then, no one would have been able to escape from this ancient city. At this time, the ancient city had been completely enveloped by a terrifying power of death. The tower that had been damaged by the divine sword of Nine Yin was gradually being repaired. The entire ancient city seemed to have a life of its own. Even if it was damaged, it could be repaired very quickly. This was a true immortal divine city. It could not be destroyed. It was too difficult to break through such a divine city. However, one could imagine that the divine treasures in the city were absolutely shocking. This was because this ancient city was most likely a divine city refined by a supreme existence at the level of a human emperor or a supreme. The divine treasures of a human emperor or a supreme were most likely hidden inside. This was a divine treasure that was definitely enough to make all the cultivators in the world go crazy. The ancient half-saint of Nine Yin and Old Man Zhou were both extremely envious of the divine treasures in the ancient city. However, it was difficult for them to break through the divine city and obtain the divine treasures in the city. The 2 ancient half-saints had no choice but to retreat, even if they had sacred weapons that could be completely revived. 1,000 miles of land was destroyed. The ancient city floated in the air and didn't sink down. Terrifying roars came from the city. The attack of the 2 sacred weapons that had been completely revived shocked the immortal divine city and alarmed the evil existences in the city. Groups of corpse soldiers walked in the city, making the entire ancient city extremely dangerous. The corpse soldiers could not be destroyed. They were the power that protected the ancient city. Any living creature that broke into the city would be mercilessly killed by the corpse soldiers. Ji Yufei didn't want to take the risk. The terrifying existence lurking in the city was not something he could fight against. He had no choice but to leave with the little Taoist. Boom! At this time, a powerful saint-level fluctuation suddenly came from afar. Divine light soared into the sky and sword chi crisscrossed. Old Man Zhou and the ancient half-saint of Nine Yin had finally started fighting. This was a battle between the ancient half-saints. In another region, the experts of the Zhu clan of the ancients had also started fighting with the disciples of the Dongfang clan. The conflict between the 2 clans of the ancients had finally been resolved. Chapter 1678. The battle between the old man of Zhu Yi and the ancient half-saint of Zhouyin was extremely fierce. The water-blue sword light kept colliding with the 13 divine lights of the great path falling from the stone tower. Every ray of sword light could destroy a mountain range and create a bottomless abyss in the ground. This was a true battle between martial saints. The 2 ancient half-saints controlled the fully awakened holy weapons and let out a peerless murderous sound. It was as if 2 real saints were fighting desperately. The whole area was boiling. Countless creatures were fleeing for their lives. In the face of the power of saints, All life seemed so fragile. The divine light flashed, and everything turned into powder. Nothing was left. No one dared to approach the battlefield where the two ancient half-saints were. They all hid far away. The Zhu family of the antiquity and the Dongfang family finally shed all pretense of cordiality. Boom! Thousands of miles away from the two ancient half-saints, a mountain suddenly collapsed. Rubble flew into the air, and dust rose high into the sky. A figure flew out. Behind the figure that was sent flying, a white figure chased after it. A dazzling sword light rushed out of the white figure and mercilessly slashed at the figure that was sent flying. Clang! The divine sword vibrated, and the murderous intent of the great path filled the air. It was an extremely powerful woman in white. She wore a curtain hat, and no one could see her face. How is this possible? The person who was swept away by the sword light was a middle-aged cultivator. There were several terrible sword marks on his body, and his divine body was almost cut into several pieces. He was seriously injured. If it weren't for the layer of divine armor under his clothes, he would have been killed by the woman in white. This was a battle without any suspense. The woman in white was unexpectedly not restricted by the laws of the virtual sky world, and her cultivation was not suppressed by this world. The middle-aged cultivator was swept away by the sword light again, and he vomited blood. The difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Even if the middle-aged cultivator had the protection of the divine armor, it was useless. The middle-aged cultivator's cultivation was suppressed by the world, so he couldn't show his real cultivation and strength. Swish! A sword light pierced between the middle-aged cultivator's eyebrows, destroying his mudpill palace and destroying his primordial spirit. He was killed, and his body fell from the sky. You dare to kill a disciple of my Dongfang clan? Die! A silver silhouette rushed over from afar, directly attacking the woman in white. Violent power surged towards the woman in white with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. What? The white-clothed woman was shocked. This was definitely not the power of the self-awakening realm. The other party was actually not suppressed by this world and displayed his true battle prowess. Buzz! The divine sword thrummed and 18 beams of sword light shot up into the sky, hacking down on the silver-clad cultivator. Every beam of sword light radiated a heart-palpitating sword energy. This was the power of a powerful emperor-level expert. The sword light illuminated the void. Clang! A large hand appeared, directly sending the 18 streaks of sword light flying. Then, it grabbed towards the white-clothed woman. This was a primordial spirit great hand, possessing great power. The Guangqing immortal sword is only SOSO. The person who came was incomparably powerful. His entire body was surrounded by divine light, and there was a great Tao rhyme lingering around him. His divine eyes emitted 2 sharp divine lights that were like divine weapons. Kill! The white-clothed woman shouted. The 18 streaks of sword light that had been sent flying flew back in an instant. Under the full power of the white-clothed woman, the sword light became even more dazzling. Boom! The 18 beams of sword light fused together and burst out with a powerful light. A terrifying sword chi suddenly burst out, slashing the huge hand into millions of pieces before dissipating into the void. What? That person was shocked. Unparalleled sword chi spread out, and even the void was cut apart, forcing him to retreat. However, the white-clothed woman was equally powerful. She didn't give the person a chance to breathe and chased after him like a shadow. The sword light flashed and slashed towards the person. Roar! The person roared again and again, his hands constantly dancing. Divine patterns of the great Tao condensed between his hands, drawing the power of the great Tao to suppress the sword light. The power of the seal kept colliding with the slashing sword energy, and clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Dongfang Wu, I didn't expect you to be able to ignore the suppression of the virtual sky world. A cold voice rang out. Although the white-clothed woman spoke, her attacks weren't slow either. Guangqing Celestial Sword. I underestimated you. The young cultivator in silver armor was forced to retreat by the sword energy. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. This person's cultivation and strength were indeed worthy of her reputation. The battle between great sovereign realm cultivators erupted. The cultivation of the white-clothed woman and Dongfang Wu were not suppressed by this world, so they could display their true strength to their heart's content. How did they do it? In the virtual sky world, if one hadn't cultivated an inner world, they would be suppressed by the laws of the world. Only those who had cultivated an inner world could survive. Both of them were extremely talented. Perhaps they really had some means to ignore the laws of the world in this world. But the others weren't so lucky. The battle between the great sovereign realm cultivators wasn't as terrifying as the battle between ancient half-saint Join and old man Joey. However, the power of the great sovereign realm cultivators was still too great. The battle between the white-clothed woman and Dongfang Wu shook the whole area, and no one dared to approach. In the distance, Ji Yufei was also extremely shocked when he saw this scene. Could it be that both the white-clothed woman and Dongfang Wu had cultivated an inner world? Senior, what's going on? The little Daoist next to Ji Yufei was also stunned by the scene in front of him. These people were too terrifying. They could actually ignore the pressure of the world in the virtual sky world. It's the aura of the world. Soon, Ji Yufei sensed something strange about the white-clothed woman and the man named Dongfang Wu. Someone had injected the power of the world into their bodies, allowing the two great sovereign realm cultivators to ignore the laws of the world in the virtual sky world for a short time. It had to be said that the white-clothed woman was really strong. The divine sword in her hand actually showed signs of suppressing Dongfang Wu. The white-clothed woman's swordsmanship was different from the little Daoist swordsmanship of the sovereign path. It was the sword of immortals, the secret flying immortal swordsmanship of Guangqing immortal sect. Swoosh! The light of the flying immortal swordsmanship shattered the void and kept attacking Dongfang Wu. Even Dongfang Wu had to deal with it carefully. If it weren't for the divine armor he was wearing, he would probably have been injured. Damn it. Dongfang Wu knew he couldn't continue in this state forever. As soon as the power of the world in the Jade Talisman was exhausted, his cultivation would be ruthlessly suppressed by the world. He wanted to kill this female sword immortal of Guangqing immortal sect in the shortest time possible. However, he was wrong. The white-clothed woman's cultivation and strength were actually so powerful. Moreover, she cultivated the flying immortal swordsmanship, the #1 offensive technique in the path of immortals. The attack of a sword cultivator was extremely powerful, far more powerful than other cultivators of the same level. On a mountain peak in the distance, Ji Yufei was watching the battle. The more he watched, the more he felt that he seemed to have seen this mysterious white-clothed woman somewhere before. Unfortunately, this mysterious woman was wearing a veil hat and her face was covered. Even with Ji Yufei's eyesight, he couldn't see the true appearance of this white-clothed woman. She can't be that person, right? Ji Yufei muttered to himself. In the entire Guangqing immortal sect, she was probably the only one who could cultivate the flying immortal swordsmanship of Guangqing immortal sect to this level. At this thought, Ji Yufei couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The little Daoist stood next to Ji Yufei. When he saw Ji Yufei's eyes flickering, he couldn't help but feel curious. That senior took a fancy to this white-clothed woman. At this time, the battles in other places had gradually ended. The Zhu clan of the Ancients and the Dongfang clan were basically evenly matched. More than 10 disciples of the Dongfang clan were either dead or injured. They were no longer as high-spirited as they were when they first entered the virtual sky world. The Zhu clan of the Ancients couldn't gain any advantage either. More than half of the disciples of the Zhu clan died. Even though the Zhu clan of the Ancients had the upper hand, they still paid a huge price. After all, the outstanding disciples of the Dongfang clan weren't that easy to deal with. Roar. Join, I'm going to kill you. 10,000 miles away, old man Joey roared angrily. The stone tower had 13 floors, and each floor was blooming with dazzling divine light. 13 beams of divine light of the great path fell from the stone tower like 13 huge dragons, constantly colliding with the water-blue divine sword. Every time they collided, countless Tao patterns would vanish in the void. Old man Yi, the one who will die is you. Ancient half-saint Join roared. Old man Joey was going all out, which made him feel great pressure. The stone tower was a flawless divine tool. At this time, The imprint of the great path in the stone tower had completely recovered. Every attack launched by the stone tower resonated with the great path. Ancient half-saint Joeen had to go all out and couldn't hold anything back. The tie-in divine sword blossomed with the most brilliant sword light, piercing through heaven and earth. The area where the two ancient half-saints were had been enveloped by the terrifying power of the divine tool. No one knew what was going on inside. Even those who had cultivated the divine eyes couldn't see inside. These two guys, Jiyu Fei was paying attention to this battle. Ancient half-saint Joeen was not a good person, and old man Joey was not a good person either. It was best if these two guys perished together. Senior, watch over that side. The little Daoist was a cultivator from the southern wilderness. This time, he was able to enter the virtual sky world because the Jew clan of the desolate antiquity wanted to gather the human cultivators of the southern wilderness. He hoped that old man Joey could defeat ancient half-saint Joeen. I'm not optimistic about that side. Jiyu Fei was expressionless. He was wondering whether he should take advantage of the situation when these two peerless cultivators fought to the point where they were both injured, so that he could take advantage of the situation and get rid of the two major threats in one fell swoop. If he grasped the situation well, it wasn't impossible to succeed in one fell swoop. Senior, could it be that you, the little Daoist, seemed to have thought of something, and his expression couldn't help but turn a little unsightly. Mitch, in this world, I only think highly of myself, Jiyu Fei said as he glanced at the little Daoist expressionlessly. Chapter 1679. Boom. The stone tower collided with the tie-in divine sword. The whole world seemed to be collapsing. Most of the virtual sky world could feel the terrifying fluctuations of power. Ari Guafu. It was too powerful. Roars came from all the forbidden areas in the virtual sky world. Some terrifying existences were alarmed, but they couldn't leave the forbidden areas. Roar. In the ancient ominous city, the huge figure that had disappeared stood up again. A terrifying aura of death swept through the world. The battle between saints destroyed an area. Even the mysterious existence in the ancient ominous city was watching. Are these two old guys really fighting with their lives on the line? Although Jiyu Fei had retreated far enough, the real saint's power still made him feel great pressure. It was as if an ancient sacred mountain was pressing down on him. The little Daoist beside Jiyu Fei was only at the immortal king level, so he couldn't bear the saint's power at all. If it weren't for Jiyu Fei protecting him, he would have died long ago. Even a wisp of saint's power wasn't something cultivators below the great cultivator level could bear. Saints were existences that transcended the world. They had great divine abilities and spells that could destroy the world. Without reaching that realm, it was impossible to know how powerful saints were. Once they became saints, all living beings were like ants. They could kill a large number of them with a wave of their hand. Even Jiyu Fei couldn't intervene in a battle of this level unless he used the clone of the sacred body of immortal cultivation that he hadn't used for a long time. However, Jiyu Fei knew that if he relied too much on the clone of the sacred body of immortal cultivation, it wouldn't help his cultivation. After all, the clone of the sacred body of immortal cultivation was an external force. Only the power that he had cultivated himself was the foundation. At this time, the battle between the Zhu clan and the Dongfang clan was gradually coming to an end. On the Zhu clan side, there were 3 strong cultivators who weren't suppressed by the virtual sky world. On the other hand, there were only 2 people from the Dongfang clan who could fight with their full strength. However, the decisive factor was still the white-robed woman from the Huanggu family. The soaring immortal swordsmanship. This swordsmanship possessed great power, causing the silver-robed cultivator from the Dongfang family to retreat again and again. Although the members of the Dongfang family who had come this time were all outstanding disciples of the family, Donghuang was not among them. If Donghuang was here, perhaps they could turn the tables. However, it was a pity that Donghuang of the Dongfang family, who could battle the mysterious woman in white, did not come. Dongfang Wu was dead. His forehead was pierced by the mysterious woman's flying immortal sword. This sword destroyed his Niwen palace and destroyed his primordial spirit. 108 swords. You're pretty good to be able to block my 108 swords. However, You won't be able to block my 109 swords. The woman in white's tone was very calm. The flying immortal sword light flew back and entered the woman in white's body. Dongfang Wu, a powerhouse second only to Dong Huang in the Dongfang clan, died just like that. The trip to the virtual sky world was a path of no return for him. Dawu is dead. How is that possible? How could she kill cousin Wu? The disciples of the Dongfang family who witnessed this scene were extremely shocked. Dongfang Wu's fighting strength was definitely the strongest among the disciples of the Dongfang family who entered the virtual sky world with ancient half-saint Join. If even he was killed, then the others were even less of a match for the woman in white. The disciples of the Dongfang family in the vicinity immediately fled in all directions. Could it really be her? Ji Yufei had been watching from the sidelines and did not make a move. The swordsmanship displayed by the woman in white reminded him of that person from 100 years ago. That person had a special feeling for him. However, this woman in white was very mysterious. She wore a curtain hat on her head and her face was covered with a white veil. Even Ji Yufei's martial Dao heavens I couldn't see through the white veil on her face. After killing Dongfang Wu, the woman in white didn't stop. She directly attacked the other disciples of the Dongfang family. As the flying immortal sword moved, people constantly fell under her sword. Roar. Thousands of miles away, an angry roar was heard. Then, a water-blue sword light broke through the 18 divine lights of the Great Path and instantly soared thousands of miles, slashing toward the woman in white who was chasing after the disciples of the Dongfang family. A terrifying holy might spread out, and all the creatures in the area trembled. What? The woman in white was shocked. She never thought that ancient half-saint Join, who was fighting with Elder Ju Yi, could actually attack her from thousands of miles away. This was the shocking sword light that was unleashed after the Great Path imprint in the Taiyin Divine Sword was completely awakened. The sword light was unstoppable, as if it could split the world in half. It was pitilessly terrifying. With the cultivation and strength of the woman in white, it was impossible for her to dodge this sword. Even someone as powerful as an almighty emperor could only wait for death in the face of the ancient Sagetabis strike. This was the difference between an almighty emperor and a sage. Although the ancient Sagetabi wasn't a true sage, his sword strike was like an attack from a true sage. You, Elder Ju Yi roared angrily. He wanted to save the woman in white, but ancient half-saint Join attacked him with all his might at this time, making it difficult for him to save her. The woman in white was a genius who had risen in the Ju family of the ancients in the past 100 years. Her flying fairy swordsmanship was already invincible among the younger generation of the Ju family. Even some of the elders of the Ju family of the ancients were no match for the woman in white. If such a disciple with unlimited potential was killed like this, even Elder Ju Yi would probably go crazy. Such a loss would be too great. It was absolutely impossible for the woman in white to withstand this attack from ancient half-saint Join. As long as the sword light fell, her body and soul would be destroyed. Elder Ju Yi's eyes were red. He madly urged the stone tower to smash towards ancient half-saint Join. He wanted nothing more than to smash her into minced meat. Just as the woman in white closed her eyes and waited for death, a figure instantly appeared in front of her. Buzz! An ancient cauldron rushed out from the top of this person's head, emitting an extremely ancient aura. Chaotic primordial chi lingered on it. Boom! The terrifying water-blue sword light fell and fiercely struck the ancient cauldron. The ancient cauldron did not move at all, but the sword light collapsed. What? Is this the legendary mountain and river cauldron? Even ancient half-saint Join and Elder Ju Yi were extremely shocked. No one had expected that someone would suddenly appear and block ancient half-saint Join's sword. Strands of primordial chi fell from the ancient cauldron and enveloped the two people below. The pervasive sword chi was completely blocked outside. It's you. When the water-blue sword light completely dissipated, the woman in white saw the person who had saved her. Who else could it be but Ji Yufei? Chapter 1680. An all-out attack from the ancient half-saint Join was no trivial matter. It should be known that the Great Path brand within the Lunar Divine Sword had been completely awakened. This was equivalent to an ancient saint attacking. Empress Dowager, an ancient saint, was definitely an invincible existence in ancient times. Apart from extreme path supremes and human emperors, no one could suppress such an existence. Everyone thought that the woman in white was dead for sure. However, when the sword light from the lunar divine sword fell, a figure stood in front of the woman in white. An ancient cauldron rushed out from the top of that person's head and shattered the terrifying sword light. It protected the two people below and left them unscathed. This outcome shocked everyone to the extreme. What kind of cauldron was this? It could actually withstand an attack from a saint weapon? Could it be the legendary mountain and river cauldron? Could the essence surrounding the cauldron be the primordial chaos chi from the creation of the world? Seeing the ancient cauldron above Ji Yufei's head, Old Man Zhou and the ancient half-saint Joine were moved. The extreme path saint weapon, the mountain and river cauldron, was something that only existed in myths and legend. The mountain and river cauldron had appeared too long ago. No one knew its origins, but what was certain was that it was a supreme divine weapon refined by an extreme path supremacy. At the woman in white's critical moment, Ji Yufei had acted in time and used the mountain and river cauldron to shatter the sword chi of the lunar divine sword, saving the mysterious woman in white. "Ah, you all right?" Ji Yufei did not know what to say for a moment. Moreover, he was not sure if the woman in white before him was the same person from back then. The woman in white did not speak. She seemed very calm. Rumble, at this moment, a terrifying saint might rapidly approached from afar. Old Man Zhou and the ancient half-saint Joine were rapidly approaching. They wanted to obtain the mountain and river cauldron. There was no doubt that Old Man Zhou and the ancient half-saint Joine only had eyes for the mountain and river cauldron. "Go." Ji Yufei waved his right hand and a great force immediately wrapped around the woman in white. The woman in white could not help but fly thousands of miles away. "It's you." When Old Man Zhu and the 9-yin ancient half-saint arrived and saw the person beneath the mountain and river cauldron, they were extremely shocked. The person who used the supreme artifact to save the woman in white was Ji Yufei. The cauldron of mountain and river was too precious. One must know that the primordial chaos chi could only be formed when the sky was split open. It was the ancestor chi of all things, and everything in the world came from it. The primordial chaos aura was definitely a peerless divine material. Even an extreme Tao sovereign would be envious of such a peerless divine material and would not hesitate to make a move for it. The old man of Zhu Yi and the ancient sage-to-be could not sit still at this time. These two old fellows, not only did Ji Yufei not feel nervous or fearful in the slightest when he saw the two ancient half-saints charging over with their fully awakened sacred weapons, his battle intent surged instead. He had already teleported the little Daoist far enough. A battle between martial sages wasn't something that ordinary people could witness. However, even if one could witness a battle between martial sages, there was still the danger of being affected by the battle at any time. The little Daoist was very careful as he retreated far away. "Leave the mountain river cauldron behind. The cauldron of mountain and river is mine." Two loud shouts rang out as the old man of Zhu Yi and the ancient sage-to-be made a move. They wanted to snatch the cauldron of mountain and river before the other party did. However, they had overlooked Ji Yufei, who was in control of all this. Buzz! Ji Yufei slammed his palm on the bottom of the cauldron of mountain and river, and a rumbling sound rang out. Then, divine patterns of the great path appeared on the surface of the cauldron of mountain and river. The divine patterns of the great path intertwined on the cauldron of mountain and river, drawing upon the power of the great path and forcing the old man of Zhu Yi and the ancient sage-to-be to retreat. The stone pagoda in the old man of Zhu Yi's hand and the ancient sage-to-be's lunar divine sword were both sent flying. A wave of primordial chaos chi spread out, and both the old man of Zhu Yi and the ancient sage-to-be suffered a little. "Since you want to fight, then let's fight." Ji Yufei didn't hesitate. Since he had already made a move, all words became incomparably useless at this time. The old man of Zhu Yi and the ancient sage-to-be each displayed their supreme divine power and attacked Ji Yufei. Bam! Ji Yufei held the cauldron of mountain and river in his hand and directly smashed it towards the old man of Zhu Yi. In front of the cauldron of mountain and river, all power seemed extremely fragile. Even if it didn't display its supreme divine power, it could still smash all weapons except for the supreme divine weapon. The old man of Juyi didn't dare to use the stone pagoda to take on the other party's supreme divine weapon. The cauldron of mountain and river came crashing down, and the old man of Juyi had no choice but to retreat. If he was hit by the supreme divine weapon, even a peak mighty figure would probably die. Leave the cauldron of mountain and river, and I can spare your life. The ancient sage Tabi's words were full of killing intent. No one would be stupid enough to believe his words. In ancient times, this guy had killed many people. Haha. Jiyu Fei laughed. This ancient sage Tabi was too arrogant. It was still unknown who would have the last laugh. You want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? Jiyu Fei stopped smiling. At the same time, his entire body was filled with mighty essence qi. He held the cauldron of mountain and river in his left hand, and his divine eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Humph. A supreme divine weapon won't be able to protect you. The ancient sage Tabi was extremely powerful. His first move was a terrifying saint-level sword technique. The lunar divine sword in his hand turned into a bright blue sword light, cutting through the void of heaven and earth. It instantly slashed in front of Jiyu Fei. Swoosh. Jiyu Fei soared into the sky and avoided the sword. He used the universal void steps and displayed the world's fastest speed. With just one step, he had already appeared above the old man of Juyi's head and stomped down on the top of the old man of Juyi's head. A great battle broke out. Jiyu Fei fought 1 against 2. Because he had the cauldron of mountain and river, the old man of Juyi and the ancient sage Tabi could not suppress him for a while. Kill. Jiyu Fei was like a god of war from ancient times who had returned. His entire body was filled with killing intent and endless battle intent. His fists shattered the void as he fought the 2 ancient sage Tabi. He's actually so powerful. The human race's martial body is too powerful. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Jiyu Fei was challenging the ancient sage Tabi. Moreover, these 2 ancient sage Tabi had divine weapons. Jiyu Fei was attacking with all his strength. All the martial way true power in his body was circulating rapidly. Buzz. The cauldron of mountain and river vibrated. This ancient cauldron was already floating above Jiyu Fei's head. Streams of primordial chaos qi fell from above, protecting Jiyu Fei. In this way, the old man of Juyi and the ancient sage Tabi were in a tragic situation. No matter how they activated the divine weapons in their hands, they could not break through the defense of the cauldron of mountain and river. To a certain extent, Jiyu Fei was already in an invincible position. How could they fight? The old man of Juyi and the ancient sage Tabi were already in a difficult position. Chapter 1681. The holy might spread in all directions, intimidating the heavens. More than half of the virtual sky world was affected by this supreme pressure. Countless creatures trembled as if the end of the world had come. If the virtual sky world hadn't been refined by a supreme martial artist, it would have been blown up countless times. Rumble, Old Man Joey and ancient half-saint Nineyin attacked with all their strength. They weren't attacking each other, but attacking Jiyu Fei together. No one didn't want to obtain the mountain river cauldron. In order to obtain the mountain river cauldron, Old Man Joey and ancient half-saint Nineyin temporarily put aside their grudges. Everyone retreated far away. Not everyone could withstand the supreme saintly might, and even that mysterious white-robed woman had no choice but to retreat 10,000 miles away. You 2 old fellows are really shameless. The mountain river cauldron floated in the air. Primordial chaos qi fell and blocked all the attacks. Although Old Man Joey and ancient half-saint Nineyin attacked with all their strength, they couldn't break through the mountain river cauldron's automatic defense. A fully awakened holy weapon was nothing in front of the mountain river cauldron. Even if a fully awakened holy weapon could destroy heaven and earth, it couldn't shake a true supreme divine weapon. Although he was under the protection of the mountain river cauldron, Jiyu Fei still suffered a significant impact. If his cultivation hadn't broken through to the 6th heaven of Almighty Realm, the mountain river cauldron might have been blown away by these 2 old guys. Rays of divine light rushed out from Jiyu Fei's body. That was the martial path, true power in his body quickly circulating and overflowing out of his body. A single strand of chi aura was even more terrifying than a true peerless divine weapon. It can actually withstand the attack of a holy weapon. This ancient cauldron is definitely the legendary mountain river cauldron. Old Man Joey and ancient half-saint Ninyan's eyes were red. Existences at their level naturally knew how precious a supreme divine weapon was. It was a unique and powerful divine weapon in the world. Take the mountain river cauldron for example. In the 3 realms and 6 paths, there was only one such ancient cauldron, and the god inside the ancient cauldron was also unique. Every supreme artifact refined by an extreme-grade sovereign was unique. Every extreme-grade sovereign would only refine an extreme-grade divine artifact that was most suitable for them. Although Jiyu Fei's mountain and river cauldron had been refined again and the god's will within it was different from before, his current cultivation base and strength were not enough for him to use the mountain and river cauldron to attack his opponents. Otherwise, as long as the mountain and river cauldron unleashed an extreme Dao attack, even if hundreds or thousands of Elder Juyi or ancient half-saint of Nine Yin attacked together, they would still be annihilated. Give up. Otherwise, when I awaken the god in the cauldron, none of you will survive. Jiyu Fei said. Although he could not use the mountain and river cauldron to attack his opponent at any time, as long as he had enough time to prepare, he could still use the mountain and river cauldron to attack. Young man, hand over the mountain and river cauldron and I can guarantee your life. Elder Juyi did not stop. Instead, he activated the stone pagoda again and again, wanting to break through the defense of the mountain and river cauldron as soon as possible. The mountain and river cauldron floated above Jiyu Fei's head. This ancient cauldron had not awakened and was only instinctively defending. It seemed that the power of the sacred weapon was not enough to awaken the god in the mountain and river cauldron. I must get the mountain and river cauldron. The Tai Yin divine sword vibrated and released a terrifying transparent sword wave, shattering the void and splitting the world. It wanted to break through the primordial chaos chi that fell from the mountain and river cauldron. However, the sword light that slashed down was all blocked by the primordial chaos chi. It could not harm Jiyu Fei, who was below the ancient cauldron. Such an attack was equivalent to an ancient saint's attack. If it had been anyone else, they would have been killed countless times. Only Jiyu Fei could withstand it. In that case, just you wait. With that, Jiyu Fei sat down cross-legged and entered the 3 inner worlds with his divine will. He mobilized the power of the 3 inner worlds and poured it into the mountain and river cauldron. A steady stream of inner world power was guided out from Jiyu Fei's heart, glabella, and dantian. This is, the 2 ancient half-saints outside sensed the changes in Jiyu Fei's body and their expressions became extremely solemn. Could it be that this young man had cultivated 3 inner worlds? How was this possible? Even the most talented person could not cultivate 3 inner worlds in his body. Even the legendary extreme supremes, invincible existences in the 3 realms and 6 paths, had not opened up 3 inner worlds in their bodies when they were young. Buzz. Very soon, the mountain and river cauldron floating above Jiyu Fei's head began to vibrate. The primordial chaos chi began to change and some of the ancient patterns on the mountain and river cauldron began to light up. What? Both Elder Juyi and ancient half-saint Join were extremely shocked. An extremely obscure and powerful aura spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. This was a signal of extreme danger. He can actually, ancient half-saint Join's expression was extremely ugly. The mountain and river cauldron seemed to be recovering, but this process was very slow. However, this legendary extreme divine weapon was really recovering. Bam! The stone tower was sent flying. The divine light emitted by this saint weapon dimmed and countless divine patterns of the great path dissipated in the void. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Elder Juyi's mouth. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was gradually recovering. Even though this process was very slow, it was not something that a saint weapon could contend with. Buzz. The divine sword of Tai Yin was also sent flying. The divine sword let out a mournful wail and trembled. Even saint weapons had times when they were afraid. The imprint of the great path in the saint weapon felt threatened. What should we do? At this time, The two ancient half-saints knew that the situation was serious. Once the mountain and river cauldron recovered, even if it was not completely recovered, it could still kill them countless times. Even a wisp of the power of the extreme path could wipe out an area and cause heaven and earth to collapse. Let's go. Elder Ju Yi was the first to retreat. He recalled the stone tower and used it to protect himself. Then, he turned into a ray of divine light and rushed into the distance. At this time, he no longer doubted Ji Yu Fei's ability. This guy named Ji Yu Fei was definitely a super monster. As long as he was given enough time, he could even revive an extreme divine weapon. In particular, ancient half-saint Join. The Dongfang family and Ji Yu Fei were mortal enemies. Ji Yu Fei could actually use an extreme divine weapon. This was definitely a disaster for the Dongfang family. They should not have offended such a person in the first place. However, it was too late now. Everything could not go back to the past. Ancient half-saint Join had no doubt that once the mountain and river cauldron recovered, Ji Yu Fei would definitely be the first to attack him. Buzz! The divine sword of Tai Yin flew back. Ancient half-saint Join and the sword merged, turning into a dazzling sword light that soared into the sky and rushed toward the entrance of the virtual sky world. The change of the mountain and river cauldron directly scared away the two ancient half-saints. Chapter 1682. As a last resort, Ji Yu Fei had to use the power of his three inner worlds to revive the mountain and river cauldron. The price of doing so was very high, and the spiritual aura in his three inner worlds would rapidly decrease. Alice, this would affect the normal operation of his inner worlds. Unless he had no other choice, Ji Yu Fei wouldn't use this method. However, just as Ji Yu Fei mobilized the power of his three inner worlds to gradually revive the mountain and river cauldron, Old Man Zhou and ancient semi-holy Join actually ran away. These two cowardly old guys. Seeing this, Ji Yu Fei couldn't help but curse inwardly. No wonder. Who wanted to stand and wait for death? Once the mountain and river cauldron revived, they would definitely die even if they had holy weapons. No one wanted to throw away their lives. Even ants wanted to live, especially ancient semi-saints like Old Man Zhou and ancient semi-holy Join who had lived for countless years. Such existences would cherish their lives even more. This is outrageous. At this time, Ji Yu Fei found that the speed at which the mountain and river cauldron devoured the spiritual aura of his three inner worlds gradually increased, and a huge amount of spiritual aura entered the mountain and river cauldron. It was as if a sleeping supreme being of the extreme path was gradually waking up, and a wisp of aura of the extreme path that made all living beings tremble began to appear in the virtual sky world. It's really revived. Old Man Zhou, who had already fled into the distance, was extremely shocked. That was the aura of the extreme path. There was no mistaking it. He had felt this kind of aura before. Old Man Zhou didn't dare to stop and directly rushed forward. He wanted to stay far away from the area where Ji Yu Fei was. No one could withstand the attack of a holy tool of the extreme path. Even if a real saint came, the result would be the same. The result wouldn't change. All the living beings in the entire virtual sky world sensed this aura of the extreme path, and even the several forbidden areas in the virtual sky world calmed down. Roar! Ji Yu Fei roared. Endless spiritual essence surged out of his body and entered the ancient cauldron above his head. The sleeping god in the ancient cauldron began to wake up. Those two old guys ran really fast. At this moment, the old man of Ju Yi and the ancient half-saint of Join were nowhere to be found. But now, Ji Yu Fei had awakened a trace of the power of the extreme Tao in the ancient cauldron. The deity within the mountain and river cauldron had not completely awakened, but this was enough. Looks like that's the only way, Ji Yu Fei muttered to himself. He had lost his target, but at this point, he had no choice but to use the mountain and river cauldron to attack. Bam! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated, and a stream of primordial chaos chi turned into a beam of primordial chaos divine light, which shot out from the mountain and river cauldron. It instantly crossed thousands of miles and entered the depths of the desolate battlefield. This was the might of the extreme path. Although it was only a wisp of the extreme path's power, it was enough to destroy any existence below the extreme path. Although the ancient desolate battlefield was terrifying, it was still struck into the deepest part of the ancient desolate battlefield by this extreme divine might. The great destruction had taken place there, and the terrifying fluctuations were sensed by all living creatures in the virtual sky world. What's he doing? The people around didn't know why Jiu Fei attacked the ancient desolate battlefield, especially Old Man Zhou. Jiu Fei's attack just now was definitely enough to blast him into pieces. Buzz. Right at this moment, a deafening sound came from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. Then, a tyrannical and terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. What? This tyrannical aura instantly spread throughout the entire virtual sky world, causing all living creatures to tremble. This was the divine might of the extreme path. The ancient desolate battlefield actually emitted the divine might of the extreme path. How was this possible? Could it be that there was a divine weapon of the extreme path left behind by a supreme of the extreme path in the ancient desolate battlefield? In today's great world, not to mention legendary existences like the supreme of the extreme path, even saints had already become extinct. Logically speaking, powerful saints had long surpassed heaven and earth and were no longer part of the five elements. They could live as long as heaven and earth, so they shouldn't have died. In the distant past era, an unimaginable great change must have taken place, which was why all the saints disappeared. No one knew what terrible thing had happened back then, but some people already vaguely felt that this matter must have something to do with the ancient demons. At this moment, the people near the ancient desolate battlefield could see a huge dragon rushing out from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield and leaping into the sky. This is, an extremely tyrannical aura spread out from the dragon, causing all living beings within a radius of 100,000 kilometers to prostrate themselves on the ground in fear. Even Old Man Zhou had no choice but to protect himself with the stone tower to resist this aura. The others couldn't withstand this kind of aura at all. They all either lay on the ground or knelt on the ground. Even the white-clothed woman who killed Dongfang Wu was trembling all over, almost unable to stand. Swoosh! At this moment, a divine light rushed out from Jiu Fei's body. An equally tyrannical wave spread out from that divine light, shocking the surroundings. The divine light wrapped around half of the broken saber. A dragon's roar seemed to resound between heaven and earth. Then, the half of the broken saber that rushed out from Jiu Fei's body also turned into the shadow of a dragon and rushed towards the huge dragon in the sky. Auras of the same origin. How is this possible? This time, even Old Man Zhou was dumbfounded. How could there be two identical divine weapons of the Great Path in this world? At the exit of the virtual sky world, the ancient half-saint of Nine Yin suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the aura of the Great Path. His face was full of shock. Clang! The two huge dragons collided with each other high up in the sky, creating a metallic clang that resounded throughout the entire virtual sky world. In an instant, the tyrannical aura between heaven and earth became more than 10 times stronger in an instant. Bam! The white-clothed woman finally couldn't bear this pressure and knelt down. Even Old Man Zhou, who was protected by the holy weapon, trembled. The mark of the Great Path in the stone tower seemed to sense danger and actually showed signs of fear. The stone tower trembled gently, like a prey that was being stared at by a ferocious beast. In front of a divine weapon of the Great Path, a holy weapon was like a newborn baby. How could a newborn baby be a match for a middle-aged man? They finally fused. When Jiu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. The fusion of the peerless ominous saber was his purpose for entering the virtual sky world. After the ominous saber and ominous saber fused, they would be perfect. Rumble, the two huge dragons kept entangling in the sky, emitting a terrifying wave that shook the heavens. The aura of the Great Path terrified the hundreds of millions of creatures in the entire virtual sky world. Each of the two halves of the ominous saber had an incomplete deity. At this time, the deity of the peerless ominous saber was fusing. The fusion of deities required a process. At this time, the entire virtual sky world was silent. Even the terrifying existences in the ancient ominous city had settled down, and the several restricted areas were rarely peaceful. Chapter 1683. Two huge dragons soared and danced in the sky. It was a vision formed by two parts of the peerless ominous sabers. They emitted a terrifying aura that could dominate the world and intimidate the world. The two parts of the peerless ominous sabers met, and the incomplete extreme ominous sabers began to reassemble. The incomplete divine power contained in the ominous sabers was fusing, and countless extreme Tao patterns appeared around the two huge dragons. The weather between heaven and earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Terrifying lightning flashed from time to time, tearing the void between heaven and earth. No one dared to approach, they were all extremely shocked. The extreme divine weapon of the Great Path has appeared. Old Man Joey was extremely excited, but he couldn't do anything. Under the supreme divine might of the extreme Great Path, even a real saint had to bow his head. Moreover, Old Man Joey was not a saint. Rumble, it was as if two real ancient dragons were colliding. The whole world was shaking, countless extreme Tao patterns were vanishing, and the two parts of the peerless ominous sabers were connected. However, it was difficult for this extreme divine weapon of the Great Path to recover in a short time. On the ground, an ancient cauldron floated on a mountain peak, blocking all the mighty divine might of the Great Path from the sky. Gu Fei stared at the changes in the sky. The vision produced by the extreme divine weapon of the Great Path was so vast that all the powerful existences in the virtual sky world lost their voices. The terrifying existences in the ominous city also fell completely silent. Groups of ancient corpse soldiers had disappeared, and the terrifying aura of death had completely vanished. The extreme divine might shocked the whole world, and no one dared to come out at this time. Sensing the changes in the ominous city, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel excited. At this time, all the living beings in the virtual sky world were lying on the ground, trembling in fear. No one could stand up at this time, not even Old Man Joey. At the exit of the virtual sky world, ancient semi-saint Joeen found it difficult to move his feet. The extreme Tao's divine might descended from the sky, making him feel as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. He almost couldn't straighten his back. At this time, perhaps only Gu Fei could walk freely in the entire virtual sky world. Let's go in and have a look. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain peak. With the mountain and river cauldron on his head, he walked down the mountain. At this time, it was difficult for him to fly in the air. However, Gu Fei's physique was incomparably strong. Even though his martial Tao true force was suppressed, his martial body was still as strong as ever. With a single step, his entire being transformed into an afterimage, appearing in the distance. Very quickly, he arrived near the Millennium Ominous City. However, this ominous city was floating in the air. It was difficult for him to fly, so it would be difficult to enter the ominous city. The ground within 1,000 miles of the ancient ominous city had sunk so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Gu Fei came to the side of this huge pit and couldn't help but frown. The place where he was standing was definitely more than 400 miles away from the eternal ominous city, if not 500 miles. Such a distance, of course, was not difficult for him under normal circumstances. But now, the extreme Tao's divine might was vast and mighty in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, intimidating all directions. No one could fly in the sky under this kind of divine might. Even if Gu Fei had the cauldron of mountain and river, it was no exception. Jumping 500 miles, with Gu Fei's current cultivation and capabilities, he could do it. But the problem was that he couldn't do it now. He could only rely on the power of his martial body. Even though the martial body was powerful, jumping 500 miles in one go, Gu Fei really wasn't confident. He looked around and saw a huge rock not far from him. It was a rock with a diameter of a few meters. He had an idea and walked over. The rock that was close to 5,000 pounds was lifted up by Gu Fei with one hand. He walked to the edge of the crater and smashed the boulder with one hand. Then, his body sank and he stomped on the ground with both feet. Bang! The ground beneath Gu Fei's feet caved in. His entire being shot up into the sky and leaped a few hundred miles, catching up to the rock that he threw earlier. He stepped on the rock and his divine body once again soared into the sky. Like a giant bird, he flew across hundreds of miles and landed in the ancient city. Buzz! The moment he entered the ancient city, the mountain and river cauldron floating above Jiu Fei's head suddenly let out a buzzing sound, which made Jiu Fei feel a little uneasy. The street was quiet and there wasn't even a shadow. The ancient corpse soldiers that appeared before were nowhere to be seen. A skull was rolling on the ground. Seeing this, Jiu Fei couldn't help but be cautious. This was an ancient city that even a fully awakened saint weapon couldn't break. Nobody knew what terrifying existences were in the depths of this city. Occasionally, there would be flashes of light from treasures in the city. There must be treasures in this ancient city. This wasn't the first time Jiu Fei had entered this ancient city. The last time he came here, he obtained the mountain and river cauldron. The appearance of the mountain and river cauldron changed his life. He was looking forward to seeing what other treasures there were in this ancient city. As soon as he entered the ancient city, Jiu Fei immediately sensed that the extreme divine might descending from the sky had weakened significantly, allowing him to feel a lot more relaxed. Bang! Jiu Fei tried to throw a punch. A layer of earth chi rushed out from his fist, causing the void to tremble. I can use true power of the martial way. Jiu Fei was surprised and happy. In this ancient city, there were dangers everywhere. If he could recover his strength, he would have more capital to protect his life. Even under the intimidation of the extreme Dao's aura, there was still a sinister and terrifying aura coming from the depths of this ancient city. This place was really not ordinary. Inside the extreme Dao divine city, there was a terrifying force. Shua. Jiu Fei flipped his right hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. This was the divine sword that he had refined himself, the 9 Heaven Stars sword. This divine sword had been refined by him using a special method, and the water chestnut had been polished off. The divine sword became simple and unadorned. The 9 ancient words that were imprinted on the sword body had Dao rhymes circling around it. As a martial artist, there was no need to refine a divine weapon. One must know that a martial artist's martial body was already the best divine weapon for a martial artist. A martial body of great success could directly clash with a divine weapon that was refined by a peak great saint and could shatter an ordinary divine weapon. The indestructible martial body was even more powerful. The strength of his physique had reached the level of being indestructible. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter a peak great saint's divine weapon. Even a quasi-supreme divine weapon would not be able to harm the indestructible martial body in the slightest. With such a powerful martial body, why would he need a divine weapon? However, the path that Jiu Fei had taken was different from ordinary martial artists. He had accidentally obtained a primordial spirit and could cultivate both immortal and martial arts. However, he still focused on the martial way and the immortal way as a supplement. Since he had an immortal divine material, it would be a pity if he did not refine an immortal divine weapon. Just as Jiu Fei was walking towards the depths of the ancient city, a sigh suddenly came from a corner of the ancient city without any warning. Chapter 1684. There was no sound in the ancient city, as if even the air was still. In the dark corners of the city, skeletons could be seen scattered on the ground. Countless ancient corpse soldiers were nowhere to be seen, as if they had never appeared. This ancient city seemed to be deserted, like an empty city. However, Jiu Fei knew that this ancient city was definitely not empty. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron floated above Jiu Fei's head, gently vibrating. Jiu Fei was not in a hurry. He carefully walked on the street with the 9th Heaven Star's sword in his hand. Above the sky, the aura of the extreme path was vast and mighty. The peerless ominous saber was still evolving. The divinity inside the saber was fusing and the extreme path Dao patterns were lingering. In the end, countless extreme path Dao patterns formed a huge cocoon, wrapping the 2 halves of the peerless ominous saber inside. The peerless ominous saber was metamorphosing, about to break out of the cocoon and be reborn. Countless extreme path Dao patterns intertwined. A wave of extreme path power that could make even the heavens tremble was being nurtured inside. The domineering aura spread in all directions. The entire virtual sky world was silent. All creatures were trembling. This wave of extreme path divine power even spread from the spatial passage to the outside world. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the 100,000 mountains, as if a terrifying existence was alarmed by this wave of extreme path divine power. Although it was only a wisp of aura, it made the 100,000 mountains boil. What's going on? Is there a divine weapon of extreme path? All the cultivators sensed a supreme and sacred aura coming from the 100,000 mountains, and all of them were shocked to the extreme. The birth of a divine weapon of extreme path was a big event. At this time, the Jew clan of the remote antiquity had already sealed the spatial passage to the virtual sky world. People outside could enter and people inside could come out at any time. With the appearance of the aura, the other cultivators from the southern wilderness who couldn't find the exact location finally sensed the exact location of the virtual sky world's entrance. Boom! The void shook. A ball of fire wrapped around a mountain-sized divine phoenix swept across the sky. The terrifying heat descended from the sky, causing all the plants in the vicinity to wither rapidly. Roar! From another direction, a dragon roar could be heard. A huge dragon soared through the clouds and flew towards the broken sky valley at high speed. A terrifying draconic aura could be felt in the surroundings. The experts of the southern wasteland 100 races had arrived. The arrival of these peerless experts increased the pressure on the Jew clan. These people were all existences that had lived for countless years. Their cultivation was so strong that it could cause others to feel despair. The 100 races of the southern wasteland were a powerful force that could contend against the ancient Desolate Era's forces. The depth of their foundation was probably something that no ancient Desolate Era's forces could compare to. After all, the 4 great ancient clans of the southern wasteland were all inheritances of extreme divine beasts. If the 4 great ancient clans were to join forces, it would be sufficient to sweep through the entire mortal dimension. A great war inevitably broke out. The Jew clan of the remote antiquity wouldn't let people from other forces enter the virtual sky world so easily. Rumble! In the sky above the sky-splitting valley, flames covered the entire sky. The divine phoenix was fighting with a middle-aged daoist, causing the void to shatter and collapse. It was incomparably terrifying. Meanwhile, in another direction, a great battle erupted as well. A great dragon tore apart an immortal Tao Supreme Being. The scene was incomparably bloody. After searching for hundreds of years, the entrance to the virtual sky world is actually here. On the peak of a mountain thousands of miles away from the sky-splitting valley, a blood-haired youth muttered to himself. Not only did he have long blood-red hair, but even his pupils were also blood-red. Devil Monarch of 6 paths, you actually dared to come here. All of a sudden, a divine light rushed over from afar and landed on a mountain opposite the blood-haired youth. Cold words echoed in the mountains. The person who came was a middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe. He wasn't some human emperor. His demonic aura soared into the sky, and the shadow of a dragon could be faintly seen on his body. This was a terrifying great demon that could transform into a human. An imperial aura emanated from the middle-aged man's body. Demon Lord Huanglong. After seeing the middle-aged man, the blood-haired youth's blood-red pupils couldn't help but contract. This person was actually his old enemy. For hundreds of years, the demon had fought countless times, but the 2 great experts couldn't really kill each other. Although there were victories and defeats, they couldn't truly decide life and death. I'm afraid this is the end of your reign as the demon lord of the human realm. Devil Monarch of 6 paths sneered. The return of the demon lord of the wilderness was a huge blow to demon lord Huanglong. After all, the demon lord of the wilderness was a demonic quasi-saint. What's the point of having an empty reputation? Power is the most important thing, said demon lord Huanglong. The 2 great experts didn't say much. Demon Monarch of 6 paths stretched out his hand, and a monstrous amount of demonic chi rushed out of his hand. The demonic chi condensed into a giant hand, which grabbed at the demon lord Yellow Dragon. A powerful demonic aura spread out. Azure Dragon strikes the sky. Demon Lord Huanglong immediately used a killing move. A huge shadow of a dragon rushed out from his body and collided with Demon Monarch of 6 paths' demonic hand. The force of this collision caused the whole world to move, as if the whole world was going to suppress Demon Monarch of 6 paths. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The shadow of the dragon and the huge hand collided. Demon Monarch of Six Paths' huge hand was instantly destroyed. Demon Lord Huanglong's attack had caused the whole world to move. The shadow of the dragon rushed towards Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Its powerful force caused the whole world to tremble. Good. Demon Monarch of Six Paths shouted. He soared into the sky and dodged the dragon. Then, he attacked Demon Lord Huanglong. A blood-red light rushed out from his body and slashed at Demon Lord Huanglong. Bang! With a muffled sound, Demon Lord Huanglong's dragon collided with Demon Monarch of Six Paths' blood-red demonic light. The dragon dissipated, and the blood-red demonic light also collapsed in the void. Demon Lord Huanglong rushed forward and started a life-and-death battle with Demon Monarch of Six Paths. While the experts were fighting in the innumerable huge mountains, inside the virtual sky world, in the ancient ominous city, Ji Yufei was also in danger. Just when Ji Yufei was about to reach the center of the ancient city, the window of a building next to the street suddenly flew out with a bang. A terrifying figure appeared in the window, and a gloomy aura spread out from the window. Ji Yufei was shocked. The evil people in the city finally couldn't hold back anymore. Whoosh! A black figure jumped out of the window and directly pounced on Ji Yufei, who was on the street. A rotten smell assaulted Ji Yufei's nostrils. Ji Yufei almost vomited. The smell was too unpleasant. Chapter 1685. When Ji Yufei approached the center of the ancient city, the evil in the city finally appeared. A black shadow rushed out from a window on the side of the street. A putrid stench that made people want to puke immediately filled the air. When Ji Yufei saw this evil creature, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. This was a rotten corpse. To be precise, it was a rotten corpse that could attack people. Bang! Ji Yufei directly punched out, and the rotten corpse that was surrounded by a rancid smell was immediately smashed into more than a dozen pieces by his fist force, exploding in the air. The stinking black blood splattered in all directions. The mountain and river cauldron above Ji Yufei's head vibrated, blocking all the black blood outside. It couldn't get close to him at all. Drops of black blood dripped onto the ground, and black gas rose from the ground. The rotten blood of the rotten corpse actually had a terrifying corrosive power, and countless black spots appeared on the ground. When Ji Yufei saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. After dealing with this rotten corpse, he continued forward. With the mountain and river cauldron protecting him, he could go anywhere. He had no scruples. Even if he encountered a terrifying existence in the city, he could escape unscathed. At this time, in the sky above, the extreme ominous saber reassembled and displayed all kinds of strange phenomena. Around the giant cocoon that was formed by countless extreme Tao patterns, faint and illusory scenes constantly appeared. Someone noticed these strange phenomena. In the blurry images, there seemed to be a figure holding a large saber and fighting with some unknown creatures. Rumble, the world shook, and many figures appeared around the extreme Tao cocoon. The figure holding the large saber was fighting with a demonic figure, and there was a mighty extreme Tao aura. Suddenly, the scenes changed, and a blood-red land appeared. A figure holding a large saber stood in the middle of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and in his left hand was the head of a great demon. Is this the reappearance of what the extreme Tao divine saber and its master experienced? 10,000 miles away, under the protection of the stone pagoda, Zhouyi old man saw this scene with his divine eyes. He was shocked to the extreme. The peerless ominous saber had a great origin. This ominous saber was most likely an extreme ominous saber refined by that legendary person. Within the giant cocoon formed by the interweaving Tao patterns of the extreme path, there seemed to be a life being nurtured, a life of the extreme path. The aura of the extreme path gradually became stronger. The billions of creatures in the virtual sky world all trembled in fear. Even though this sort of extreme godly might was strong, it could only intimidate all living beings in the world. One must know that the peerless ominous saber had reformed itself in the sky. As long as he didn't get close to the peerless ominous saber, he wouldn't be in any danger. But even so, all the creatures in the virtual sky world were kneeling on the ground, trembling all over as they kowtowed to the huge cocoon in the sky. The appearance of the fluctuation of the extreme path also affected the outside world. The spatial passage connecting the virtual sky world and the outside world became unstable. At this time, Sky-Splitting Valley was already empty. Not a single person could be seen. The supreme aura of the Great Path seeped out from the spatial passage. No one dared to approach it. Even those who were 10,000 miles away could feel the boundless pressure. The battle in the 100,000 mountains continued. A great ancestor of the Vermilion Bird clan came out of seclusion and fought with a peerless figure from the Dew clan of the ancients. A supreme elder of the Azure Dragon clan came out of seclusion. The aura of a true dragon filled the world. This old dragon was fighting with an elder of the Dongfang clan. The appearance of the divine weapon of the extreme path made everyone's eyes red. It was a supreme divine weapon that could make all the cultivators in the world of cultivation go crazy. The most intense battle was the one between Demon Monarch of Six Paths and Demon Lord Huanglong. Azure Dragon Strikes the Sky. Demon Lord Huanglong displayed the secret technique of the Dragon Clan. He turned into an Azure Dragon and borrowed the momentum of the whole world to launch a powerful attack on Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Under this attack, the entire void was annihilated. This attack sent Demon Monarch of Six Paths into the chaos. Buzz. Blood-colored demonic light rushed out of the chaos. Demon Monarch of Six Paths used the demonic saber in his hand to break through the chaos and rushed out. His whole body was surging with demonic aura. Celestial demon slaughtering saint. Demon Monarch of Six Paths roared. The blood-colored demonic saber in his hand shot out billions of demonic lights. The whole world was illuminated by the blood-colored demonic light. Whoosh! The blade light of the celestial demon slaughtering saint rushed out from the celestial demon saber. An extremely terrifying and powerful demonic energy suddenly burst out. Demonic runes could be vaguely seen in the blood-colored saber light. Demon Lord Huanglong knew how powerful it was. He soared into the sky and dodged the attack. The celestial demon blood saber was Demon Monarch of Six Paths' trump card. He would never use it unless he had no other choice. Demon Monarch of Six Paths was going to risk his life. Was he really going to fight to the death with Demon Lord Huanglong here and now? Large areas of the mountains were crushed by the power of the two experts. This was the power of a peak expert. The aura of a peak expert could shock the whole area. In the past 100 years, people like Demon Lord Huanglong and Demon Monarch of Six Paths' cultivation levels had improved by leaps and bounds. They were no worse than some heaven-defying monsters. The arrival of the Great Era in the human world caused the emergence of countless experts in the cultivation world in just 100 years. Some people said that this was a great era where people could become saints, and there were even supreme beings. The growing prosperity of the cultivation world was the best proof. Demon Lord Huanglong and Demon Monarch of Six Paths were only one step away from becoming half-saints. In the end, the two experts fought their way into the depths of the innumerable mountains. No one knew the result of the battle because everyone's attention was attracted by the virtual sky world. At this time, in the virtual sky world, in the ominous city of eternity, Jiyu Fei was fighting against the evil in the city. Roar! A 3-meter-tall golden divine ape rushed out from the depths of the ancient city, roaring as it pounced towards Jiyu Fei. The divine ape's entire body shone with a dazzling golden light, as if it was made of pure gold. Golden spiritual ape. When Jiyu Fei saw this divine ape, he couldn't help but be shocked. He moved his feet and instantly retreated hundreds of meters away. He saw a small hole between the divine ape's eyebrows. Golden divine blood was flowing out of the small hole, and the blood seemed to have not dried yet. There's no fluctuation of life. It's a corpse. Jiyu Fei was incomparably shocked. A golden spirit ape had died here. It seemed to have been killed by a finger. The small hole on its forehead should have been the result of someone piercing through the golden spirit ape's Niwen palace. The golden spiritual ape was extremely ferocious, and its movements were also very fast. When it moved, it was like a golden bolt of lightning that swept across the void in an instant. However, the eyes of this golden spiritual ape were grey and lifeless. Bang! Jiyu Fei punched, wanting to smash the golden spiritual ape into pieces. Unexpectedly, his punch landed on the golden spiritual ape's body, but it couldn't hurt it at all. Ji Yufei's ferocious fist force only sent the golden spirit ape flying. The golden spirit ape once again pounced on him, still as fierce as ever. The golden spiritual ape bloodline was sparse. The golden spiritual ape clan in the human realm had long been extinct. Only the branch in the heaven realm stubbornly survived. Could this golden spiritual ape be Yuan Hong's ancestor? Ji Yufei thought of Yuan Hong in the heaven realm. He didn't know how Yuan Hong was now. There was an ambitious Eastern Emperor Xian in the eastern land of the heaven realm. Emperor Xian of the eastern land had a great enmity with Ji Yufei for killing his son and was also a great enemy of the golden spiritual ape bloodline. Because two tigers couldn't live on the same mountain, there could only be one ruler in the eastern land of the heaven realm. Could it be that the golden spiritual ape of the human realm had fallen here? Ji Yufei couldn't help but be shocked. One had to know that this golden spiritual ape had directly blocked his punch with its body and was unharmed. Such a physique was probably comparable to the indestructible martial body. Roar! The golden spiritual ape roared wildly. It was once again sent flying by Ji Yufei, but just like before, Ji Yufei's attack couldn't do anything to this divine ape. Even though it had fallen, it still had a strong body. It was controlled by the evil in the ancient city and became a terrifying evil corpse, guarding this ancient city. I'm sorry. Ji Yufei put away the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand and took out the purple gold divine sword. This was an extreme sword weapon. Even though it couldn't display its extreme divine power, there weren't many things in the world that could block the purple gold divine sword. The golden spiritual ape rushed over again. Its body was full of golden essence. Even though it had died countless years ago, the essence of this golden spiritual ape had not been lost. It had to be said that this physical body was really powerful. It was hard to imagine how high this golden spiritual ape's cultivation had reached when it was alive. Swoosh! A sword shadow flashed in an instant. Ji Yufei and the golden spiritual ape passed by each other. Then, the golden spiritual ape stopped moving and stood there motionlessly. There was silence all around. Ji Yufei and the golden spiritual ape just stood there. Whoosh! A breeze blew and a line of golden blood seeped out of the golden spiritual ape's neck. Then, the golden spiritual ape's head fell and rolled to the side of the street. Bang! The golden spiritual ape's body fell and the ground shook. Even the golden spiritual ape's powerful physical body couldn't withstand the purple gold divine sword's blade. The murderous aura on the purple gold divine sword directly destroyed the divine sense in the golden spiritual ape's body. After Ji Yufei killed the golden spiritual ape, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded on the street in front of him. It wasn't the footsteps of a single person. The footsteps got closer and closer. Soon, Ji Yufei saw a team of ancient corpse soldiers walking towards him. There were more than a dozen ancient corpse soldiers in this team, and each of them had experienced hundreds of battles. Swoosh! Before the ancient corpse soldiers came close, they had already attacked Ji Yufei. The ancient corpse soldiers raised the bronze spears in their hands and pierced towards Ji Yufei. Bang! More than a dozen divine lights gathered together and erupted with a shocking power. Even Ji Yufei couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he faced such an attack. He was shaken back a few steps. This was something that had never happened before. He was protected by the mountain and river cauldron. How was this possible? He couldn't believe it, but it really happened. Chapter 1686. More than a dozen lifeless ancient corpse soldiers attacked at the same time, displaying incredible combat power. Divine runes of the Great Path could be faintly seen on the bronze spears. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy footsteps rang out. A small group of ancient corpse soldiers marched in an orderly manner towards Ji Yufei. A powerful aura of death assaulted his senses. These ancient corpse soldiers had fallen for countless years, but each of them was like an unfalling ancient monument, advancing forward with incomparable terror. What kind of power made these ancient corpse soldiers immortal? Ji Yufei was shocked. This ancient city was absolutely hiding a huge secret. There were immortal ancient corpse soldiers guarding it, and countless powerful existences had turned into evil creatures. Could it be that all the experts who had fallen in the ancient city had turned into evil creatures? Roar! Ji Fei roared, then took a step forward and punched with all his might. A dazzling golden light rushed out from his fist. This was the Qi aura formed by the martial true power. He punched out the strongest metal element fist, but such a powerful punch could not shake the void of the ancient city. The entire ancient city was extremely stable. Swish! More than a dozen ancient corpse soldiers attacked again. The bronze spears emitted the light of death, more powerful and terrifying than before. It seemed to have triggered the evil power in the ancient city. Boom! Two powerful forces collided together, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. The void shook, but it soon calmed down. What? Ji Fei sensed that the ancient city was actually devouring his power. The martial power that he had punched out was absorbed by the ancient city and integrated into it. How could he continue fighting? These ancient corpse soldiers were getting stronger and stronger, while his own power was constantly being consumed. The final result seemed to have been decided. The violent power caused Ji Fei to involuntarily take a dozen steps back. And those ancient corpse soldiers were also blocked by Ji Fei's punch. More than a dozen ancient corpse soldiers were shaken by Ji Fei's punch, but soon, they regained their balance. Shua! Ji Fei had no choice but to use the purple gold divine sword. Only the purple gold divine sword could destroy the evil power in the ancient city. Just now, the golden spirit ape had been slain by his sword and had not stood up again. The killing intent on the extreme Dao divine weapon was too strong and terrifying. It could destroy the connection between the evil power of the ancient city and the evil in the city. The tip of the sword sliced through the air, and Ji Fei pounced forward, waving the purple gold divine sword in his hand. Clang! The bronze battle spears thrust out by the ancient corpse soldiers were all broken. Even though these battle spears were imprinted with divine patterns of the Great Path, they were nothing in front of the purple gold divine sword. The power of the extreme Dao could destroy everything. Sword lights flashed again and again. One ancient corpse soldier after another was cut down by Ji Fei. He didn't need to display his extreme divine power. Just the murderous aura exuded from the purple gold divine sword was enough to deal with these ancient corpse soldiers. All the ancient corpse soldiers that were cut by the purple gold divine sword fell to the ground. Even those that were grazed by the purple gold divine sword were not spared. The ancient corpse soldiers turned into dust and dissipated into the void. These ancient corpse soldiers had fallen for countless years. The reason why they were immortal was that they were controlled by the evil power in the ancient city. The murderous aura on the purple gold divine sword could destroy this evil power. Without the support of the evil power in the ancient city, these ancient corpse soldiers quickly decayed and turned into dust. Even the bronze battle spears were turned into dust. After killing these ancient corpse soldiers, Ji Fei didn't stop. He directly used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. With the purple gold divine sword in hand, he attacked the depths of the ancient city. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar sounded from the depths of the ancient city. The entire ancient city shook as if a terrifying existence had been provoked. Bang! From the houses on both sides of the ancient city streets, evil spirits constantly broke through the windows and rushed out, pouncing at Ji Fei. Every evil spirit was extremely powerful. A powerful aura of death began to awaken in the ancient city. The evil power that was originally silent was gradually getting stronger. If it wasn't for the deterrence of the extreme divine might descending from the sky, the evil power in the ancient city would have already exploded. Even with the protection of the extreme divine weapon, Ji Fei had to be careful. If he was trapped in the ancient city, it would be bad. Just as Ji Fei was killing his way into the depths of the ancient city, the battle outside the sky-splitting valley was still going on. However, with the arrival of the powerful figures from the other superforces, even the experts from the Zhu clan and the Dongfang clan were having a hard time fighting against them. The people from the Zhu clan were gradually losing ground and were in danger of being ganged up on. Boom! Just as the battle was in a stalemate, a loud sound came from afar. In the distant sky, a giant tiger rushed down from the clouds, directly shattering dozens of mountains on the ground below. Everyone was startled by this scene. An extremely violent aura spread out from the white tiger's body, intimidating everyone. "The people from the White Tiger clan are finally here," someone exclaimed. Out of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland, 3 of them had already arrived. Only one of the 4 ancient clans, the Black Tortoise clan, had yet to show up. The white tiger on the horizon let out a furious roar and leaped into the air. With just a fierce pounce, it instantly crossed the distance of the void and came close to them. With the arrival of the White Tiger clan, the Ju clan and the Dongfang clan finally could not hold on any longer and were gradually suppressed. Roar. The roar of the tiger shook the sky. The white tiger that was as huge as a mountain was surrounded by the supreme Tao patterns of the White Tiger clan. It was a terrifying existence. To think that it's the old ancestor of the Black Tiger clan. Someone recognized the origin of the white tiger. It was a war tiger of the White Tiger clan. Some people thought that this ancient relic had already fallen in the Dark Ages, but to think that it would appear again in the current era. This war tiger was an expert from the end of the ancient era. It was originally a tiger saint, but for some unknown reason, the cultivation of this invincible tiger saint had fallen from the saint realm. Even though he was no longer the tiger saint, no one dared to look down on this old relic. The black tiger ancestor, who had revealed his true form, let out a roar. He opened his mouth and sucked in a breath towards the dozen experts from the Ju clan of the desolate antiquity. A heaven-devouring power surged out from the tiger's mouth and directly swept the dozen experts into the tiger's mouth. They were all swallowed into the tiger's stomach with boundless ferocity. What? Everyone felt their scalps go numb at this scene. This tiger was too cruel. Those were the people from the Ju clan. The Ju clan would definitely not let this go just like that. This was definitely a big deal. Once the Ju clan was angered, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially for an ancient power like the Ju clan that had once produced an invincible emperor. Chapter 1687. His Too Cruel. The black tiger ancestor from the White Tiger clan actually swallowed a dozen strong cultivators from the Ju clan of the desolate antiquity. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked to the extreme. At this point in the battle, no one really dared to slaughter the Ju clan's descendants, but the black tiger ancestor dared to. He pierced the heavens. Someone's voice trembled. The dozen Ju clan's descendants were not ordinary people. They were outstanding descendants chosen by the Ju clan to enter the virtual sky world to gain experience. However, these people were very unlucky. Before they could enter the virtual sky world, they were swallowed by Black Tiger clan's White Tiger clan's Black Tiger old ancestor and became his food. "Black Tiger, you!" a loud shout rang out. The eyes of the middle-aged Daoist who was fighting with the cultivator from the Vermilion bird race turned red. He abandoned the cultivator from the Vermilion bird race and charged towards the white tiger that was as large as a mountain. His killing intent soared into the sky. At this time, the Vermilion bird cultivator didn't stop him. The black tiger ancestor had really passed this time. Killing a dozen of the Ju clan's outstanding descendants in one go was really a heaven-piercing feat. The Ju clan wouldn't let this go so easily. Everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. "Go ask the ancestor to use the ancestral imperial weapon," someone shouted. The Ju clan had been operating near the sky-splitting valley for many years. There were many transportation formations nearby that could directly connect to the Ju clan's ancestral land. Everyone's expression changed. The Ju clan was going to be ruthless and use the ancestral imperial weapon. After all, it was a Renhuang divine weapon. "Haha, do you want to use it? Bring it on." The tiger's body was surrounded by countless runes of the Great Path. It spoke in the human language and its tone was full of arrogance. It actually dared to challenge the Renhuang divine weapon. "I'll kill you first." The middle-aged Daoist had already charged over at this time. He raised his hand and shot out 10 beams of immortal Tao divine light. These were not ordinary immortal Tao divine light. Within each beam of immortal Tao divine light, there were great Tao divine patterns faintly visible. This attack used the Great Path nomological laws cultivated by the middle-aged Daoist. The middle-aged Daoist was going to fight with his life on the line. This tiger had killed dozens of the most outstanding disciples of their families. Behind those disciples were all influential figures of the Jew clan. If these people died, the middle-aged Daoist wouldn't be able to answer for it. This responsibility was too great. Buzz. The void trembled. 10 streaks of immortal Tao divine light were like 10 heavenly swords, tearing apart the void, piercing through heaven and earth, hacking towards that white tiger. Roar. The white tiger that was as huge as a mountain merely roared at the divine light of the immortal Tao. A ripple visible to the naked eye immediately rushed out. The 10 streaks of divine light shook in unison, and then they actually shattered in the void. Bang! An invisible force sent the middle-aged Daoist who was charging over flying. After that, his entire body crumbled and turned into a mist of blood. What? That was a peak expert who was only half a step away from becoming a half-step sage, but he died just like that. Everyone who saw this felt a little surreal. To think that old ancestor mystic tiger's cultivation base and strength would be so strong that he could instantly kill peak experts. That middle-aged Daoist was incomparably strong. Earlier on, he had even fought against an old ancestor of the vermilion bird race. His battle prowess was something that everyone could see for themselves. And yet, someone as strong as him was roared to death by that white tiger. Could it be that mystic tiger, that old fogey, has actually taken that step? High up in the skies, a godly flame floated there like a sun, emitting a fiery glow. This was the old fogey of the vermilion bird race that had fought against the middle-aged Daoist earlier on. At this moment, a gigantic dragon silhouette stopped in the skies as well. This was not a true dragon, but a phenomenon born from the aura of a human. It was an old man dressed in green robes, extremely powerful. He came from one of the 4 ancient races of the southern wasteland, the Azure Dragon race. Reckless fool. A tyrannical voice rang out as the white tiger transformed. A tall old man with white hair and a beard appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, old ancestor mystic tiger took on human form. Boom. At this moment, the space near the sky-splitting valley suddenly collapsed. A 5-colored divine light broke through the void and appeared between heaven and earth. It was a spatial passageway formed from the power of the 5 elements. A terrifying aura rushed out from the spatial passageway, causing everyone's soul to tremble. This was a vast and boundless fluctuation, as if a supreme being was awakening. What? The Zhu clan of the ancient antiquity is really using the Renhuang divine weapon? Everyone was shocked. Some people retreated at the first moment. What a joke! The Zhu clan of the ancient antiquity was really going all out this time. Old ancestor mystic tiger had gone too far. More than 10 outstanding disciples were originally the hope of the Zhu clan of the ancient antiquity. If they didn't die, these people would become a powerful force that could support the Zhu clan of the ancient antiquity. Old fart mystic tiger, hand over your life. An ancient voice rang out from within the 5-colored spatial passageway. An old man walked out from the spatial passageway. This old man was wearing an ancient armor. A Renhuang aura that made all living beings tremble spread out from the old man's armor. This aura wasn't strong, but it shook people's hearts as if they were facing an invincible Renhuang. They almost wanted to kneel down and worship him. Ancient patterns of Tao were imprinted on the armor. In addition to the patterns, it was also covered with cuts from swords, spears, and halberds. The Renhuang divine armor. After seeing the old man's armor, old ancestor mystic tiger couldn't help but be moved even though he was extremely ferocious. He never expected the Zhu clan of the ancient antiquity to be able to use the Renhuang divine weapon in such a short time. This kind of Renhuang divine weapon, which was second only to, or even equal to, a divine weapon of the extreme path, wasn't easy to use. This was also the reason why old ancestor mystic tiger dared to act so forcefully. By the time the Zhu clan of the ancient antiquity invited the Renhuang divine weapon, the matter here would probably be over. However, old ancestor mystic tiger was wrong. In order to enter the virtual sky world, the Zhu clan of the ancient antiquity had been planning for nearly 100 years. The Zhu clan of the ancient antiquity had already prepared the Renhuang divine weapon. The god inside the Renhuang divine weapon was in a half-asleep state. When the old man from the Zhu clan of the ancient antiquity walked out, Some people in the vicinity immediately retreated. Even the old antiques from the Vermilion Bird clan and the Azure Dragon clan retreated. I didn't expect you to still be alive. When old ancestor Mystic Tiger saw the old man, his eyes immediately lit up. He recognized this person. His condition was the same as his own, both of them had fallen from the saint level. However, old ancestor Mystic Tiger seemed to have taken that step again. Chapter 1688. Great ancestor Xuanhu killed more than a dozen outstanding children of the Zhu family. The Zhu family was furious and didn't hesitate to use the ultimate power of the family to deal with great ancestor Xuanhu. With the appearance of a great ancestor of the Zhu family, the whole world seemed to collapse. The aura of Ren Huang filled the air, shocking the heavens. Zhu Huang, I can't believe you're still alive. Great ancestor Xuanhu recognized the old man. He was a genius of the Zhu family. In the distant past, this old man almost became a Ren Huang. The Zhu family almost had a second Ren Huang, but unfortunately, old man Zhu Huang failed to reach the Ren Huang realm and almost died. He disappeared from then on. Unexpectedly, old man Zhu Huang didn't die and his cultivation recovered to the semi-saint realm. He was definitely one of the most powerful people in the Zhu family. Xuanhu, your time has come. Wearing Ren Huang armor, old man Zhu Huang walked toward great ancestor Xuanhu step by step. Even the divine might from the virtual sky world couldn't affect him. Ancient Ren Huang, to some extent, were already strong cultivators of the extreme path. They could ignore the pressure of supreme masters. Wearing Ren Huang armor, old man Zhu Huang's body surged with power. The patterns on the ancient armor began to awaken. The half-asleep Ren Huang armors will began to awaken. Roar! Great ancestor Xuanhu roared. He didn't say anything and directly attacked. His hands turned into tiger claws and grabbed at old man Zhu Huang. Violent power erupted. Old man Zhu Huang was attacking with all his strength. He couldn't let old man Zhu Huang awaken the Ren Huang armor's will. Otherwise, he would die without a burial. If the Ren Huang divine weapon was completely awakened, even a true saint wouldn't be able to withstand a blow from it. Rumble, the void of heaven and earth was shattered by the claws. Mountains collapsed one after another. The energy ripples coming from the two tiger claws were too strong. The tiger stripes of the white tiger clan shone brightly. At this moment, everyone retreated far away. What a joke! The Zhu clan of the remote antiquity was serious. Who could contend against a Ren Huang divine weapon? Old man Zhu Huang was still calm in the face of great ancestor Xuanhu's powerful attack. He stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Bang! The two tiger claws that were about to grab elder Zhu Huang immediately collapsed. In front of the Ren Huang armor, this kind of attack from the Xuanhu great ancestor seemed to be nothing. What? The black tiger great ancestor was taken aback. He never expected that the Ren Huang armor could already display such combat strength before it was fully awakened. At this time, the other experts who were fighting had already stopped. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they saw this. The Ren Huang armor of the Zhu clan of the ancients truly lived up to its name. After all, it was a supreme imperial weapon refined by the Ren Huang of the ancients. Although Black Tiger Old Ancestor was domineering, it did not mean that he did not fear death. Shua! Old Ancestor Black Tiger decisively turned around and fled. If he didn't flee now, then there was no need to flee anymore. He could just wait here for his old rival to kill him. So what if you have become a quasi-sage? Even if a sage comes, he will still die. Elder Zhu Huang roared angrily. He took a step forward, and the divine light of the great path surged beneath his feet. He traversed the void in an instant and appeared behind the Xuanhu Great Elder. He then slammed a palm at the Xuanhu Great Elder. Bang! Without any suspense, a muffled sound was heard and the Xuanhu Great Elder was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The Ren Huang armor was unimaginably powerful. The aura from Elder Zhu Huang made all living beings tremble and the sky and earth lost their colors. With just one slap, he almost killed the ferocious Xuanhu Great Elder on the spot. This kind of power was not Elder Zhu Huang's own power. As one of the four ancient clans of the southern wasteland, the White Tiger clan had an extremely deep foundation. They were not much weaker than the Zhu clan of the ancients. Zhu Huang, how dare you? The Xuanhu Great Elder was shocked. The power of the Renhuang divine weapon made a new quasi-sage like him shudder. Even a quasi-sage would not be able to fight back at all. The Renhuang divine weapon had been awakened, and it could really kill a sage. Bang! Elder Zhu Huang struck again. This time, the physical body of the Xuanhu Great Elder was smashed into pieces. A cloud of blood exploded in the air. That was the blood of a quasi-sage. However, very quickly, the blood mist gathered together again. The broken pieces of the physical body flew back and the broken pieces of flesh quickly reassembled. In just a few breaths, the Xuanhu Great Elder had recovered. It was extremely difficult to kill an existence of this level unless one used a special method. However, the Black Tiger Old Ancestor's aura had weakened by more than half. Although the Xuanhu Great Elder was not killed by Elder Zhu Huang, he was still severely injured. After his physical body was reassembled, the first thing the Xuanhu Great Elder did was to escape. In front of the Renhuang divine weapon, even a quasi-sage like him was as weak as an ant. I'm still lacking a little. Elder Zhu Huang sighed. At this moment, the deity's will in the Renhuang armor had not fully awakened. Otherwise, the two attacks just now would have killed the Xuanhu Great Elder countless times over. He took a step forward and caught up to the Xuanhu Great Elder. He slapped out again. At this moment, the deity's will in the Renhuang armor recovered a little more. A surge of Renhuang power gathered on Elder Zhu Huang's right hand and rushed out from his hand. No one stopped it. Everyone knew that the Xuanhu Great Elder had gone too far this time, causing the Zhu clan of the ancients to retaliate. Even the experts of the Vermilion Bird clan and the Azure Dragon clan did not stand out. There was no suspense in what happened next. The physical body of the Xuanhu Great Elder was continuously smashed into pieces and then reassembled. The power of the Xuanhu Great Elder was constantly weakening. Boom! In the final attack, the Xuanhu Great Elder's body shone with divine light. The deity's will in the Renhuang battle skill had finally awakened. The power of the Renhuang caused the Xuanhu Great Elder's physical body and primordial spirit to collapse. This time, the Xuanhu Great Elder's physical body could no longer be reassembled. Both his body and primordial spirit were destroyed. A quasi-sage of the White Tiger clan had fallen just like that. To the White Tiger clan, this was definitely a great loss. The Zhu clan of the ancients and the White Tiger clan could be considered to have formed a great enmity. Rumble, the world shook. At this time, the Zhu clan of the ancients' Renhuang battle armor had completely awakened. The mighty divine power of the Renhuang emitted from the Renhuang battle armor intimidated everyone present. Elder Zhu Huang directly entered the virtual sky world. With the protection of the Renhuang divine weapon, he didn't need to be afraid of anyone. He wanted to go in and see what was happening inside. After Elder Zhu Huang entered the virtual sky world, the aura of the extreme great path emitted from the virtual sky world began to weaken. At this time, inside the virtual sky world, the divine power of the extreme great path emitted from the giant cocoon in the sky began to converge. The reconstruction of the peerless ominous saber was almost complete. The divine power of the extreme great path that enveloped the entire virtual sky world began to fade. At this time, Jiyu Fei had already broken into the central area of the ancient ominous city. He had been here before. The streets were filled with scattered bones. Countless evil and ancient corpse soldiers surrounded Jiyu Fei and kept attacking him. At Jiyu Fei's feet, there were no less than hundreds of corpses. They were all ancient corpse soldiers or other evil corpses controlled by the evil power in the ancient ominous city. The mountain and river cauldron floated above his head. The evil corpses around him couldn't attack him at all. However, every time Jiyu Fei brandished the purple gold divine sword, evil corpses were hit and rolled on the ground, motionless. Just as Jiyu Fei was about to kill, he suddenly felt something and looked at the giant cocoon in the sky. The divine power of the extreme great path was fading. This wasn't a good thing. Outrageous. I've worked in vain. Jiyu Fei knew that if the giant cocoon in the sky no longer emitted the divine power of the extreme great path, he would be in danger. The evil power in the ancient ominous city was about to recover. He was already not far from one of the divine treasures in the city. Although Jiyu Fei was somewhat unwilling to retreat now, he had no other choice. The divine power of the extreme great path was fading, and the evil power in the ancient ominous city was recovering. Ancient corpse soldiers kept coming from the distance. Soon enough, Jiyu Fei was surrounded by more than 1,000 evil creatures and ancient corpse soldiers. Moreover, more and more evil creatures and ancient corpse soldiers were gathering from the surroundings of the ancient city. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of the ancient city. Some terrifying existences sensed the changes in the sky. The divine power of the extreme great path began to converge, and the domineering fluctuation retreated. Swish! Jiyu Fei didn't hesitate. He used the purple-gold divine sword to open a path and killed his way out of the encirclement of the ancient corpse soldiers. Ancient corpse soldiers kept falling under his feet. Nothing could stop the divine sword of the extreme great path. Jiyu Fei continued to kill his way out of the ominous city. Ancient corpse soldiers were like moths flying into a flame, rushing towards him, and all of them were killed by him. The existences in the depths of the ancient city wanted to trap Jiyu Fei inside, but Jiyu Fei had two divine treasures to protect him. Even the terrifying existences in the ancient ominous city had to be cautious. In the end, Jiyu Fei took advantage of the fact that the divine power in the sky had not completely disappeared to kill his way out of the ancient ominous city. However, just as Jiyu Fei came out of the ancient city, a vast aura appeared between heaven and earth. Then, he saw a scene that shocked even him. An old man wearing an ancient armor actually soared into the sky and rushed towards the giant cocoon that wrapped the peerless ominous blade. There was actually someone who was not afraid of the divine power of the extreme great path and wanted to take the giant cocoon. Where did this guy come from? Jiyu Fei sensed the strangeness of the old man's armor. A powerful aura that was not weaker than the divine power of the extreme great path emitted from the armor. It's not a divine weapon of the extreme great path, could it be? Jiyu Fei was extremely shocked. It was not a divine weapon of the extreme great path, but it was able to withstand the divine power of the extreme great path. Could it be that the old man was wearing a legendary divine weapon of the human emperor? Chapter 1689. Although Jiyu Fei was protected by the mountain and river cauldron and had the purple gold divine sword in his hand, the divine might of the extreme great path in the sky began to recede, and the terrifying power in the vicious city of the eternal era began to erupt again. He knew that once the divine might of the extreme great path from the extreme ominous blade in the sky completely receded, it would be impossible for him to kill his way out of the vicious city of the eternal era. Unless he could truly drive the divine weapon of the extreme great path and display the true divine might of the extreme great path. As a last resort, Jiyu Fei could only take advantage of the fact that the divine might of the extreme great path from the sky had not completely disappeared to kill his way out of the ancient city. He had the mountain and river cauldron to protect him and the purple gold divine sword in his hand. Although the evil in the city was powerful, they could not stop him. However, when Jiyu Fei killed his way out of the vicious city, the scene he saw shocked him to the extreme. It was really unbelievable. He saw an old man wearing ancient armor who could actually soar into the sky and rush towards the huge cocoon that wrapped the peerless ominous blade in the sky. This old man could actually ignore the divine might of the extreme great path. How was this possible? No one knew the terror of the divine might of the extreme great path better than Jiyu Fei. Just a wisp of this kind of aura was enough to shock the world. In the entire virtual sky world, only Jiyu Fei could move freely. No matter how powerful the other creatures were, they had to tremble and kneel on the ground in fear. At this time, the old man wearing ancient armor had already approached the huge cocoon. Ancient divine patterns began to appear on the armor on his body. An aura similar to the divine might of the extreme great path spread from the old man's armor as if a life had awakened. It's the Renhuang divine weapon, no wonder. Jiyu Fei sensed the aura spreading from the old man and couldn't help but be moved. This was the imperial might of an invincible Renhuang that could challenge the extreme great path. This was an invincible will that looked down on the world. Roar! Up in the sky, the old man roared. Although he was wearing Renhuang armor, he still encountered great resistance. The ultimate laws were vast and mighty. He wanted to rush through, but it was very difficult. Although the ancient Renhuangs were not extreme path supremes, great accomplishment Renhuangs were enough to compete with extreme path supremes. The Renhuang divine weapons refined by Renhuangs also contained God's will. Such a divine weapon was equivalent to an extension of the life of a human emperor. Rumble, two invincible laws of the Great Path were fighting against each other, causing the entire virtual sky world to shake. The extreme ominous saber of the extreme path sensed the aura of the human emperor armor and reacted instinctively. The Renhuang battle techniques on the old man's body were completely activated. Invincible Renhuang laws rushed out, and the ancient patterns emitted dazzling divine light of the Great Path. He pressed forward with great difficulty, but the extreme ominous saber was, after all, an extreme Tao divine weapon refined by a supreme being. The extreme Tao laws could block all kinds of power. The giant cocoon gradually dissipated, and the extreme Tao essence chi was devoured by the extreme Tao ominous saber inside. Buzz! With a deafening sound, the giant cocoon was instantly torn apart, then turned into rays of extreme Tao divine light and was devoured by the divine path divine blade. It was a flawless divine blade. At this time, the God's will that was divided into two halves of the extreme Tao ominous saber finally fused together. The extreme ominous saber of the extreme Tao ominous saber was truly reassembled. Roar! A dragon roar resounded in the sky. A huge dragon shadow rushed out from the divine blade floating high in the sky and stood horizontally in the sky. This dragon shadow was so huge that it blocked the entire sky, giving people a great sense of oppression. Even the old man wearing the Renhuang armor couldn't help but tremble. This was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Even if he was wearing the Renhuang armor, he still couldn't block that kind of pressure. A complete extreme Tao divine weapon was too powerful. It was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Let's go. Zhu Huang knew that he had missed the best opportunity. It was impossible to take the extreme Tao divine weapon at this time. The god inside the extreme Tao divine weapon would not easily yield to anyone. The weapon's soul was unyielding. Even if he could temporarily suppress it, the extreme Tao divine weapon would fly away on its own after a long time. He was very decisive. He knew that he couldn't do it, so he immediately retreated. The god inside the Renhuang armor was also unwilling to confront the extreme Tao divine weapon head-on. After all, this might result in both sides suffering. The Renhuang armor was the ultimate heritage of the Zhu family of the ancients. It couldn't be damaged in any way. It wasn't easy for the Zhu family of the ancients to survive until now. This family had faced several crises of being exterminated, but in the end, they were saved. Because of the Renhuang armor left by Emperor Wudi, the Zhu family of the ancients was able to survive. Zhu Huang retreated carefully. At this time, the extreme Tao divine might emanating from the extreme ominous saber in the sky also gradually faded. The hundreds of millions of creatures in the entire virtual sky world breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, the extreme Tao divine might completely disappeared into the extreme ominous saber. The god inside the saber began to sleep, and the huge dragon shadow in the sky gradually dissipated into the void. When everything was silent, the divine saber turned into a beam of saber light and rushed towards Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei held the extreme ominous saber in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he found that there wasn't even a mark on this extreme ominous saber. The entire saber was natural, as if it had never been broken. Good saber. He could sense that even though the god in the extreme ominous saber in his hand was in a deep slumber, the murderous aura on the divine saber was enough to move him. The murderous aura on the extreme ominous saber was even more terrifying than the murderous aura of the purple gold divine sword. At this time, all the creatures in the virtual sky world could move freely. Old man Zhu Yi was the first to rush over with the stone tower in his hand. Then, the old man in the ancient armor also appeared. Rumble, the ancient ominous city floating in the void was shaking. A huge figure stood up in the ancient ominous city, and a terrifying aura of death spread out from the city. The powerful beings who were suppressed by the extreme Tao divine might jumped out at once. Hand over the divine weapon in your hand. Old man Zhu Huang, who was wearing the Renhuang armor, was very direct. He pressed towards Ji Yufei, and the aura of the Renhuang spread out from the armor on his body. Ji Yufei snorted coldly and said nothing. He just stared coldly at the old man who was pressing towards him. The aura of the Renhuang made him feel great pressure. Buzz. At this time, the mountain and river cauldron above Ji Yufei's head suddenly shook, and primordial chaotic aura loomed over the cauldron. This extreme Dao divine weapon seemed to be showing signs of awakening. Seeing this, old man Zhu Huang stopped immediately. He knew that the Renhuang armor on his body could cause the extreme Dao divine weapon on his opponent to react. They were both the most powerful divine weapons in the world. When a Renhuang divine weapon and an extreme Dao divine weapon met, the gods will contained in both of them would sense it and awaken from their slumber. Although old man Zhu Huang was powerful, the other party had 3 extreme Dao divine weapons. When the 3 extreme Dao divine weapons awakened together, even with the protection of a Renhuang divine weapon, old man Zhu Huang was afraid that he would not be a match for him. Ji Yufei, I think it's better for you to hand over the divine weapon. At this time, old man Zhu Yi spoke. The divine weapon is on me. Take it from me if you have the ability. Ji Yufei's expression became a little ugly. These guys were not good people. The world of cultivation was cruel. Whoever had the bigger fist was the boss. Moreover, only the strong would be respected by others. It was difficult for the weak to survive even if they wanted to. You don't know what's good for you. Old man Zhu Huang was very unhappy. This little guy did not know how to appreciate favors. Ji Yufei, although you have the extreme Dao divine weapon, you can't use it. Sooner or later, it will be taken away by others, old man Zhu Yi advised. He did not want the extreme Dao divine weapon to fall into the hands of others. Why are you saying so much? Don't you just want the divine weapon in my hands? Ji Yufei's words were extremely cold. These guys really took him for a fool. These high-sounding words were of no use to him. Old man Zhu Yi's face turned red, but he did not know what to say for a moment. Swoosh. Ji Yufei retreated right away. He felt uncomfortable being stared at by these 2 great cultivators. He knew that the old man in the Renhuang armor did not dare to attack him. If this old man dared to attack, the 3 extreme Dao divine weapons on him would awaken. When the 3 extreme Dao divine weapons were awakened, even a real Renhuang would be stunned. Old man Zhu Yi wanted to attack, but he had scruples about the purple gold divine sword and the extreme Dao fierce blade in Ji Yufei's hands. The 2 cultivators of the Zhu family of the remote antiquity could only watch as Ji Yufei disappeared in front of their eyes with the 3 extreme Dao divine weapons. They could only stare at him helplessly. This is outrageous. Old man Zhu Huang blew his beard and glared at Yi Futian. His face turned red from anger. A junior dared to be so presumptuous in front of him, ignoring the existence of his people. How many years had it been since something like this happened? Old man Zhu Yi's expression was also extremely gloomy. He was the one who invited Ji Yufei, and now his intestines were green with regret. The Zhu family of the remote antiquity had made a wedding dress for someone else. They had gone to great lengths to enter the virtual sky world, but the extreme Dao divine weapons had been taken away by someone else. Old man Zhu Yi was extremely depressed. After a while, old man Zhu Huang finally said, "At least we have to unite with the other 2 forces of the remote antiquity and invite their Renhuang divine weapons to suppress that little guy." The Renhuang divine weapons could awaken the gods in the extreme Dao divine weapons. The consequences of this kind of collision of the extreme Dao divine weapons were unimaginable. However, they could not let Ji Yufei leave. Old man Zhu Yi pondered for a long time before saying, "Then let's invite the Jiang family and the Li family." Alas, that's the only way. Old man Zhu Huang nodded. The situation in front of them was the last thing they wanted to see. They were originally their own extreme Dao divine weapons, but now they had to share them with others. If they wanted the Jiang family and the Li family to mobilize their Renhuang divine weapons, they had to pay such a price, and the price was too high. Chapter 1690. There were very few divine weapons of the highest path refined by supreme beings, but Renhuang divine weapons were not rare. In ancient times, There were many invincible Renhuang divine weapons. For example, the Zhu clan, the Jiang clan, the Li clan, and other super forces of the remote antiquity should have divine weapons left by Renhuang divine weapons. Only in this way could these forces be inherited. The semi-saint of the Zhu clan of the remote antiquity knew that it would be difficult to seize the divine weapons of the highest path from Ji Fei alone. Divine weapons of the highest path and Renhuang divine weapons could sense each other. Once the Renhuang divine weapons were awakened, Ji Fei's divine weapons of the highest path would also inevitably react. No one could compete with the 3 divine weapons of the highest path. The Zhu clan of the remote antiquity had to invite the other 2 clans with Renhuang divine weapons. If they gathered the 3 Renhuang divine weapons, they should be able to suppress Ji Fei's 3 divine weapons of the highest path. At this time, because the ominous saber of the highest path had completely restrained its aura and was taken away by Ji Fei, the people outside the virtual sky world began to enter it. The legendary virtual sky world attracted the attention of countless strong cultivators. Even the demons came to participate. Rumble, in the depths of the 100,000 mountains, the world shook and mountains turned into dust. 2 strong cultivators were fighting, and their terrifying aura spread in all directions. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the sky. A golden dragon shadow loomed between heaven and earth, and the aura of a real dragon swept in all directions, intimidating all creatures in the entire area. Dragons were supreme divine beasts. They were born to be above all living beings, and their aura could intimidate all beasts. A demonic shadow loomed in the void, fighting endlessly with the golden dragon. This was a kind of vision derived from the fighting intent of the 2 strong cultivators. As for the real battle, it was between 2 fast-moving silhouettes. Boom! The 2 cultivators collided head-on. The void shattered, and rocks flew through the air. The 2 figures were quickly separated, and each was sent flying thousands of feet away by the other's power. Yellow Dragon, you want to kill me? Don't even think about it. The devil Chi was vast and mighty. It was a great devil that was surrounded by devil Chi. Within the pitch-black devil Chi, there were indistinct Dao patterns of the devil Dao. A powerful devil Dao power spread out. They were none other than the demon lord of the human realm, Yellow Dragon, and demon monarch of 6 paths. These 2 powerhouses were mortal enemies. So, they would fight to the death if they encountered each other. After all, these 2 existences were only half a step away from the semisage realm. Such an existence was incomparably powerful. Even in the entire human realm, he would be an expert of a region. After all, even though there were many half-saints in the mortal dimension, it was far from being to the extent that they could be seen everywhere. In the eyes of the people of the world, only peak experts were true existences. Preposterous. Demon Lord Huang Long's eyes widened in anger. He used a secret technique of the Dragon Clan and struck out with the Azure Dragon Claw. The Dragon Claw instantly covered the space in front of him and tore apart the heavens and earth. It emitted extremely terrifying ripples as it grabbed towards Demon Monarch of 6 Paths Demonic Dao Samsara. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths shouted loudly. A blood-red demonic light shot out from between his eyebrows. It was as if a blood-red demonic eye had appeared there. The demonic eye seemed to be connected to a blood-red demonic domain. It emitted a power that could devour the sky. It was trying to devour the Azure Dragon Claw into the blood-red domain behind the demonic eye. Rumble. The 2 Dao laws collided. The Azure Dragon Claw collided with the blood-red vortex that had rushed out from between Demon Monarch of 6 Paths' eyebrows. The Azure Dragon Claw directly tore the vortex apart and forced Demon Monarch of 6 Paths to retreat. This, Demon Monarch of 6 Paths was shocked. He had never expected that his old rival had cultivated a secret technique of the Dragon Clan. It was truly powerful. Clang. A blood-red saber light suddenly appeared in Demon Monarch of 6 Paths' hand. The Sky Devil saber instantly soared into the sky. A terrifying demonic power spread out from the demonic saber. This demonic power could disturb a person's mind. It could even cause a cultivator to develop inner demons. However, for an expert like Demon Lord Huang Long, this demonic aura could not affect his mind. Swish. The saber light of the Sky Devil saber flashed through the void and fiercely slashed at the azure dragon claw. The sound of metal clashing was heard. The blood-red saber light collapsed, and the azure dragon claw also dissipated into the void. Demon Monarch of Six Paths was extremely powerful. He held the demonic saber in his hand and rushed through the energy storm that swept out when the azure dragon claw dissipated. He directly slashed at Demon Lord Huanglong's head. Demon Lord Huanglong flipped his right hand, and a small flag appeared in his palm. The small flag instantly enlarged and was grasped by Demon Lord Huanglong whoosh. The Demon Lord, Huanglong, waved the demon flag in his hand. A terrifying force immediately surged out from the demon flag and collided with the sky demon blade. Demon Monarch of Six Paths was shocked. The demon flag in Demon Lord Huanglong's hand wasn't a complete one. It was a damaged demon flag. The ancient demon flag was engraved with ancient demon marks. An ancient aura spread out from the ancient demon flag. It was an antique, and although half of it had decayed, it still displayed great power. When the broken flag swept over, Demon Monarch of Six Paths felt his hands tremble. The Sky Devil saber almost flew out of his hand, which shocked him greatly. "Good fella. Let's fight again in the future." Demon Monarch of Six Paths knew that the current situation was very disadvantageous to him. The broken flag in Demon Lord Huanglong's hand probably had a great origin. Although it was broken, it could still deflect the saber aura of the Sky Devil saber. Demon Monarch of Six Paths saw that the situation was not in his favor. "Where do you think you're going?" Demon Lord Huanglong waved the big flag in his hand and chased after Demon Monarch of Six Paths. He knew Demon Monarch of Six Paths' character very well. Soon, the two of them disappeared into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. At the same time, outside the sky-splitting valley, a group of experts entered the virtual sky world. Although the Zhu clan of the remote antiquity had used the human emperor's divine weapon, Elder Zhu Huang didn't dare to start a massacre. One had to know that these people all had extraordinary origins. They all had powerful inheritances behind them. Previously, the great ancestor of Black Tiger came from the White Tiger clan, one of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland. This was the inheritance of the White Tiger, a supreme divine beast. However, the great ancestor of Black Tiger went too far and killed more than 10 outstanding disciples of the Zhu clan of the remote antiquity. Therefore, when Elder Zhu Huang of the Zhu clan of the remote antiquity arrived and killed him on the spot, no one was willing to help the great ancestor of Black Tiger. Killing outstanding figures of the younger generation was a taboo. "Zhu Huang, you killed my big brother. I'll pay you back with your life." Just as everyone entered the virtual sky world, a huge white tiger appeared in the sky. Its aura was no less fierce than that of the great ancestor of Black Tiger. Clang! At that moment, the ancient armor on Elder Zhu Huang's body vibrated. The aura of the human emperor's great path lingered, and the god inside the armor was automatically awakening. What? Elder Zhu Huang was shocked. This kind of situation would only happen when the human emperor's divine weapon encountered a divine weapon of the same level. Could it be? Elder Zhu Huang thought of a possibility and couldn't help but change his expression. Boom! At that moment, a ferocious aura that was many times stronger than that of the white tiger suddenly burst out, sweeping over like an avalanche. Rumble, heaven and earth shook, and the mountains shook. If it weren't for the protection of the formation, the whole Rift Valley would have collapsed. The power of the ancient 4 spiritual formation stabilized this violent force. On the 4 ancient formation platforms, old monster Shenyuan was surrounded by pieces of top-grade spirit stones. These spirit stones were providing him with a steady stream of spiritual aura, replenishing the primordial qi in his body and helping him control the ancient 4 spiritual formation. Endless starlight fell from the 4 constellations and entered the 4 ancient formation platforms. Even the fluctuation of power comparable to that of the human emperor's divine weapon couldn't shake it. The White Tiger clan, old man Zhu Huang stood high up in the sky. His pupils constricted. The white tiger in the distant sky was rapidly approaching. The white tiger had something in its mouth. Kill. When the huge white tiger came close, it suddenly disappeared. In its place was an incomparably wild white-haired man dressed in animal skin. The man held a large seal in his hand, which had the illusion of a white tiger circling above it. The white-haired man directly struck out with the seal in his hand. The large seal rose into the sky, emitting countless divine patterns of the Great Path, intertwining with the power of the Great Path. Flawless Great Path. The Renhuang armor on Elder Zhu Huang's body clanked. The large seal smashed towards him, causing him to be moved. This was the foundation of the White Tiger clan. Although it wasn't a divine weapon of the Great Path, it was infinitely close to it. Bang! Elder Zhu Huang punched out, and the power of Renhuang gathered on his right fist, causing his fist to burst with dazzling divine light, illuminating the whole world. At that moment, everyone nearby scrambled to hide. These two guys actually dared to use such power to fight. Did they want to destroy the entire 100,000 mountains? Boom! Amidst a deafening rumble, Old Man Zhu Huang's fist collided violently with the huge seal that was pressing down on him. The two powers that were infinitely close to the extreme Tao spread out, destroying everything in their path. Most of the sky-splitting valley collapsed, and the earth was sinking. Mountains were instantly turned into flying ash, completely disappearing between heaven and earth in an instant. Even the 4 ancient formation platforms were affected by the shockwaves and began to tremble. 2 madmen. Aren't they afraid of attracting those people? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the point where it was difficult to be more shocked. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles was turned into powder under this blow. It's the legendary White Tiger Sky Flipping Seal. I didn't expect the ancestors of the White Tiger clan to leave behind such a supreme seal. The White Tiger Sky Flipping Seal versus the Renhuang armor was destined to be a fierce battle. It should be known that this divine implement of the White Tiger clan was not inferior to the Renhuang armor. Chapter 1691. Elder Zhu Huang killed the great ancestor of the White Tiger clan, and the younger brother of the great ancestor of the White Tiger clan came to avenge the great ancestor of the White Tiger clan. The White Tiger clan had always been strong and famous in the southern wilderness. Even if the great ancestor of the Black Tiger clan went too far, his brother still stood up for him. Boom! With a loud noise, heaven and earth shook, and a terrifying pressure swept through the world, making all the cultivators in the nearby area feel their souls tremble. This was a supreme aura, comparable to that of an extreme supreme being, making all living beings tremble. The cultivators of the White Tiger clan met it head-on, directly using the White Tiger Sky-Flipping Seal, the supreme divine weapon of the White Tiger clan, wanting to smash Elder Zhu Huang into minced meat. However, Elder Zhu Huang was wearing the Renhuang armor, so he could use the power of the armor for his own use. With one punch, a hole would be smashed in the world. 2 supreme forces collided. The White Tiger Sky-Flipping Seal was sent flying by Elder Zhu Huang's punch, and Elder Zhu Huang was also knocked down from the sky by the power that erupted from the seal. Swish! Elder Zhu Huang rose from the ground, then directly rushed into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Zhu Huang, you old fool, where do you think you're going? The wild man roared and recalled the White Tiger Sky-Flipping Seal, then chased after Elder Zhu Huang. His murderous aura soared into the sky, making people's hearts palpitate. The White Tiger clan has really gone too far. Elder Zhu Yi stood high in the sky, holding the stone tower in his hand. His expression was extremely ugly. The people of the White Tiger clan were extremely arrogant. Did they really think that their clan was already invincible? He didn't chase after them because he knew that even if he did, it would be of no help. Even if he had a holy weapon, he would still be vulnerable in front of the White Tiger Sky-Flipping Seal. As the 2 great cultivators left, the cultivators in the nearby area gathered again and began to enter the virtual sky world. Many people also chased after them. A battle between cultivators of this level could only be encountered by chance. Some people wanted to watch the battle, but there weren't many of them. Most people were attracted by the virtual sky world. The virtual sky world was a legendary existence. There were countless dangers inside, but there were also countless opportunities. There were immortals' caves left by ancient cultivators, divine medicines that could increase one's cultivation level, and rare divine materials. Everyone wanted to go in and try their luck. Back then, The founders of the three great Daoist groups in the human world accidentally entered the virtual sky world and obtained a Daoist book. Afterwards, they founded the three great Daoist groups. While the experts outside were scrambling to enter the virtual sky world, Jiyu Fei was already heading toward the depths of the virtual sky world. No one knew what was in the depths of the virtual sky world. Even back then, Jiyu Fei and the others didn't set foot in that area, so there might be an inheritance of the extreme Tao there. After all, in this virtual sky world, traces of divine tools of extreme Tao and what was suspected to be immortal divine medicine had appeared one after another. All of this was enough to drive all cultivators crazy. Boom! The void trembled, and a divine bird as large as a mountain flew across the sky. It was like an ancient golden crow, and endless flames illuminated the world. This was a strong cultivator of the Vermilion Bird clan who had awakened the Vermilion Bird's bloodline. Here, this strong cultivator's cultivation wasn't suppressed. After entering the virtual sky world, there was only one possibility: this cultivator's cultivation wasn't suppressed. That was, this cultivator had a divine tool with him. Only a divine tool could isolate the power of the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world. After the strong cultivator of the Vermilion Bird clan passed by, a huge dragon flew over from the horizon. This was an azure dragon, and with endless dragon might, it rushed into the depths of the mountain. Boom! Soon, a terrifying fluctuation infinitely close to the divine might of the extreme Tao broke out in this part of the world. Finally, someone used the second Emperor divine weapon. This kind of fluctuation was monstrous. The laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world couldn't do anything to this kind of power. That direction, on the top of a mountain in the depths of the virtual sky world, Jiyu Fei looked in the direction of the eternal ominous city in surprise. The Supreme Emperor's might came from there. Is someone attacking the eternal ominous city with the human Emperor divine weapon? Jiyu Fei was bewildered. There must be divine treasures in the eternal ominous city. Even the death aura in the city couldn't completely cover that kind of treasure light. At this time, Jiyu Fei couldn't care less about the eternal ominous city. Moreover, someone was coming with the human Emperor divine weapon. If he went there, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. The human Emperor divine weapon was extremely powerful, especially in the hands of the descendant of the human Emperor. In front of the mountain, black chi surged, and a black pillar of smoke rose up into the sky, connecting the sky and the ground. A terrifying aura could be felt from it. Jiyu Fei didn't expect there to be such a place in the depths of the virtual sky world. In front of him seemed to be a ghost realm. It was gloomy, terrifying, and dark, and there seemed to be ghost shadows looming inside. In the ghost realm in front of him, faint ghost howls could be heard. It seemed to be a place where the souls of the dead gathered. Is it man-made or naturally formed? Jiyu Fei muttered to himself. He carefully observed the terrain in front of him. There were mountains on both sides, but there was a circle in the middle. This kind of layout was suitable for gathering qi. With the surrounding mountains as a barrier, it was difficult for the yin qi in the circle to leak out, and it was also difficult for the spiritual aura from the outside to enter. Over time, the yin qi condensed and formed this kind of area. If it was formed naturally, this ghost realm would not be so terrible. However, if it was formed artificially, then it was a different story. Such a yin land was definitely an excellent place to raise corpses. If someone put some evil corpses inside, the consequences would be unpredictable. To enter or not to enter? Jiyu Fei was a little hesitant. It should be known that the area in front of him was definitely not a good place. There must be danger inside. Such an area was likely to have given birth to experts of the ghost path. How can you get tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Jiyu Fei's eyes suddenly became very firm. Then he rushed forward into the sky. The black fog lingered in the circle, blocking his line of sight. He couldn't see very far. In this kind of place, Jiyu Fei was very cautious. He landed on the ground from the sky. Catcher! As soon as Jiyu Fei's feet touched the ground, he crushed a dry bone. The ground was covered with white bones. It was unknown how many creatures had been buried in this circle. Under the shroud of the black fog, these white bones extended all the way into the circle. He couldn't see the end of it. Seeing this situation, Jiu Fei had no choice but to be careful. Countless creatures had died here. It was no wonder that this place was filled with resentment and gathered yin qi. Roar. Less than 5 kilometers after Jiu Fei entered the death circle, a roar came from the front. A figure walked out of the black fog. Chapter 1692. The frightening ghost domain was a place where yin qi gathered. The yin qi here had existed for an unknown number of years. Even an expert like Jiu Fei felt a chill in his heart when he walked in such a place. The ground was covered with dried bones and yin qi lingered. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. It was like a different world compared to the lush vitality of the outside world. Could it be that this is also an ancient battlefield? Jiu Fei was very surprised that such a place suddenly appeared in the middle of the mountain. It was out of tune with the environment of the mountain. He had just entered the ghost domain for more than 10 miles when a strong death aura appeared in front of him. That death aura was rapidly approaching him. Soon, a figure silently walked out from the fog in front of him. Jiu Fei stopped in his tracks. In front of him was an evil corpse. Its fluffy yellow hair covered the face of this evil corpse. A pair of blood-red eyes flickered behind the withered yellow hair. A sinister and terrifying aura spread out from the evil corpse's body. The clothes on the evil corpse were tattered and almost completely rotten. The skin and flesh under the clothes were shriveled and tightly stuck to the bones. Jiu Fei discovered that there was a visible black aura lingering around this evil corpse. The evil corpse was very quiet. Its blood-red eyes were not focused and there was no spirit in them. It only stared at Jiu Fei motionlessly, as if it was an evil corpse that had not developed intelligence. Roar. Suddenly, the evil corpse let out a low roar. Like a wild beast, it suddenly pounced towards Jiu Fei. Swoosh. The evil corpse's hands suddenly straightened. Its skinny arms were like rotten wood, as if they could not be bent at all. Its 10 fingernails were several inches long and shiny black. They were like 10 small black swords that pierced towards Jiu Fei. This evil corpse's pounce was extremely fierce. The distance of more than 10 meters was covered in an instant. A gust of cold wind blew over, causing Jiu Fei to frown. Too slow. In Jiu Fei's eyes, the evil corpse's speed was like slow motion. Every movement of the evil corpse was captured by Jiu Fei in an instant. Jiu Fei leisurely punched out. On his right fist, there was no resplendent qi aura rushing out, nor was there any powerful martial path true power undulation. Bang! Catcher! Jiu Fei's fist directly smashed into the evil corpse's claws, shattering its bones and shattering its palms. Black corpse blood splattered everywhere. This kind of corpse blood contained corpse poison and yin qi, and it had a very strong corrosive power. If ordinary Feis were to come into contact with this kind of corpse blood, their spirit qi would quickly be corroded, and they would turn into ordinary items. This kind of corpse blood was also the bane of flying swords. The true power on Jiu Fei's body surged, a layer of qi aura faintly appearing on his martial body. The corpse blood that splashed out did not even stain his clothes. He took a step forward and punched again. Bang! Catcher! The sound of bones breaking rang out once more. This time, Jiu Fei's punch went straight to the center and landed on the evil corpse's chest, shattering its sternum and causing its chest to cave in. This punch not only shattered the evil corpse's sternum, but also shattered all the bones in its body. Like a pile of mud, it softly fell to the ground. However, even after receiving such a powerful blow, the evil corpse still moved, wanting to stand up. At this time, Jiu Fei no longer looked at the evil corpse and continued to walk forward. Although this kind of evil creature was terrifying, in his eyes, it was not much different from an ant. Of course, if Jiu Fei's cultivation was also suppressed by the virtual Skyworld's law, the situation would be different. This evil corpse could definitely tear a cultivator in the awakening self-realm to pieces. Roar. In the depths of the ghost domain, roars and roars came from time to time. There were many powerful ghosts walking around, and the powerful death aura was vast and mighty, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The deeper Jiu Fei went, the stronger the yin aura around him became, and the stronger the evil creatures he encountered were. Bang! 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 Heavy footsteps came from the left. A huge monster quickly walked over. The yin aura dispersed, revealing this evil creature's ferocious head. This was an evil creature transformed from the corpse of a strange beast. Its entire body was filled with murderous aura. Half of its ferocious head was white bone, while the other half was flesh and blood. With a dragon's head and a Chaline's body, this was a strange beast that Ji Yufei had never seen before. It was incomparably powerful, far from what the evil corpse from before could compare to. This beast was 6 feet tall, and its 2 hind legs were large and thick. It stood on its hind legs and rushed towards Ji Yufei. Then, its 2 slightly thin front legs directly slammed down towards Ji Yufei. What is this thing? Ji Yufei couldn't help being startled when he saw this ferocious beast. He could sense that there were 2 different types of energy inside this ferocious beast. The essence energy contained within the beast's flesh and blood, as well as the energy of death. This was a half-corpse beast. The essence energy within its flesh and blood hadn't completely dissipated, resulting in such a strange state. The 2 forces interweaved within its body, causing its combat strength to greatly increase. You think I'm afraid of you? Ji Yufei once again punched upwards. It seemed like a casual punch, but it directly shattered the beast's 2 claws and sent it flying. He took a step forward, instantly catching up to the beast and stomped down. Bang! The huge beast was directly torn apart by Ji Yufei's stomp. Large amounts of blood rained down from the sky. This was the essence energy contained within the beast that hadn't dissipated yet. The beast was killed on the spot. Ji Yufei was very curious as to why this beast would suddenly attack him. Thinking of this, Ji Yufei's heart shook. He then walked in the direction of the beast. He followed the beast's footprints on the ground, walking for several li. A towering mound appeared in Ji Yufei's line of sight. It was like a short mountain standing in the black mist, faintly discernible. This was a flat land. How could there be a short mountain in a flat land? This was completely out of place with the terrain of this region. When Ji Yufei walked forward, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura. A gust of wind suddenly pounced down from above without any warning. Bang! Ji Yufei didn't even think about it and directly punched upward. Gua! A strange cry rang out as a black shadow was sent flying by Ji Yufei's punch. At this time, the mist ahead was blown away by the astral wind. A black stone tablet appeared in front of Ji Yufei. The mound in front of him wasn't a short mountain at all. It was a huge tomb. Chapter 1693. A huge hill stood erect on the ground, giving off a strong sense of oppression. In front of the hill stood a stone tablet that was more than 10 jong tall. On the stone tablet, there were a few words written in bold calligraphy. It was a type of ancient godly script that had appeared since the beginning of time. No one in the current era could understand these godly inscriptions. Only a super antique from the era of legends would know what was written on the stone tablet. When Ji Yufei arrived in front of the stone tablet, his eyes never left the ancient godly inscriptions on the stone tablet. Ji Yufei was shocked. There was nothing special about the ancient godly inscriptions. Moreover, due to the passage of time, the ancient characters had become a little blurry. However, when Ji Yufei saw the ancient characters, he could no longer look away. The ancient godly inscriptions on the stone tablet contained a trace of Daoist rhyme. The ancient characters were like bottomless whirlpools that sucked in Ji Yufei's consciousness. Boom! Ji Yufei only felt a tremor. Then, he felt the world spinning around him. In the next moment, he found himself in a pitch-black void. There was no sky or earth, it was as if he was in the void. What? Ji Yufei's shock was no small matter. At this time, Ji Yufei stood motionlessly in front of the stone tablet. It was as if his divine soul had left his body. No aura could be felt from his body. This was the divine soul leaving his body. In front of the stone tablet, Ji Yufei was like a walking corpse. At this time, even his primordial spirit was sitting quietly in his Niwen palace. His essence, qi, and spirit had completely quietened down. Reading a novel, if someone were to attack him at this time, he would be in danger. However, The surroundings of the ancient tomb were very quiet. There were no ferocious beasts around. That was because the exotic beast from the ancient era that was killed by Jiu Fei was entrenched in this region. That exotic beast was the ruler of this region. The vicinity of the ancient tomb was the beast's territory. Other ferocious beasts did not dare to come close. At this time, Jiu Fei's divine soul entered a mysterious place. In the pitch-black void, there was no sky or earth. However, a trace of Daoist rhyme lingered in this place. Jiu Fei sensed that this Daoist rhyme was definitely left behind by a supreme. In other words, the ancient godly inscriptions on the stone tablet were left behind by a supreme. Even after so many years, this Daoist rhyme did not disperse. Jiu Fei immediately sat down cross-legged in the air and used his heart to comprehend the Daoist charm. One must know that this was a great fortune. A strand of Daoist charm left behind by a sovereign was equivalent to an ancient sovereign's inheritance. He tried to resonate with the Daoist rhyme in the air, but he found that it was very difficult. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. He needed to comprehend it. Just as Jiu Fei's divine soul entered a special state, the area 10,000 miles around the ancient ominous city was shrouded by a powerful aura. At this time, the ancient ominous city was still floating in the void. The ancient city walls were like an insurmountable mountain, blocking everyone's way. Ancient chariots appeared in the sky thousands of miles away from the ancient ominous city. The beasts that pulled the chariots were rarely seen in the human world. Such beasts could not be raised by ordinary forces. The beasts roared from time to time. On top of the chariots stood powerful cultivators. According to the flags on the chariots, one could tell that these cultivators came from different superforces. These were people from several camps. From time to time, treasures would rush out from the ancient ominous city, attracting these people. Some people even used the human sovereign divine weapon to attack the ancient city. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. A human sovereign divine weapon could not break through the ancient city. Moreover, this ancient city seemed to be nurturing a peerless evil force. This force was extremely terrifying, causing experts to be shocked. Could there be the corpse of a supreme in the city? Such a terrifying change reminded people of an ancient legend. According to legend, after a supreme died, his body would be indestructible and could coexist with heaven and earth. Such a corpse would turn into a zombie in a special place or for a special reason. Once the corpse of an ordinary person turned into a zombie, it would be very terrifying. Some people were buried in a place where yin energy gathered. Their bodies would not rot and they would turn into zombies. Once this kind of zombie was born, everything within 1,000 miles would be slaughtered. This zombie would suck the blood out of their bodies and kill them. If the corpse of an ordinary person turned into a zombie, it would cause chaos in an area, let alone the corpse of an extreme grade supreme. Once the corpse of an extreme grade supreme changed, it would be absolutely terrifying. If the corpse of a supreme really existed in the ancient ominous city, the consequences would be unimaginable. An incomparably evil aura came from the depths of the ancient city. The place was shrouded in a black mist. Even experts who had cultivated the divine eye could not see through the mist. Within the mist, there was a vague black shadow. Fellow Jew, what do you think? High up in the sky, a tall old man with a head full of white hair asked an old man in ancient armor. The old man in ancient armor was Zhu Huang, an ancient half-sage from the Zhu clan of the ancients. The armor that Zhu Huang was wearing was the ultimate trump card of the Zhu clan of the ancients, the human emperor armor. Daoist Jiang, you are too humble. How can you not see anything at this time? Zhu Huang smiled. An ancient city that even the human emperor divine weapon could not break through was already a problem. This was at least an ancient city of the same level as the human emperor divine weapon. Is there really a supreme divine treasure in the city? Jiang Xian's eyes flickered. A strong aura was emitted from his tall body, as if a hidden dragon had suddenly awakened. We will know after we break through this ancient city, old Zhu Huang said. The Zhu clan of the ancients had a good relationship with the Jiang clan of the ancients. Old Zhu Huang had a good relationship with an ancient half-sage of the Jiang clan, Jiang Xian. This time, after receiving the invitation from the Zhu clan of the ancients, Jiang Xian immediately brought the ultimate trump card of his clan and rushed here. The people from the Li clan of the ancients had not arrived yet. At this time, 3 major forces had appeared around the ancient ominous city. These 3 forces each occupied a side of the sky. The Zhu clan of the ancients, the Dongfang clan, and the 100 races of the southern wilderness. These 3 super forces were in a stalemate. No one dared to act rashly. Even the younger brother of the Black Tiger ancestor, who had a grudge against old Zhu Huang, did not make a move. No one knew the outcome of the battle in the mountains. Old man Zhu Huang and the White Tiger clan powerhouse didn't say anything either. However, the other cultivators were guessing that the 2 powerhouses couldn't do anything to each other. The atmosphere was very tense. Some people gradually lost their patience, while others could not hold it in any longer. Chapter 1694. In the sky outside the city, the 3 forces were confronting each other. No one was willing to act rashly. Once a battle of this level broke out, the consequences would be unpredictable. Granduncle, it's not good for us to continue like this. In the western sky, a figure stood in a chariot. It was a dark god of war who seemed to stand in the darkness forever. This person was ancient sage-to-be of the Dongfang clan. Wherever he stood, a cold aura lingered. At this time, next to ancient sage-to-be was a worried middle-aged cultivator. They were the weakest of the 3 forces. They also received news that the Li clan of the remote antiquity was coming to the virtual sky world. The Li clan of the remote antiquity was a very special clan among the forces of the ancient antiquity. This clan claimed to be the descendants of the supreme Tao ancestor, who once produced an invincible human sovereign. Such a clan possessed a heritage that the other forces of the ancient antiquity could not compare to. I hope the Zhao clan can arrive in time. Ancient sage-to-be also felt great pressure. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang clan of the remote antiquity had already arrived with the Jiang clan's human sovereign divine weapon. At this time, Jiang Renwang was standing together with Zhu Huang. The other party had 2 human sovereign divine weapons. He was no match for them at all unless the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity arrived in time. However, the Li clan of the remote antiquity was already on their way. The Zhu clan, the Jiang clan, and the Li clan. Once the 3 great clans of the clan of the ancients were united, they would be a force that could shake the entire human world of cultivation. Among the 4 clans of the remote antiquity, only the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity was allied with the Dongfang clan. When Madman Li arrives, we will immediately attack the city. On the other side, Elder Zhu Huang was extremely confident. With the 3 clans of the remote antiquity united, no force in the human world could compete with them. Unless those people took action, the combined power of the 3 clans of the remote antiquity was enough to sweep the entire cultivation world. "Mph, why don't we kill that ancient sage-to-be first?" Jiang Runwang's words were extremely cold. A chilling murderous aura spread from his body, causing the wild beasts that pulled the chariot to roar anxiously. Just as Jiang Runwang's murderous aura appeared, ancient sage-to-be felt a dangerous aura coming from the direction of the Zhu clan of the remote antiquity. Could it be that the 9-yin ancient half-sage's heart trembled? The other party was about to make a move. It seems necessary to chase away some kittens and puppies. Elder Zhu Huang nodded. The virtual sky world was originally opened by the Zhu clan of the Desolate Era after almost 100 years, but those guys from the Dongfang clan actually wanted to take advantage of it. It was necessary to let those guys know that it wasn't that easy to take advantage of them. Then let's do it. A strong will to fight erupted from Jiang Runwang's body. He took a step forward from the chariot and instantly traversed thousands of miles, appearing in front of the Dongfang family's camp. Boom! A powerful ancient semi-sage aura burst out from Jiang Runwang's body, causing the entire world to shake. All the disciples of the Dongfang family were sent flying by this extremely terrifying aura and were sent flying backwards. Only the 9-yin ancient half-saint could still stand on the war chariot. He was shocked and furious. He never expected the other party to be so decisive, about to take action as soon as killing intent arose. Apart from ancient half-sage Join, the other disciples of the Dongfang family were not prepared at all. Even the expert of the Dongfang family beside ancient half-sage Join's chariot was sent flying. The ancient semi-sage's powerful aura was not something that just anyone could resist. "You what? I'm going to kill you." Jiang Renwang was extremely domineering. He stretched his hand forward and performed the life-killing technique. The huge hand split the sky and obliterated the 9-yin ancient half-saint. "Hand of heaven." Ancient half-sage Join roared and also threw a palm forward. Countless Dao patterns emerged on his palm and a huge hand rushed out from his hand. Everywhere it passed, the void was silently annihilated. Boom! Jiang Renwang's white hair danced in the wind. His tall body stood still like a huge mountain. The killing technique he performed collided with ancient half-sage Join's hand of heaven. This was a fight between ancient semi-sages. Every move they made contained great power. All kinds of life-killing techniques were at their fingertips. As soon as they attacked, they pierced through the void between heaven and earth. When the two extremely powerful forces collided, a destructive storm swept out in all directions, causing the entire world to shake violently. The cultivation of such existences was not suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world. Both of them had divine tools on them, which allowed them to display their strength to the fullest. The two figures separated. The chariot under ancient half-sage Join's feet collapsed, and the beast that pulled the chariot turned into a mist of blood. What, aren't they going to attack this ancient city together? Why are they fighting? Many cultivators outside of the three great forces had also arrived. They were shocked to see the sudden outbreak of the battle. Some of them recognized the tall and brave old man. That's divine King Jiang, the ancient king of the Jiang clan. As one of the four great clans of the clan of the ancients, the Jiang clan of the ancients had a deep foundation. No one dared to look down on them, especially Jiang Renwang of the Jiang clan. Ever since he was born, he had never been defeated. This was very rare even among the ancient semi-sages of the four great clans of the clan of the ancients. It should be noted that in the distant past era, there were many strong cultivators. Sages did not disappear, and there were even traces of supreme venerables. Jiang Renwang's attack shocked everyone. Again, Jiang Renwang was incomparably powerful. He took another step forward and attacked ancient half-sage Join. Terrifying waves of divine power spread in all directions. Even the stars in the sky trembled. "Jiang Renwang, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not." Ancient half-sage Join was furious. Jiang Renwang attacked without warning. There was no hatred between the Dongfang clan and the Jiang clan of the ancients, which made him inexplicably angry. The battle between ancient semi-sages erupted. Terrifying waves swept in all directions. Everyone had to retreat. The attack of an ancient semi-sage was enough to shake the world. Its power was so great that it could move mountains and drain seas. If one was too close and was affected, it would be unlucky. While Jiang Renwang and ancient half-sage Join were fighting, in the depths of the virtual sky world, in the ghost realm, in front of the great tomb, a figure stood motionless. This person was Ji Fei. His spirit had left his body and entered a special place to comprehend the great path. His body was standing in front of the ancient monument. Ji Fei's spirit sat cross-legged in the dark void. Ancient patterns of the great path appeared faintly around his body. His spirit resonated with the great path, and a spell was imprinted in his heart. Chapter 1695. Ji Fei's spirit left his body and resonated with the Daoist rhyme on the stone tablet. He obtained a cultivation technique. This was a technique left behind by a supreme being, so it was extraordinary. A technique valued by an ancient supreme being was definitely extraordinary. This technique shocked Ji Fei because it was actually one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Path. This secret technique was called Returning to Truth. Once it was used, it could return everything in the world to their original state. In the distant past, this secret technique was known to be able to break all kinds of divine abilities. No matter how monstrous your magic power was or how invincible your divine abilities were, as long as this secret technique was used, all magic power and divine abilities would be broken, and all power would be transformed into the most primitive spiritual aura of heaven and earth. Those who cultivated this secret technique of the immortal path could transform the opponent's power for their own use. This secret technique could transform the opponent's power into the most primitive spiritual aura of heaven and earth. Primitive spiritual aura of heaven and earth could be refined and absorbed by cultivators. Rumble. Just as Gu Fei comprehended the secret technique of returning to truth, the entire dark void trembled. Then, Gu Fei felt as if an invisible hand had struck his spirit out. Swoosh. Gu Fei's spirit turned into a divine light and rushed out of the stone tablet, entering the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. When his spirit returned, Gu Fei's whole body trembled. Light rushed out from the depths of his dull eyes, and his whole body became spirited. As Gu Fei's dormant qi and blood circulated within his body, a powerful aura spread out from his body, causing the surrounding black mist to ripple. Swoosh. Two beams of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes, as if they had been struck by lightning. I didn't expect this trip to the virtual sky world to have such a harvest. Gu Fei's true force surged, and the Yuanshan in his Niwen palace seemed to have grown stronger. Divine halos revolved around his Yuanshan. The little person in his Niwen palace was no different from Gu Fei. However, the aura of the little person was completely different from that of Gu Fei. This was the nascent divinity of the immortal Tao. The little person was like a supreme immortal sovereign from the 9 heavens, sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. The aura of the immortal Tao was vast and mighty, and below the nascent divinity was a mass of primordial chaos. Within the primordial chaos, various sceneries could be seen. This was the inner world that Gu Fei had cultivated. Through that layer of primordial energy, one would be able to enter Gu Fei's inner world. There were 2 inner worlds in Gu Fei's body. One of them was located in the Mudpill Palace, which was formed by the chaotic nascent embryo that was nurtured in the mountain and river cauldron. The other was in his Dantian. After Gu Fei killed the God Clan primogenitor of the Hell Path, he had refined the God Clan primogenitor's internal world. At that time, the primordial ancestor of the God Clan was the strongest existence in the entire Hell Dao. He was a mighty cultivator of the immortal Tao. The inner world refined by a mighty cultivator of the immortal Tao was naturally much better than that of Gu Fei's. The inner world in Gu Fei's Dantian was a divine land that was nourished by the divine spring of life and had immortal divine herbs as roots. Such a divine land was hard to come by even for supremes who had yet to achieve the Tao when they were young. As for the inner world in Gu Fei's Dantian, it grew with the improvement of his cultivation level. There was also the divine spring of life in the Dantian. These 2 inner worlds could provide Gu Fei with endless spiritual aura. Gu Fei didn't expect that he would be able to obtain the secret art of restoring truth. In this way, he was only 1 secret away from completing the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. This was something that countless cultivators had dreamed of for countless years. It should be noted that ever since the Supreme Tao ancestor created the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, this secret art had been regarded as the supreme secret art of the immortal Tao. However, these 9 secret arts were no longer complete in ancient times. Even the descendants of the Tao ancestor had only mastered a few secrets. The loss of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao caused the Tao ancestor's lineage to be suppressed by other forces. Countless years had passed, and the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were likely to reappear on Gu Fei. Right now, Gu Fei had already obtained 8 of the 9 secrets of the immortal's Tao. With just 1 more secret, he would be able to make the 9 secrets of the immortal's Tao flawless. A flawless 9 secrets of the immortal's Tao was something that even an existence of the supreme level would covet. Gu Fei activated the secret art of restoring truth. A wave of immortal Tao mana immediately surged out from his Mudpill Palace, and the surrounding yin qi and ghost fog were drawn in. Under the effect of the secret art of restoring truth, the yin qi and ghost fog gradually transformed. Soon, spots of spiritual light appeared around Gu Fei's body. These spiritual lights then gathered between Gu Fei's eyebrows and entered his Mudpill Palace. It can actually be done, Gu Fei was moved. The surrounding yin qi and ghost fog could actually be transformed into spiritual aura. The secret art of restoring truth was really amazing. In this way, he could even use demonic aura. The Supreme Tao Ancestor was really too heaven-defying. He actually created the secret art of restoring truth that could use all the power in the world. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from afar. Then, a monstrous wave came from afar. This was an aura that could make all living things tremble. Is someone using the human emperor's divine weapon? Jiyu Fei stopped. All the spiritual lights around him were absorbed by his primordial spirit. Then, he soared into the sky and appeared in the sky above the ghost domain. That direction, after sensing the direction of the wave, Jiyu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. It was the direction of the ancient ominous city. Someone was attacking the city with the human emperor's divine weapon. He knew that those people would not give up the divine treasures in the ancient city so easily. After all, it was very likely to be a divine treasure of the extreme path. Because the ancient ominous city could withstand the attack of a fully awakened divine weapon, it was very likely to be an immortal divine city. Only the legendary supreme martial artist could refine this kind of immortal divine city. Roar. A tiger's roar was heard. A wave of pressure that was not weaker than the previous one suddenly burst out. In the distant sky, a white tiger seemed to appear. Its ferocious aura spread in all directions and spread throughout the entire virtual sky world. Another human emperor's divine weapon, but it doesn't seem to be one. It seems to be a divine weapon of the White Tiger clan. The 100 clans of the southern wilderness really have a deep foundation, Jiyu Fei said to himself. It wasn't a human emperor's divine weapon, but it could compete with it. Could it be a divine weapon refined by a supreme martial artist? Jiyu Fei's expression became solemn. According to legend, the White Tiger clan was the descendant of the White Tiger, the supreme martial beast of the distant past. The blood of the White Tiger flowed through their veins. The supreme martial beast was a supreme existence comparable to the supreme martial artist. The power of a divine weapon refined by a supreme martial artist was infinitely close to that of a divine weapon of the extreme path. The experts of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness have also arrived. The virtual sky world is going to be lively. Jiyu Fei's pupils flickered. He hadn't completely fallen out with the Zhu clan of the Ancients, but at this time, he no longer had a good impression of the Zhu clan of the Ancients. The Zhu family of the primordial antiquity only wanted to use him to open the gate of the void sky. Since the gate of the void sky was already open, he was no longer of any use to the Zhu family of the primordial antiquity. Although Jiyu Fei knew that he was being used, he was also using them. The relationship between Jiyu Fei and the Zhu clan of the primordial clan was one of mutual benefit. The moment the Zhu clan of the primordial clan discovered that Jiyu Fei had an extreme Dao divine armament, they immediately wanted to make a move against him. The so-called old-timers of the clan of the Ancients were unreliable. Jiyu Fei pondered for a while and flew directly in the direction of the ancient fierce city. If those people could really break through the ancient fierce city, he could also fish in troubled waters. At this time, a great battle broke out near the ancient ominous city. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang clan of the primordial antiquity had suddenly wanted to attack the ancient half-saint of 9 yin. At this time, Jiang Renwang and the ancient 7-step saint were already wounded, but they still didn't use their human emperor divine weapons. They wanted to defeat their opponents with their own strength. The ancient 7-step saint of 9 yin had the 9 yin godly physique, possessing talent that others couldn't hope to reach. However, Jiang Renwang's physical body was also a rare type of divine body. At this time, Jiang Renwang's body was surrounded by 5-colored divine light, as if he was wearing a 5-colored divine robe. The power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth was drawn over by him. This was the 5 elements divine body, innately close to the power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand, he could attract the power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth. At this time, Old Man Zhu Huang of the Zhu clan of the primordial antiquity and the expert of the White Tiger clan fought. Buzz. The armor on Old Man Zhu Huang's body was vibrating. The god's will in the human emperor armor had completely awakened, and the terrifying might of the human emperor spread in all directions. Above the head of that expert from the White Tiger clan, there was a huge seal floating in the air. An incomparably overbearing aura spread out from that huge seal. This was the foundation of the White Tiger clan, the White Tiger sky-flipping seal. According to legend, this huge seal was refined by the supreme divine beast, the White Tiger. Although it wasn't an extreme divine weapon, it was infinitely close to it. The aura of the supreme divine beast made all the birds and beasts in the virtual sky world tremble. In the camp of the 100 clans of the southern desolate wilderness, the White Tiger clan and the Dew clan of the primordial antiquity had a great enmity, but the Vermilion Bird clan and the Azure Dragon clan had no enmity with the Dew clan of the primordial antiquity. Everyone thought that the 4 great ancient clans of the southern desolate wilderness were united and would advance and retreat together, but that wasn't the case. This was the trouble caused by the White Tiger clan, and the other ancient clans didn't want to get involved. After all, starting a war with the ancient clans wasn't a trivial matter. The 4 great ancient clans were clans that once produced invincible human emperors. No one dared to look down on the bloodline of the human emperor. The foundation left by the human emperor could definitely protect his clansmen. Now was the time of the great era. Starting a war too early wasn't a good thing. When Jiu Fei arrived nearby, he realized that these guys hadn't attacked the Millennium Ominous City yet, but they had already started fighting. Soon, he saw the origin of the two sides fighting. When did the Dongfang clan join hands with the White Tiger clan? Jiu Fei was very surprised. The ancient half-saint of 9 Yin was fighting endlessly with a tall old man, while old man Zhu Huang was fighting with the expert of the White Tiger clan. Chapter 1696. In the area near the Millennium Fierce City, the people from the 2 camps fought fiercely, especially the old man Zhu Huang and the cultivators of the White Tiger clan, who actually used Renhuang-level divine weapons. Terrifying vibrations swept across the area. Everyone retreated far away. Nobody dared to get close, fearing that they would be affected by the Renhuang weapons. To know that those were Renhuang weapons. Nobody could handle them. Even holy weapons would not be enough. If they were hit by the Renhuang weapons, their holy weapons would shatter into pieces. Jiu Fei hid his qi and did not get close. Instead, he blended in with the other cultivators. The White Tiger clan and the Dongfang clan have joined forces. This way, the Zhu clan will not be able to gain any advantage, a chubby Taoist said. You are wrong. I heard that the Li clan of the Ancients is on their way. Someone had a different opinion. If the Li clan of the Ancients were here, the balance between the two groups would be broken. Even if the Dongfang clan and the White Tiger clan joined forces, they would not be able to change anything. I heard that the Zhao clan of the Ancients is here as well, a tall and skinny middle-aged cultivator with a sallow face said. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Were all 4 clans of the Ancients coming? Was the war going to start so early? The appearance of a great era would definitely be accompanied by chaos. Everyone would be fighting for the opportunity to become a saint. The war was unavoidable, but it would not happen too early. In the history of the world of cultivation, whenever a great era appeared, the world of cultivation would welcome a period of prosperity. However, behind the prosperity, there would be chaos and danger. Every time a great era appeared, it would decline. In the end, the entire world of cultivation would be in turmoil. All forces would fight for the opportunity to become a saint. Therefore, blood would flow like a river. Countless talented people would die on the path to becoming a saint. The holy road was destined to be a path built with flesh and blood. Boom! The 2 divine weapons clashed against each other, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Old man Zhu Huang and that White Tiger expert were both flung backwards. Haha, I did not expect this place to be so lively. Just at this moment, an elderly voice rang out as a figure appeared in the horizon. He then strode through the void and walked over step by step. When Jiu Fei saw that person, his pupils involuntarily shrank. This was an old man, an expert who was not affected by the laws of this world. Madman Li, come and help me. When Jiang Renwang saw the old man, he was pleasantly surprised. The Li family from the primordial antiquity had finally arrived, and the person who had come was a rare super antique of the Li family. The newcomer wore a sloppy daoist robe, and every step he took would instantly cross a distance of several hundred kilometers. His speed was so fast that even Ji Yufei couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. It's Big Guy Jiang's voice. This kid actually arrived earlier than me. After hearing Jiang Runwang's voice, the old man's cloudy eyes immediately emitted rays of light. His entire aura became much stronger. I was wondering who it was. So it's the Dongfang family's celestial yin physique. No wonder even Big Guy Jiang has fallen into a bitter battle. The newcomer quickly understood the situation in front of him. Hey, isn't that the White Tiger sky-turning seal of the White Tiger clan? The old man was knowledgeable, and as soon as he arrived, he saw through the background of the Dongfang family and the White Tiger clan. Especially the White Tiger sky-turning seal of the White Tiger clan. Even Elder Zhu Huang, wearing the human emperor's armor, found it hard to suppress the White Tiger sky-turning seal. This is bad. Seeing the old man's arrival, the Zhouyin half-saint and the White Tiger clan's expressions changed. The Li family of the primordial antiquity had arrived earlier than the Zhao family. The old man's appearance had broken the balance of power between the two sides. That ancient city is suspected to be the immortal city of the primordial antiquity. At this time, the old man's gaze fell on the ancient city that was floating in the sky 1,000 kilometers away. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the ancient city was not ordinary. Let's deal with these people first. Jiang Renwang spoke again. His right shoulder had been hit by the Zhouyin half-saint. His flesh was instantly mangled, and his bones were almost shattered. The ancient half-saint's blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, Jiang Renwang kicked the Zhouyin half-saint's abdomen, sending him flying thousands of meters away. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. This was a battle between the divine body of extreme yin and the divine body of 5 elements. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang family of the primordial antiquity and the Zhouyin half-saint of the Dongfang family seemed to be equally matched. Neither could truly suppress the other. Neither of them used the human emperor's divine weapon. This kind of battle was even more dangerous. You scoundrel. You really live up to your reputation. Jiang Runwang's bones and muscles shook. The divine power of 5 elements quickly circulated in his body, and the wound on his shoulder quickly healed. In just a few breaths, his injury had completely recovered. Scoundrel. The Zhouyin half-saint's eyes turned red with anger when he heard Jiang Runwang's words. Jiang Renwang had kicked him in the abdomen, and his internal organs had almost flipped over. The Zhouyin half-saint's injuries were not light. However, under the circulation of the divine power of extreme yin, his injury also rapidly healed. The physical injuries of an existence at this level were negligible. No matter how serious the injuries were, they could be healed in an instant. The Zhouyin half-saint's physical body was extremely strong. As long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, his physical body would not be destroyed. It was very difficult to kill such an existence. One had to use a special method to destroy his primordial spirit. Both of them knew that once they started fighting, they would not stop until one of them died. I'm going to kill you. The Zhouyin half-saint was furious. He was like a god of war standing in the darkness. The divine power of extreme yin surged from his body, and the void where he was standing became pitch black. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out from the Zhouyin half-saint's body. Then, a water-blue sword light rushed out from his body and slashed towards Jiang Renwang. The cold sword chi filled the air. This was the attack of the divine sword of extreme yin. The sword chi of extreme yin instantly soared up to thousands of meters. It was like a heavenly sword, as if it could split the world in half. A powerful saint-level aura appeared between the sky and the earth. The Zhouyin half-saint had only used the divine weapon that he had refined when he was a sage. He did not use the ultimate trump card of the Dongfang family, the Emperor's seal. Buzz. Facing the furious attack of the Zhouyin half-saint, Jiang Renwang had to take it seriously. A divine bell rushed out from the top of his head, vibrating with invisible sound waves to resist the dazzling sword light that fell from the sky. Clang! The divine bell rang. Countless Tao inscriptions appeared on the body of the divine bell. The divine bell rushed up and collided with the divine sword chi of extreme yin, shattering the sword light. At the same time, the invisible sound from the divine bell attacked the Join half-saint. Chapter 1697. The battle between the divine body of 5 elements of the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients and the godly body of Taiyin from the Dongfang family was earth-shattering, shocking everyone. These 2 divine bodies had appeared before in the history of the world of cultivators. When the divine body of 5 elements reached the great accomplishment stage, it would be the divine man of 5 elements. However, not everyone could reach the great accomplishment stage. However, in the distant past, the divine man of 5 elements had indeed appeared. Such an existence was unimaginably powerful and could even challenge a supreme being. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang family was once a sage. However, his cultivation had fallen from the sage realm. Even so, his combat strength was still heaven-defying. The godly body of Taiyin was also extraordinary. In the desolate era, there was once a sovereign of Taiyin who was comparable to a Ren Huang. Of course, that sovereign of Taiyin had nothing to do with the Dongfang family. Clang! The divine bell of 5 elements rang and emitted the divine sound of the great path. It turned into the art of life and death and attacked the ancient half-saint of 9 yin. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the bell, connecting with the heaven and earth and drawing in the endless essence of the 5 elements. Roar! Ancient half-sage 9 yin let out a furious roar as he was sent flying by a soundless sound wave. The clothes on his upper body were torn apart, and his muscles were covered in hideous and terrifying cracks. Damn you, Jiang Renwang! The ancient half-saint of 9 yin suffered a great impact. His godly body of Taiyin was almost shattered. Blood seeped out of his ears and his spiritual soul was shaken. He almost fell from the sky. He was shocked and angry. The sovereign of the Jiang family was far more powerful than he had imagined. Moreover, his opponent also had a divine body that was naturally close to the 5 elements. Even those who were watching from afar were affected by the divine sound of the great path from the divine bell of 5 elements. Many of them fell from the sky. Up in the sky, Jiyu Fei, who was mixed in with the rogue cultivators, was also shocked. This kind of sound was definitely a terrifying art of sound. If he was hit by it, even his soul would be destroyed. The ancient half-saint of 9 yin was extremely powerful. As an ancient half-saint with the godly body of Taiyin, Jiang Renwang's attack only injured him but not killed him. Buzz! Ancient sage-to-be Join shook his divine sword. Dazzling sword light rushed out of his body and turned into sword chi of the great path. The sword chi cut through the void and instantly crossed the violent void, heading straight for Jiang Renwang. This was the sword chi unleashed by the half-step Saint Jiyu, and it contained the power of the great Tao. If he was struck by it, even Jiang Renwang would be in danger of being killed. Jiang Renwang could not afford to be careless. Clang! The 5 elements divine bell hovered above Jiang Renwang's head. His entire body radiated with the 5 elements divine light. Within the divine light, the 5 elements Tao patterns were faintly discernible. He was like a supreme 5 elements divine being as he rushed forward. A terrifying saint's might filled the air, shocking everyone to the extreme. Existences like them wouldn't be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world, so they could display their fighting prowess to their heart's content. Jiang Renwang was extremely domineering. He walked in the void, and with every step he took, a sword light was crushed. After 9 steps, he had already crushed 9 Taiyin sword lights. Seeing this scene, the half-step Saint Jiyu Yin was extremely shocked. His opponent actually crushed his sword lights and rushed toward him. This was too fierce. He knew very well how powerful his sword lights were, but no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't stop Jiang Renwang, who seemed to have transformed into a 5 elements divine being. Kill! Jiang Renwang let out a furious roar. His towering figure was like an ancient sacred mountain pressing down on the 9 yin ancient sage-level saint. The mighty divine might caused the entire area to tremble. Although he didn't use the Renhuang divine weapon, the fighting prowess Jiang Renwang displayed was enough to intimidate all the cultivators present. Even the half-step Saint Jiyu Yin found it hard to resist such a fighting prowess. Damn it, you're forcing me to fight with my life on the line. The half-step Saint Jiu Yin knew that Jiang Renwang really wanted to kill him. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and soon, his expression became extremely determined. Phut! The half-step Saint Jiu Yin screamed and spat a mouthful of blood at the Tai-Yin divine sword in front of him. This mouthful of blood landed on the Tai-Yin divine sword and entered it. Buzz! After the Tai-Yin divine sword absorbed the mouthful of blood, it immediately vibrated. The great path seal in the divine sword was instantly awakened. It was as if a real sage had suddenly appeared in the world. The sword chi that erupted from the Tai-Yin divine sword was so powerful that it made everyone's spiritual soul tremble. This was the power of a sage. Everyone felt a chill down their spine, as if they were being pointed at by countless divine weapons. They broke out in a cold sweat. In the face of this power, everyone felt how weak they were. Finally, they're getting serious. Seeing this, Jiu Fei was secretly shocked. These half-step saints were really extraordinary. If it was an ordinary half-step saint, it would be impossible for them to completely awaken the sacred weapon in such a short time. Of course, the Tai-Yin divine sword was a sacred weapon that the half-step Saint Jiu Yin refined himself when he was still a sage. Now that he had spat out his blood, the Tai-Yin divine sword had no choice but to awaken. At this time, the old Taoist from the Li family of the ancients did not make a move. He only watched from the side. If the old Taoist also made a move, the half-step Saint Jiu Yin would definitely not be a match. However, the old Taoist seemed to care about his identity and did not want to join forces with Jiang Renwang to fight against the half-step Saint Jiu Yin. The old Taoist, who was called Crazy Li by Jiang Renwang, also had the arrogance of an ancient half-step saint. After Join ancient sage-to-be spat out his blood essence, the Tai-Yin divine sword immediately gave off an unprecedentedly powerful sword chi wave. Many divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on the divine sword, activating the power of the Great Path. Go! The ancient sage-to-be Join pointed with his finger and the Tai-Yin divine sword immediately flew towards Jiang Renwang. The terrifying sword chi fluctuated in all directions. Even 1,000 miles away, one could feel the chilling aura. Let's go all out. I'm not afraid of you. Jiang Renwang bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood on the five elements divine bell. Buzz! The divine bell vibrated, and circles of visible ripples spread from the divine bell. At this moment, the divine bell had completely awakened. Using the essence blood as a guide, the divine weapon could be instantly awakened. This was the advantage of the divine weapons refined by the half-step saints. If it were other half-step saints, they would definitely not be able to completely awaken the divine weapon. Two terrifying saint-level powers appeared in the sky. Jiang Renwang and the half-step Saint Jiu Yin both used their trump cards, and the saint-level wave was vast and mighty. The spectators in the distance kept retreating. No one could withstand this kind of pressure. Kill! Kill! Jiang Renwang and the half-step Saint Jiu Yin roared at the same time, and then directly made their moves. The five elements divine bell emitted a boundless divine light, and the terrifying sound of the Great Path shook the world. The Tai-Yin divine sword also emitted the strongest sword radiance. The two fully awakened divine weapons instantly collided. Chapter 1698. The battle between Jiang Renwang and the ancient half-saint of Join could be considered a saint-level battle to some extent. It should be known that both of them were once saints. Even though their cultivation levels had dropped, they had once stood at the same height. Ordinary half-saints could not compare with them. Those who were not saints would never know how powerful and terrifying saints were. Boom! The earth and sky shook. The entire land and the void instantly turned into nothingness. Everything was destroyed. The two fully awakened holy weapons collided fiercely. Buzz! The divine sword of Yin vibrated and emitted an unprecedentedly powerful sword light. The sword chi spread in all directions, causing all living creatures within a radius of 100,000 miles to tremble. Clang! The five elements divine bell rang. The power of the five elements was vast and mighty. The divine sound of the Great Path spread out. Some rogue cultivators who were close to the battle immediately fell from the sky. Some people's physical bodies were not damaged at all, but their spiritual souls were shattered by the murderous sound of the great path from the five elements' divine bell. Even if some people did not die, they suffered a great impact. More than half of their cultivation went down the drain. Their foundations were destroyed by the divine sound of the great path. Roar! Someone roared in despair. They did not expect to end up like this. The divine sound of the great path from the five elements' divine bell was indeed terrifying. Even Jiyu Fei felt his spiritual soul shaking. 5 or 6 of the rogue cultivators beside Jiyu Fei fell from the sky on the spot. Seeing that it was impossible for them to survive, the rest of them were terrified and ran for their lives as far away as they could. Of course, Jiyu Fei also retreated with these people. At this time, he still chose to hide. A battle of this level was not something he could withstand. The ancient half-saint was extremely powerful. After the holy weapons were completely awakened, it was equivalent to the arrival of a saint. In front of the true power of a saint, Jiyu Fei knew very well that he could not compete with such power. Although he had the divine weapons of the Great Path, they could not be used casually. At this time, Jiang Renwang and the ancient half-saint of Join were both sent flying. When the two fully awakened saint weapons collided with each other, the power that erupted was far too great. Even though they were wielders of saint weapons, they were still sent flying. The stars in the sky shook as if they were about to fall from the heavens. These two bastards. The old Daoist from the Li clan cursed. As if someone had stepped on his tail, he leaped high into the air and ran away. This guy's speed was simply too fast. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace, evading the terrifying destructive power that swept out. Nothing was left of the region within 1,000 miles. A huge hole had been punched through the sky, and even the primal chaos energy had been blasted out. If it weren't for the fact that the virtual sky world was a world created by a supreme being, such a strike would have shattered it long ago. It wouldn't have ended up like this. Rumble. Right at this moment, an incomparably shocking rumble rang out in the starry skies. The battle between Old Man Zhu Huang and the powerhouses of the White Tiger clan had also reached its climax. The aura of the human emperor's divine weapon enveloped the entire virtual sky world. It was an existence infinitely close to that of a divine weapon of the extreme path. It was as if the human emperor had arrived, intimidating the entire world. Ancient human emperors were invincible existences who could challenge supreme beings of the extreme path. This kind of aura was much more powerful than that of a divine weapon. Everyone felt a great pressure, and even the several restricted areas in the virtual sky world quieted down. Who could resist the power of a human emperor? Jiyu Fei was also shocked. The several divine weapons of the extreme path in his body were all restless. They sensed the fluctuations of the human emperor's divine weapon and showed signs of awakening. This wasn't a good thing. With Jiyu Fei's current cultivation level and strength, he simply couldn't control a fully awakened divine weapon of the extreme path. In particular, Jiyu Fei had more than one divine weapon of the extreme path. Jiyu Fei had to mobilize the power of heaven and earth inside to isolate the aura of the outside world. In this way, the divine weapon of the extreme path, which showed signs of awakening because of the human emperor's divine weapon, gradually quieted down. Elder Zhu Huang and the cultivator of the White Tiger clan were fighting with all their might. In the starry sky, stars were constantly being destroyed, and the whole starry sky was shaking. It was extremely terrifying. The cultivator of the White Tiger clan had the supreme divine weapon of the White Tiger clan, White Tiger Sky-Flipping Seal. According to legend, this was a divine weapon refined by a supreme divine beast. Only this kind of supreme divine weapon could compete with the human emperor's divine weapon. Are these guys done yet? An old voice sounded next to Jiyu Fei. Jiyu Fei turned around and couldn't help but be shocked. That person was the old Daoist from the Li family of the remote antiquity. This old Daoist ran back at some point and appeared next to Jiyu Fei. Jiyu Fei was extremely shocked. With his cultivation level and strength, he was actually forced to his side without realizing it. This could only mean one thing: the other party was much stronger than him. Martial body of the human race. When the old Daoist saw Jiyu Fei clearly saw a flash of light in the old Daoist's eyes. It was as if he had no secrets in the eyes of this old Daoist. The old Daoist's gaze was terrifying, as if he could see through everyone. "Greetings, Senior." When the surrounding cultivators saw this old Daoist, they were surprised and overjoyed. They quickly greeted the old Daoist with a respectful attitude, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. The people of the Li family of the remote antiquity, no matter who they were not to be underestimated. To know that the Li family of the remote antiquity was different from the other clans. Legend has it that there were supremes and human emperors from this branch. In other words, the Li family of the remote antiquity had the inheritance of both supremes and human emperors. This kind of foundation was far too deep and profound. However, when everyone was bowing to the old Daoist, Jiyu Fei didn't say anything. He didn't bow to the old Daoist like everyone else. This little guy is not bad. The old Daoist looked at Jiyu Fei and couldn't help but nod. Human cultivators were unyielding warriors who would not bow down to others easily. Cultivators had to maintain the determination to move forward bravely and never admit defeat. In fact, it was the same for other cultivators. The state of mind was important. Once one state of mind was lost, one would be crippled and would no longer be able to move forward bravely. They would lose the right to become supremes. It was very difficult to become a supremes, but it wasn't impossible. The battle continued. Jiang Renwang and the Join ancient half-saint both held their holy weapons as they fought. The power of the holy weapons continued to be released, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Just as the battle was in a stalemate, a group of people appeared in the sky and quickly approached. An extremely powerful aura engulfed the entire area. Has the Zhao family finally arrived? At this time, the old Daoist from the Li family of the remote antiquity also became serious. The Zhao family of the remote antiquity had finally arrived. 9 auras filled the air. These were the elites of the Zhao family of the remote antiquity. Every one of them emitted an extremely dangerous aura, and every one of them was extremely powerful. Especially the young cultivator in the lead. This young cultivator's body was filled with the aura of the divine path. He was a half-saint and extremely powerful. The people of the Zhao family of the remote antiquity were shocked by the current situation. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang family and the Join ancient half-saint of the Dongfang family were fighting. What's going on? The people of the Zhao family were bewildered. The mighty pressure from the sky almost pushed them down. They actually used Renhuang divine weapons. Aren't they afraid of destroying the virtual sky world? The young cultivator in the lead of the Zhao family muttered to himself. The battle in the sky was extremely terrifying. Powerful auras kept erupting and even the stars were collapsing. Although Elder Zhu Huang was wearing Renhuang armor, it was still difficult for him to suppress the White Tiger sky-flipping seal of the White Tiger clan. Although the people of the Zhao family of the remote antiquity had arrived, they didn't make a move. Although the Zhao family of the remote antiquity and the Dongfang family were allies, it didn't mean that the Zhao family was willing to become enemies with the Zhu family, the Li family, and the Jiang family for the Dongfang family. The people of the Zhao family and the Li family were watching. Jiang Renwang and the Join ancient half-saint's cultivation and strength were about the same. It was difficult for either of them to suppress the other. In the end, both of them would definitely suffer. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Renwang and the Join ancient half-saint would both suffer, a white figure appeared silently. When they saw this person, everyone was extremely shocked. It's him. When Jiyu Fei saw this person, he was also stunned. He didn't expect this person to also come to the virtual sky world. Such a person had long been invincible in the world. The age of darkness has not arrived yet. All of you, stop. The newcomer was very powerful. He directly rushed between Jiang Renwang and the Join ancient half-saint. That person immediately threw a punch at the 5 elements divine bell, sending it flying away. A fist mark was left on the 5 elements divine bell. What? All the cultivators who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. That was a fully awakened divine tool, but it was smashed away by a barehanded punch. This scene was too shocking. In the next moment, that person struck out with his palm and slapped away the great yin divine sword that was piercing towards Jiang Renwang. The newcomer's strength was unimaginably strong. He was able to resist a fully awakened divine weapon with his physical body and was unharmed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Swish. The person took a step and directly entered the starry sky. Soon, the starry sky calmed down. This person was too strong. He could even ignore the Renhuang divine weapon. The battle was stopped by one person. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. If you want to take back the Renhuang divine weapon, come to the Ghost Palace of Fengju to find me. The person took away the Renhuang armor and the white tiger sky-flipping seal. Then, he directly left without stopping. His voice came from afar. That person is, there was no one who wasn't shocked, because this person was truly too powerful, and his background was not small at all. Chapter 1699. The laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world were suppressed by the power of the human emperor's divine weapon, and all the cultivators in the virtual sky world could recover some of their cultivation and strength. Everyone soared into the sky and fled into the distance. Above the starry sky, the terrifying aura of the human emperor quickly faded. The newcomer was extremely powerful. He could actually fight against the human emperor's divine weapon and took it away. Ghost Emperor, Old Man Zhu Huang and the expert of the White Tiger clan were shocked to the extreme. This person was too powerful, so powerful that he could ignore the existence of the human emperor's divine weapon. After the two divine weapons were taken away, the intimidating pressure disappeared. The suppressed laws of heaven and earth began to recover, and the powerful power of the law began to operate. All the cultivators who entered the virtual sky world, if they didn't have any holy tools, felt a suppressive force on their bodies, and their cultivation was quickly suppressed. Some cultivators standing in the void had to fall to the ground. Those with powerful cultivation could still use the power of magic weapons to fly in the void, but their speed was very slow. They couldn't fly thousands of miles in one go. Powerful cultivators could still use their own strength to fly in the air. It should be known that powerful cultivators had already touched the Tao. Powerful cultivators who had already reached the Tao severing realm, even if they entered the virtual sky world, couldn't have their cultivation suppressed to the awakening realm. Some powerful cultivators could even exert the battle prowess of an immortal. I didn't expect him to be alarmed. Ji Yufei looked in the direction where Ghost Emperor Fengju disappeared and was silent for a long time. Every time Ghost Emperor Fengju appeared, he gave him an extremely shocking feeling. Whether it was the appearance of the devil ancestor in the northern territory, or the turmoil of the heavenly ruins, or the current virtual sky world, Ghost Emperor Fengju was invincible. In the entire virtual sky world, no one was qualified to be his opponent. Has he already become a saint? Many people had this question in their hearts. Even the ancient semi-saints thought that Ghost Emperor Fengju still maintained his peak cultivation and battle prowess. Ghost Emperor Fengju was undoubtedly one of the most powerful beings in the human realm. In the history of cultivation, the great eras that were incomparably prosperous had happened more than once. However, every great era would experience dark chaos in the later stages of the great era. In order to become a saint, or even a paragon, all of the powerful experts would go crazy. There was only one paragon, and some of the geniuses with aspirations of becoming a paragon would fight over it. In a great battle of life and death, they would defeat their opponents one by one, and then stand at the peak of all living things, becoming the paragon of the 3 realms and 6 Taos. From Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do's words, Ji Yufei knew that an existence like Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do had foreseen the coming of the Dark Ages. However, these people did not want the dark times to arrive so soon. If Ghost Emperor Fengju didn't come to stop them, Old Man Zhu Huang and the White Tiger clan's warrior would certainly use their Renhuang-level divine weapons to fight to the death. Jiang Renhuang of the Jiang clan of the remote antiquity and the 9-yin ancient half-saint of the Dongfang clan were also fighting to the death. There was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any casualties in a battle like this. As long as there were casualties, the situation would spiral out of control, and a storm of blood would erupt between the ancient desolate factions. It should be known that the ancient desolate factions were all super forces. They were the inheritances of the Renhuang, and they had an incomparably deep heritage. If a war broke out between such factions, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, many people would die, and it might even trigger the Dark Ages to come earlier. As Jiu Fei thought of this, he unknowingly broke out in a cold sweat. In his mind, the scene of people being plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering had already appeared. At that time, there would really be mountains of corpses. The Renhuang divine weapons were taken away by Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do, but Old Man Zhu Huang and the White Tiger Clan's warrior didn't stop there. They were still fighting in the starry sky. On the ground, Jiang Renwang and the 9-yin ancient half-saint were still facing each other. Jiang Renwang, you've gone too far. The 9-yin ancient half-saint's cold voice rang out. He was really angry. He knew that he had no enmity with the Jiang clan of the remote antiquity, but this Jiang Renwang wanted to fight him. It was too much. Since we're not friends, then we're enemies. What's the point of saying so much? Jiang Renwang sneered. These old antiques had lived for countless years and had experienced many things. In their eyes, strength was the most important thing. In the world of cultivation, no one would be reasonable. The truth that cultivators believed in was that whoever had the hardest fist would be the one in the right. This was a world where strength determined everything. Good, very good. The 9-yin ancient half-saint's cold aura became even stronger. The void he stood in was pitch black, as if he would always be standing in the darkness. Come. The 5 elements divine bell floated above Jiang Renwang's head. The sound of the grand Tao resonated, and circles of visible ripples spread out from the divine bell. The aura of the 5 elements' great Tao was vast and mighty. Half-saints, after all, were stained with the word saint. Their understanding of the grand Tao was beyond the reach of others. Especially those ancient half-saints, like Jiang Renwang and the 9-yin ancient half-saint. In the distant past, they had become saints. Such existences weren't something ordinary half-saints could compare to. Very good. The 9-yin ancient half-saint's battle intent was like a rainbow. The celestial yin divine sword in his hand emitted a dazzling sword light. A cold aura spread out from the divine sword, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. All right, let's stop here. At this moment, an old voice was heard. The old Daoist from the Li family of the ancients walked over. This old Daoist was very different from before. At this moment, the old Daoist seemed to have become a different person. His body was surrounded by Dao rhymes. Halos danced around his body. With every step he took, Dao patterns would appear under his feet. Although the old Daoist was still wearing the same old Daoist robe, no one dared to look down on him at this moment. He was like a supreme deity from the 9 heavens. Even Jiang Renwang and the 9-yin ancient half-saint were shocked as he walked over. This old man seems to be even more monstrous than Jiang Renwang and the 9-yin old ghost. Jiu Fei hid in the distance and saw this scene. He was also shocked. This old Daoist that Jiang Renwang called Madman Li was incredible. Seeing the old Daoist walking over, even someone as strong as Jiang Renwang couldn't help but change his expression. To think that you've taken that step again. The 9-yin ancient half-saint was shocked as well. He knew how difficult that step was. He had cultivated for countless years and only managed to recover his cultivation base to the half-saint realm. However, this old man from the Li family of the ancients had obviously taken a step further than them. Although it was just a step, the difference was like heaven and earth. A demi-saint. He's a demi-saint that's even closer to becoming a sage than a half-saint. Someone exclaimed. Chapter 1700. The old Daoist from the Li clan of the desolate antiquity was incomparably domineering. His cultivation and strength as an ancient quasi-saint intimidated everyone. This old Daoist was one step ahead of the likes of Join and Jiang Renwang. An ancient quasi-saint wasn't someone ordinary quasi-saints could compare to. The old Daoist was like a saint descending from the heavens, causing everyone to feel a great pressure. Even Jiang Renwang, the Join half-saint, and the others didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of the old Daoist. They were all well behaved and didn't dare to do anything. The old Daoist had successfully gathered all the experts here. Even the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland couldn't help but lower their heads. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. Whoever was strong would have the final say. The weak would only end up being ordered around by the strong. Resistance was fine, but once the strong were angered, blood would flow like rivers. This was especially true for an ancient quasi-saint like the old Daoist. If they provoked such an existence, the consequences would be unimaginable. The four great clans of the desolate antiquity, the four ancient clans of the southern wasteland, and many vagrant cultivators. Such a force was powerful enough to cause one's heart to palpitate. It was enough to sweep through everything. No one expected things to turn out this way. This time, the Li clan of the desolate antiquity would be the one to benefit from it. Many people were angry but didn't dare to say anything. No one dared to challenge the Li clan's ancient quasi-saint at this time. One had to know that doing so was simply courting death. The antiques from the superpowers had lived for countless years. Such existences would cherish their lives even more. They wouldn't put themselves in danger so easily. Seems like there's a chance of success if we unite all the major powers. Jiu Fei didn't participate. He observed from afar. The Zhu clan's Mortal King armor and the White Tiger clan's Heaven Flipping Seal had been taken away by Ghost Emperor Fengju. The Zhu clan of the desolate antiquity had lost the Mortal King divine weapon and the Li clan's Heaven Flipping Seal. As for the White Tiger clan, because Ghost Emperor Fengju took away the Heaven Flipping Seal, they had no choice but to lower their heads. They didn't want to offend the old Daoist from the Li clan of the desolate antiquity. These ancient quasi-saints were well aware of the old Daoist's background. In the distant past, this guy was a ruthless character. He had once slaughtered his way into the demon realm and killed thousands of Li, shocking the world. That was when the old Daoist's nickname of Madman Li began to be called. The ancient ominous city floated in front of them, emitting an aura of death that made people's hearts palpitate. In the city, there was a tall demonic shadow looming, like a supreme demon that could kill its way out of the ancient city at any time. What's going on? How could an undying god city be occupied by demons? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Something inauspicious must have happened in this immortal city. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a scene. A terrifying aura constantly emanated from the depths of the ancient city. A layer of grayish-brown mist floated above the entire ancient city. One could vaguely see blurry figures within the hazy mist. Boom! A terrifying aura that could shake the heavens suddenly erupted. A huge seal rushed out from the ancient half-holy of Nine Yin's body and floated above his head. A powerful Renhuang aura spread in all directions. Countless ancient patterns of the way emerged on the seal, interweaving with the truths of the great path of heaven and earth. In the virtual sky world, the laws of the world were once again suppressed. Everyone felt that their power of the great path was rapidly recovering. Many people immediately recovered their magical power and magic power. Are they going to make a move? It was the Renhuang seal of the Dongfang family. Just now, when the ancient half-holy of Nine Yin fought against Jiang Renhuang, he didn't use this Renhuang divine weapon. At this time, the ancient half-holy of Nine Yin had no choice but to use this Renhuang divine weapon. That Madman Li was not that easy to fool. At the same time, an ancient mirror emitting a faint divine light flew out from the camp of the Zhao family of the ancients. That's the mirror of heavenly path. Someone exclaimed. They recognized the ancient mirror. The Zhao family of the ancients was also a Renhuang family. The Renhuang divine weapon of the Zhao family was the mirror of heavenly path. It was a Renhuang divine weapon left by the ancestor of the Zhao family, the Renhuang of heavenly path. Buzz. The mirror of heavenly path rumbled. The spiritual chi of the world in the whole world was madly gathering toward the ancient mirror. The god in the ancient mirror was awakening and absorbing the spiritual chi of the world. On the other side, under the control of the ancient half-holy of Nine Yin, the Renhuang divine weapon was also absorbing the spiritual chi of the world in the surrounding area. As soon as the two divine weapons of the Shun King appeared, the divine power of the Renhuang divine weapon immediately spread throughout the virtual sky world. Hundreds of millions of creatures trembled, and several forbidden areas in the virtual sky world became quiet. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the ominous city of eternity. The evil existence in the city sensed the threat from the Renhuang divine weapon and reacted. After all, The Renhuang divine weapon was not a divine weapon of the Great Path. Otherwise, one Renhuang divine weapon would be enough to suppress the evil power in the ominous city of eternity. The old Daoist side dispatched 2 Renhuang divine weapons, ready to attack the city. In the ominous city of eternity, heavy footsteps were heard. The aura of death was constantly increasing, and groups of ancient corpse soldiers came out of nowhere. These were corpse soldiers known as indestructible. Even if these ancient corpse soldiers were blasted into pieces, they would reappear unless they were destroyed by a divine weapon of the Great Path. At this time, Ji Yufei retreated silently. A great battle was about to break out. This would be a disaster. The attack from the Renhuang divine weapon would probably impact the entire virtual sky world. This time, the Renhuang divine weapon's divine power was mighty, but Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't appear. Those great figures seemed to be just guarding against a great turmoil in the cultivation world. As for whether these people would attack the ominous city of eternity or not, they didn't say anything. Go! Ancient Half-Holy of 9 Yin was the first to attack. The Renhuang seal directly flew out, emitting the terrifying divine power of the Renhuang divine weapon and smashed toward the ancient city in front of them. Rumble! As soon as the Renhuang seal moved, the whole world trembled, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. The world and the void couldn't bear such a force. Buzz! When the Renhuang seal smashed down, the whole ancient city trembled fiercely, and a dull sound came from the void. At that moment, ancient Dao patterns emerged on the walls of the entire ancient city. Countless Dao patterns covered every corner of the ancient city. Boom! With a loud noise, the Renhuang seal, under the control of ancient Half-Holy of 9 Yin, smashed on the walls of the ancient city. The countless Dao patterns on the walls emitted a bright divine light. The whole ancient city shook violently. Countless ancient corpse soldiers on the walls were directly shaken away. Most of these ancient corpse soldiers turned into dust in the air. Although the ancient walls of the ominous city of eternity were protected by the Dao patterns, countless cracks appeared on the walls as if they were about to collapse. However, the ancient walls didn't collapse in the end. The power of the Dao patterns imprinted on the walls blocked the attack of the Renhuang seal. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. This ancient city could even block the attack of the Renhuang divine weapon. Could this ancient city really be a divine city refined by a supreme being? The immortal divine city seemed to be immortal. The countless cracks on the walls that were smashed by the Renhuang seal disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was an ancient city that could repair itself. This wasn't a good thing. The immortal divine city could repair itself, which increased the difficulty of breaking into the city. It didn't seem to be an easy task to break into this ancient city. Swoosh! Just as the Renhuang seal smashed countless cracks on the walls of the ancient city, the heavenly mirror in the sky finally woke up completely. It emitted a bright mirror light and pierced through the ominous city of eternity. Bang! The mirror light hit the ancient city wall, and as if it had turned into a tangible light beam, it directly punched a huge hole in the ancient city wall that was full of cracks. There's hope. The old Daoist's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. The attacks from the 2 Renhuang divine weapons could break through the ancient city, but no one was willing to be the first to enter the ancient city. One should know that the ancient city was definitely filled with unimaginable dangers. Otherwise, the sovereign divine treasures in the city would have been taken away long ago. Everyone was hesitating, including the old Daoist. Rumble! The ancient city shook. A terrifying evil aura surged out from the depths of the ancient city. The ancient city wall that was pierced by the heavenly mirror was rapidly repairing itself. Countless Dao patterns intertwined on the city wall. Very soon, the damaged ancient city wall was completely repaired, as if it had never been pierced. Roar! At this moment, a roar came from within the ancient city. A demonic figure stood up from the depths of the ancient city. It was a figure that was thousands of zhong tall. Countless black auras lingered around the figure. It was the death chi. The death chi in the ancient city was different from normal death chi. If an ordinary cultivator breathed in a wisp of this death chi, their body and soul would be destroyed. Ji Yufei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene from afar. Bang! At this moment, the human emperor's seal smashed down from the sky. This attack was much stronger than the previous one. Under this attack, the void was directly destroyed, leaving nothing behind. The ancient city was shaking. Countless Tao patterns were collapsing. The human emperor's seal smashed down from the sky. A section of the ancient city wall collapsed. The human emperor's seal smashed a hole in the wall. Kill. The old Daoist took the lead and was the first to rush forward. He entered the ancient city through the hole in the wall. With the strength of an ancient quasi-saint, protecting himself in the ancient city was not a problem. As the old Daoist's figure disappeared from the ancient city, an extremely powerful fluctuation appeared in the ancient city. The old Daoist was making his move. The Jew clan of the desolate antiquity also followed the old Daoist and rushed into the ancient city. A powerful saint-level aura exploded in the city. A great battle erupted in the city. Ancient corpse soldiers could be seen flying away from time to time. Chapter 1701. The awakening of the two supreme sovereign weapons caused the heavens to tremble. In the end, a gap was opened in the ancient city. The old Daoist from the Li clan of the desolate antiquity directly rushed into the ancient city and began to fight against the powerful evil beings. At this time, the ancient city was filled with a gloomy fog. Sounds of footsteps came from the depths of the city as groups of ancient corpse soldiers walked out with bronze spears in their hands. The aura of death was vast. These ancient corpse soldiers had fallen for countless years, but their bodies had not decayed. They were like ghost soldiers that had slaughtered their way out of hell. However, the evil energy of the ancient city was suppressed by the two supreme sovereign weapons. Although their power had decreased a lot, it was still not to be underestimated. These evil beings, the old Daoist's speed was very fast. He had already entered the central area of the ancient city. Countless ancient corpse soldiers were rushing towards him from the street ahead. As these ancient corpse soldiers walked, they set off a black mist that was condensed from the death energy on their bodies. This black mist rushed towards this end of the street. Could it be that something bad really happened to the legendary Supreme's corpse? The old Daoist had lived for countless years. He was a character from the late period of the desolate antiquity era. He could be considered a super antique and knew many secrets of the world. Legend had it that in the distant past, after a Supreme died in the Age of Legends, his corpse became immortal and even regained its consciousness, turning into a terrifying existence. Something happened to the Supreme's corpse, and it later became the legendary Lord of Hell. Of course, this was only an ancient legend. It was hard to say whether there was a place called Hell in this world, let alone the Lord of Hell who created it. However, this ancient legend was enough to prove that once something happened to the Supreme's corpse, something unimaginable and ominous would happen. The consequences were unpredictable. Who cares? Let's get the Supreme Divine Treasure first. The old Daoist came for the Supreme Divine Treasure. He had lived for a long time and had experienced several dark upheavals. There was nothing he hadn't seen before. In this world, there were not many things that could pique his interest. However, it was obvious that the Supreme Divine Treasure was enough to make an existence like him envious. The Supreme Divine Treasure was the most precious ancient scripture left behind by the Supreme. If one could obtain the ancient scripture left behind by a supreme being, that would be a great opportunity. The supreme cultivation method of a supreme being had a fatal attraction to every cultivator. Whoever could grasp the sovereign's ancient scripture would be able to obtain the sovereign's inheritance. With this inheritance, they would be able to establish a supersect. The primordial Li clan was known as the successor of the supreme Daoist ancestor, which was already powerful enough. However, no one would complain about having too many supreme ancient scriptures. Roar! The old Daoist let out a furious roar. His eyes shone with a dazzling light. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were descending in his eyes. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. Rumble! The space around the old Taoist was trembling. Countless divine patterns of the Great Path condensed in the space around him, triggering the power of the Great Path. At this moment, the old Taoist was like a supreme god, giving off a feeling of invincibility that looked down on the world. Buzz! The void trembled, and the old Taoist attacked right away. The countless patterns that appeared around him bloomed with dazzling divine light of the great path in an instant, turning into divine swords of the great path that pierced forward. This move alone was enough to prove that the old Taoist's celestial swordsmanship had reached perfection. With a thought, the divine patterns of the great path turned into divine swords. This was the legendary saying that having no sword was better than having a sword. Swoosh! At this moment, the ancient corpse soldiers at the front raised the bronze spears in their hands and stabbed forward. A terrifying power of death erupted in an instant. Every spear pierced through the space and collided with the countless divine swords of the great path that were flying towards them. On the dark street, specks of light blossomed like twinkling stars. The bronze spears of the ancient corpse soldiers collided with the countless divine swords of the great path, exploding with dazzling light. After all, the ancient corpse soldiers were not truly peerless cultivators. These ancient corpse soldiers could only block a portion of the divine swords of the great path. The divine swords that could not block the rest all pierced through the ancient corpse soldiers' bodies. However, when the divine patterns of the great path turned into sword light and pierced through the ancient corpse soldiers' bodies, the old Taoist's expression finally changed. He could sense that after each sword light pierced through the ancient corpse soldiers' bodies, the power of the great path contained within them instantly weakened by more than half. The sword light of the great path became dim and lightless. These ancient corpse soldiers all had a strange evil power that could corrode the power of the great path. The old Taoist's great sword technique of the great path could not destroy the evil power in the ancient corpse soldiers' bodies. Although the ancient corpse soldiers were pierced by the swords of the great path, they did not lose the ability to fight. The wounds on the ancient corpse soldiers' bodies were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Undying evil corpses. The old Taoist was extremely shocked. When the countless corpses in front of him were attacked by him, they only paused for a moment. Then, with the bronze spears in their hands, they once again pressed towards him. Damn it! The old Taoist was inexplicably shocked and angry. Without a doubt, something terrible and ominous had happened in this ancient city. The evil power in the city could make the ancient corpse soldiers immortal. This power could even weaken the power of the great path. It was no small matter. Seeing the ancient corpse soldiers approaching step by step with their bronze spears, the old Taoist suddenly took a deep breath. His belly slightly swelled up. Whoosh! The old Taoist suddenly blew forward. Boom! With a loud sound, a great fire spurted out from his mouth, immediately drowning the street in a sea of fire. The old Taoist was furious. He didn't hesitate to spurt out a mouthful of essence qi, which turned into a divine fire. He wanted to burn these ancient corpse soldiers to ashes. This was not an ordinary divine fire. It was the result of the old Taoist's essence qi and contained the power of his great path. One could faintly see Dao runes inside the divine fire. The fire soared to the sky and illuminated half of the ancient city. The yin mist in this area was burned by this divine fire and turned into a green smoke that dissipated into the void. The divine fire was the nemesis of the evil energy in the city. Although the countless ancient corpse soldiers in the sea of fire were still silently approaching the old Taoist, their battle robes were all burning. Soon, the ancient corpse soldiers in the sea of fire turned into piles of charcoal. Next to each pile of charcoal was a bronze spear. This, on the roof of a house 1,000 meters behind the old Daoist, Jiu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The old Daoist's divine flame was actually able to exterminate these corpse soldiers, which made him feel very surprised. Could it be that fire was really the bane of these evil beings? Chapter 1702. The old Daoist from the Li family of the desolate antiquity spat out a mouthful of essence energy that turned into a divine flame of the great path, burning all the ancient corpse soldiers on the street into charcoal. Text first. The power of the divine flame of the great path was too great. Even Jiu Fei was shocked by this scene from afar. The old Daoist was sacrificing his own essence energy to destroy these corpse soldiers. At this time, heavy footsteps came from the other end of the street. From the black mist, many figures walked out. In the depths of the ancient city, countless ancient corpse soldiers stood up. At this time, Even the old Daoist couldn't help but change his expression. The dangers of the ancient city had exceeded his imagination. Countless ancient corpse soldiers appeared in front of him once again, pressing towards him with heavy footsteps. In the hands of each ancient corpse soldier was a bronze spear. The ancient spear was rusted and almost decayed, but the power of death surged on it. The ancient corpse soldiers had died countless years ago, so they carried a thick corpse aura. After being nourished by the evil power of the ancient city for countless years, these corpse soldiers were even more powerful to a frightening extent. Roar. At this time, a roar came from among the ancient corpse soldiers. A figure strode out from among them. It was a tall and strong general. A terrifying death power surged from the body of this general. His pitch-black armor was covered with slashes from swords, spears, and halberds. However, there was no spirit in the eyes of this general. Although this general was mighty, he had fallen for countless years. However, this general was different from ordinary ancient corpse soldiers. Although there was no spirit in his eyes, there was a divine thought coming from his head. This ancient corpse general had already developed a certain level of intelligence. It could be said that it had become an undead creature. Although such an existence was still under the control of the evil power of the ancient city, its movements were not as slow as ordinary ancient corpse soldiers. This is, on a roof in the distance, Jiu Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this ancient corpse general. This ancient corpse general's aura was somewhat similar to the corpse general that the old turtle had refined into an outer body incarnation. Another indestructible martial body? Jiu Fei was extremely shocked. There was a subtle feeling in his heart that the ancient corpse general on the street ahead seemed to have the same bloodline as him. Roar. The ancient corpse general walked out and roared towards the sky. The entire street trembled as yin energy surged. Just like when he was alive, he led a magnificent army to charge forward. Swoosh. The ancient corpse general took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the old Daoist. It directly punched the old Daoist's chest. This was the simplest and most direct attack. Who? The ancient corpse general's fist created a strong wind. Wherever the fist passed, the void turned into nothingness. This was the most direct and powerful force that could shatter the void. The old Daoist was startled. His long beard that was hanging in front of his chest rippled due to the impact of the airflow. The ancient corpse general's fist had not yet reached him, but he already felt a strong pressure, and his breathing became rapid. Swoosh. The old Daoist's figure became blurry as he left behind an afterimage. His real body had already soared into the sky and arrived above the ancient corpse general. Annihilate the evil. The old Daoist roared. Like a big bird, he directly swooped down from the sky. His right hand reached out and pressed down on the ancient corpse general's head. Boom. The ancient corpse general's body shook. Its feet directly stomped on the green bricks on the ground, and its feet sank into the ground. The old Daoist's power caused its body to sink a bit. What? The old Daoist was incomparably shocked. This evil being was ridiculously strong. He was a quasi-sage, and a single palm strike from him could even crush an ancient sacred mountain. However, this evil being only sank a little, as though it didn't receive much impact at all. This old guy is out of luck. Jiu Fei couldn't help but shake his head after seeing this scene from a distance. Trying to use force to suppress the indestructible martial physique would only cause an even more powerful counterattack from the indestructible martial physique. Bam! An extremely powerful force burst out from the ancient corpse general's body and directly knocked away the giant hand that was pressing down from the sky. Then, the ancient corpse general soared into the sky and fiercely pounced towards the old Daoist. Its speed and ferocity shocked the old Daoist. Even though the old Daoist dodged, one of his sleeves was still torn off by the ancient corpse general. His arm was dripping with blood, and there were 5 finger marks. How dare you? The old Daoist was furious. His eyes shone brightly as countless Tao runes condensed between his hands, turning into countless divine weapons of the great Tao that slashed towards the ancient corpse general. The power of the great Tao was mighty. The Tao runes transformed into divine swords, heavenly sabers, ancient bells, and so on. Each of these weapons displayed great power. However, a shocking scene appeared. Countless divine weapons of the great Tao slashed the ancient corpse general's body, and then they were all knocked away by the ancient corpse general. What? How is this possible? The old Daoist was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. How could this evil being's body withstand the attacks of the divine weapons of the great Tao formed from Tao runes? However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. The other party really ignored his attacks. Such a powerful body was unbelievable. This body could actually withstand the attacks of an ancient quasi-saint. Even Jiyu Fei was secretly shocked. The indestructible martial physique was indeed extremely powerful. Perhaps only divine weapons of the great Tao could injure it. Other divine weapons simply could not break the powerful defense of the indestructible martial physique. The indestructible martial physique was extremely powerful. It was obviously fighting based on its instincts. It directly rushed through the thousands of Tao soldiers and arrived in front of the old Daoist. Bam! Another simple punch was thrown out. The entire heaven and earth collapsed along with the ancient corpse general's fist. The old Daoist was directly knocked into the chaotic void. Many experts who were attacking the ancient city were shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. That evil being was so powerful that even an ancient quasi-saint was not its opponent. This was not a good thing. The stronger the evil in the ancient city, the lower the chances of obtaining the supreme divine treasures. There was even the danger of dying in the ancient city. At this time, many experts had been stabbed to death by the ancient corpse soldiers with their bronze spears. Their blood essence was quickly absorbed by the ancient city and became a part of it. The divine light of magic treasures could be seen everywhere in the ancient city. The experts who were attacking the ancient city were gradually advancing towards the center of the ancient city. Although the ancient corpse soldiers were powerful, they couldn't stop the pace of a group of red-eyed experts, especially the ancient desolate forces. Among these forces, there was no lack of semi-saints, and many of them even brought divine tools. The power of the ancient ominous city was suppressed by the two human sovereign divine weapons above the ancient city. At this time, everyone's cultivation was not suppressed by the virtual sky world's law of heaven and earth. All the experts could attack with all their strength and display their strongest fighting strength. Fortunately, at this time, only one ancient corpse general had appeared. If another ancient corpse general appeared, then all the experts inside the ancient city would be in danger. After all, these ancient corpse generals all had the indestructible martial physique. Boom! The void collapsed. The old Daoist who was punched into the chaotic void by the indestructible martial physique corpse general broke the void and rushed out. Supreme Great Path, Heavenly Sword exterminates the devil. The old Daoist shouted. His hands formed a sword art and he was performing a killing technique of the Li family of the remote antiquity. Countless Tao patterns rushed out from his body, and a divine sword completely formed by interweaving Tao patterns appeared in his hand. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated as if it had a substantial body. A powerful sword aura of the Great Path spread out from this divine sword, making everyone's heart palpitate. Kill! The old Taoist's eyes widened in anger, and he slashed at the indestructible martial body corpse general with his sword. The divine sword of the Great Path condensed from the divine pattern of the Great Path shot out a beam of dazzling sword light and slashed forward. The indestructible martial body corpse general didn't seem to sense any danger as he continued to charge forward. However, a pair of huge hands pushed forward, causing a gust of wind to rise. The vast and mighty energy radiating from the huge hands was extremely powerful, as though it could destroy the heavens and earth. The sword light of the Great Path that the old Daoist struck out was incomparably sharp and could destroy everything in the world. Unfortunately, the old Daoist encountered the indestructible martial physique. Although the indestructible martial physique had died countless years ago, the indestructible martial physique still contained a shocking power within it. If someone could use the power within the indestructible martial physique, then this indestructible martial physique would become the most terrifying killer in the world. The indestructible martial physique punched again. This punch unexpectedly collided with the sword light of the Great Path that the old Daoist had struck out, emitting a metallic sound. There was no suspense. Even the powerful ancient quasi-saint was not strong enough in front of the indestructible martial physique corps general. It was forced to retreat. Could this be? The old Daoist seemed to have thought of something. His face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Even his voice was trembling. At this time, while the old Daoist was entangled by the indestructible martial physique corps general, Jiyu Fei directly walked towards the depths of the ancient city. From time to time, there would be immortal light and treasure light overflowing from the depths of the ancient city. The supreme divine treasure must be located there. And there were many people who had the same idea as Jiyu Fei. Little kid, even you want to dip your fingers in the supreme divine treasure? An old man suddenly appeared, blocking Jiyu Fei's path. At this time, the location of the supreme divine treasure was unknown, but some people in the city had already started a life-and-death battle. Jiyu Fei stopped, but he didn't put this old man in his eyes. This old man was merely an immortal emperor. He could kill him with a flick of his finger. The one who wants your life. There was no longer any need to conceal the murderous intent on the old man's body. A heaven-shaking murderous intent spread out from his body, causing the people in the vicinity to feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. See no ads, full text first novel, Text first novel, your best choice. Chapter 1703. In the mortal world, immortal emperors were considered as the overlords of a domain. One should know that immortal emperors weren't common in the mortal world even when the great era of the mortal world had arrived. This old man was an old immortal emperor. This old immortal emperor blocked Jiyu Fei's path and charged towards Jiyu Fei with murderous intent, intending to kill Jiyu Fei. At this time, the supreme divine treasure in the ancient city hadn't appeared yet, but these old men already wanted to clear the area. This was the selfish desire in everyone's heart. Naturally, the fewer people fighting for the supreme divine treasure, the better it would be. The eyes of the experts that rushed into the ancient city were red with greed. As long as they could obtain the supreme divine treasure, they would do anything. Eliminating the dissidents was one of the methods. Trying to kill me? Jiyu Fei smiled. He was incomparably calm. This old immortal emperor was really blind to come after him. How pitiful. Little boy, if you want to blame something, blame your bad luck for meeting me. The old man's eyes flickered with ominous light as he advanced towards Jiyu Fei step by step. His aura also rose rapidly with each step he took. This old man was very careful. This was like a lion hunting a rabbit. Although the cultivation of this kid wasn't that great, he still wanted to kill him in one strike. I think I should be the one saying this to you. At this time, the smile on Jiyu Fei's face became even more brilliant. At this moment, he no longer concealed his aura. An extremely powerful fluctuation rushed out from his body. Like a dragon that was imprisoned suddenly broke free from its shackles, instantly soaring above the 9 heavens, looking down on the world with disdain. From a weak ant, he had instantly turned into a giant dragon that stood above the 9 heavens. Such a transformation was simply too unbelievable. What? The old man's expression changed drastically. The aura emitted from Jiyu Fei's body shook his soul, giving him the urge to kneel down. This turn of events left the old man horrified. He had thought that he was in control of the other party's life and death, but at this moment, his life was in the other party's hands instead. The awe-inspiring air that the old immortal sovereign exuded earlier had long since disappeared. In its place was a look of horror. This seemingly young cultivator was actually a supreme expert. Blind as a bat, the old immortal emperor's intestines turned green with regret. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He wanted to kill Jiyu Fei, but he didn't know that he was the prey. Bang! Jiyu Fei didn't say anything. He directly pressed his palm forward. Although the old immortal emperor was powerful, he was no different from an ant in Jiyu Fei's eyes. The old immortal sovereign's entire body exploded. His body and soul were completely destroyed by Jiyu Fei's palm strike. Some of the cultivators who were attacking the ancient city happened to see this scene. All of them sucked in a cold breath. A powerful immortal emperor was killed so easily. Those people involuntarily retreated far away, not daring to approach Jiyu Fei. Jiyu Fei didn't care about those people. He discovered that the blood essence of the old immortal emperor that he killed had seeped into the ground, and his essence was being rapidly absorbed. Seeing this scene, Jiyu Fei felt that something was amiss. At this time, the number of cultivators attacking the ancient city increased continuously. In the sky above the ancient city, there were 2 human sovereign divine weapons, emitting the might of the human sovereign, suppressing the entire ancient city. From time to time, terrifying roars and howls could be heard from the depths of the ancient city. There were unimaginably ferocious existences in that area, but they were deterred by the 2 human sovereign divine weapons and couldn't come out. If it wasn't for the suppression of the 2 human sovereign divine weapons, no one would be able to resist them once they emerged from the depths of the ancient city. Even Jiyu Fei would have to retreat. The appearance of the 2 human sovereign divine weapons gave everyone a chance to seize the supreme divine treasures. However, although the supreme divine treasures were important, no one dared to enter the ancient city even if they knew that it was suicide. One must know that staying alive was more important than anything else. Since such an opportunity had appeared, they must seize it. After killing the old immortal emperor, Jiyu Fei continued to advance towards the depths of the ancient city. In a house a few miles ahead of him, there was immortal light and treasure qi rising. That was only the edge of the central city. Supreme divine treasure. 2 beams of divine light shot out from Jiyu Fei's eyes. Like a bolt of lightning, he locked onto the house in front of him. At this time, several silhouettes appeared on the roofs nearby. Some of them also stared at the house that was emitting divine light and treasure qi. All the experts who risked their lives to enter the ancient city came for the supreme divine treasures. No one was willing to retreat. There might be a supreme divine treasure in the house ahead. That house had long been targeted by some experts. Jiyu Fei wasn't the first. Everyone, listen up. That house ahead belongs to my Zhao clan. The rest of you, leave quickly. Someone shouted, declaring the ownership of the divine treasures in front. However, no one bought it. These people were all coveting the divine treasures and wouldn't give them up so easily. Bullshit. If your Zhao clan wants to obtain the divine treasures, you have to rely on your own abilities. An old voice sounded from afar. Then, a tall figure walked out from the mist. This was an old man with the appearance of a ferocious tiger. You old man, get the hell out of here. Offending my Zhao clan won't end well for you. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was very domineering. The people of the Zhao clan relied on the human sovereign divine weapon, the heavenly mirror. Their attitude was tyrannical and their tone was unquestionable. One should know that one of the 2 human sovereign divine weapons in the sky was the heavenly mirror of the Zhao clan. If the people of the Zhao clan could completely control the heavenly mirror, the consequences would be very serious. As long as a beam of mirror light fell from the sky, even an ancient quasi-saint would be destroyed. That was the power of a human sovereign. Even a true saint would have to suffer a grievance if they came. The old man who looked like a ferocious tiger lowered his body slightly. Then, he stomped on the ground and directly shot up from the roof. Like a peerless tiger king, he pounced towards the middle-aged cultivator of the Zhao clan. The cultivator of the Zhao clan was shocked. He had already seen through his opponent's background. This was an old white tiger, a cultivator of the White Tiger clan. The White Tiger clan was one of the 4 ancient clans of the barbarian wasteland. The blood of the White Tiger clan flowed in their bodies. This was a kind of inheritance that was no weaker than that of a Ren Huang. The middle-aged cultivator dodged. Boom. The old man who looked like a ferocious tiger landed on the roof where the middle-aged cultivator was. The entire house shook violently. The tiger's power was terrifying. HMPH, fight, fight. Seeing this scene, Jiyu Fei was secretly happy. If these people were to fight, no one would stop him. He jumped off the roof and disappeared into the street. There were no ancient corpse soldiers on this street. Those ancient corpse soldiers were attracted by the old cultivator of the Li clan and some other powerful fluctuations. In other areas of the ancient city, many true holy weapons were completely awakened. This kind of power was enough to attract the ancient corpse soldiers in the ancient city to suppress them. On the contrary, There were not many ancient corpse soldiers patrolling the areas without any fluctuations. This kind of situation was very advantageous to Gu Fei. While the cultivator of the White Tiger clan was fighting with the middle-aged cultivator of the Zhao clan, Gu Fei had already approached the house that occasionally emitted divine light and treasure aura. When Gu Fei arrived at the door of the house, he was shocked. It was a pair of bronze doors with ancient runes engraved on them. Not only the bronze door, but even the walls of the entire house had Dao patterns faintly appearing. The Dao patterns on the house were intertwining, forming a powerful force of the Great Path, suppressing the divine light and treasure aura inside. However, even with the suppression of the ancient runes, there were still divine lights rushing out from the house from time to time. Even the runes couldn't completely suppress the divine lights inside the house. Gu Fei realized that this house wasn't big, but it seemed to be suppressing something inside. Divine light and treasure aura are faintly discernible. Could it be that there really is a sovereign god trove inside? However, Gu Fei knew that there were other places in the ancient city with similar divine lights and treasure aura. In other words, there might be more than one divine trove inside the ancient city. This type of runes, Gu Fei wanted to open the two bronze doors, but he realized that the runes were actually ancient runes evolved from the perfect Great Tao. In other words, the one suppressing this house was a sovereign. What exactly is inside? Gu Fei was very curious. Something that was worthy of the sovereign of the ancient realm personally suppressing was definitely extraordinary. One should know that the sovereign of the ancient realm was invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the 3 realms and 6 paths, there weren't many things that were worthy of the sovereign of the ancient realm's respect. Bang! Gu Fei used all his strength and directly punched the 2 bronze doors. However, the 2 bronze doors didn't budge an inch under his attack. This was a punch that Gu Fei used all his strength. Even a sage-to-be wouldn't dare to take such a punch head-on. It could even destroy a mountain. Do I have to use the cauldron of mountain and river? Gu Fei was a little hesitant. He looked up at the 2 human emperor divine weapons in the sky that were emitting the aura of the human emperor. He knew very well that if he took out the cauldron of mountain and river, the supreme divine weapon would be stimulated by the aura of the human emperor divine weapon and would definitely be completely awakened. Once the cauldron of mountain and river was completely awakened, even Gu Fei wasn't confident that he could control it. Since he couldn't use the supreme divine weapon, how could he open these 2 doors? Gu Fei fell into deep thought. He tried to communicate with the cauldron of mountain and river with his mind and then tried to draw out a wisp of primordial chaos chi. After a few attempts, the primordial chaos chi on the cauldron of mountain and river was successfully activated by him. Primordial chaos chi was the ancestral chi between heaven and earth. It could dissolve any kind of Tao power between heaven and earth. Back then, Gu Fei used primordial chaos chi to break through the Buddhist Tao pattern that sealed the hell path and entered the hell path. Since the Buddhist Tao pattern of the ancient Buddha master could be broken, then the Tao patterns of other supreme martial artists should also be able to be removed. At this time, the wisp of primordial chaos chi that was drawn out from the cauldron of mountain and river had already moved to Gu Fei's right hand. His entire right hand turned the color of primordial chaos. An extremely ancient aura spread from his right hand. Without hesitation, he reached out his right hand and pressed it on the 2 bronze doors. Chapter 1704. The chaotic primordial energy circled around Gu Fei's right hand. He pressed his right hand on the 2 bronze doors. The moment his hand touched the doors, the entire room lit up. Countless Tao patterns were directly activated, emitting a supreme aura that shook the heavens. At this moment, all the ancient corpse soldiers in the entire ancient city fell down like pieces of wood. The power of a supreme being erupted. The evil power in the city was suppressed and the ancient soldiers in the city lost control. Bang! At this moment, the indestructible martial body corpse general that was fighting against the old Daoist was sent flying by the old Daoist. It fell into a pavilion and never came out again. The power of a supreme being, this. The old man wasn't affected by the power of a supreme being, but his expression became extremely serious. The appearance of the power of a supreme being wasn't a good thing. He came from the Li clan of the ancients and had secret treasures with him, so he wasn't afraid of the power of a supreme being. However, the others weren't so lucky. The moment the power of a supreme being erupted, everyone felt their spiritual souls trembling. This kind of fear came from the depths of their souls. Everyone couldn't help but kneel down. Their bodies trembled in extreme fear. Even if someone had a holy weapon, it was useless. In front of the power of a supreme being, even saints would have to bow their heads. There was no suspense because a supreme being was invincible. Buzz. The mirror of heavenly law and the seal of the emperor that were fixed in the sky above the city vibrated at the same time. The appearance of the power of a supreme being caused these two imperial weapons to have a strong reaction. Whoosh. On the surface of the mirror of heavenly law, countless runes of the great path intertwined. A destructive beam of light shot out from the mirror and swept towards the house below. The power of the Renhuang erupted, causing the entire world to tremble. Seeing this, Ji Yufei couldn't help but change his expression. The Renhuang divine weapons were displaying their power and the divine will inside them was actively attacking. This was the same as an ancient Renhuang taking action. Even though he had the protection of a supreme divine weapon, it didn't mean that he could resist this kind of power. Boom! The mirror light emitted by the heavenly law mirror swept down from the sky, and the entire house suddenly shook. The supreme Tao patterns that were branded on the house flickered with bright Tao light, and a powerful supreme power spread out. The supreme patterns of the great path intertwined and blocked the mirror light of the mirror of the heavenly law, a divine artifact of Renhuang. The two supreme powers collided and cancelled each other out. The entire ancient city shook violently. After all, this ancient city was a sovereign divine city. Although the tremors were intense, there were no signs of damage. Not even a brick or tile fell from the buildings and pavilions in the city. The entire ancient city was extremely stable. However, Ji Yufei was the one who suffered the most. When the supreme level energy burst forth, he received a huge impact, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was horrified. He found that he couldn't pull his right hand back from the bronze door. His right hand was stuck to the bronze door by a powerful force. The primordial chaos chi was refining the supreme power on the bronze door. The supreme power was gradually being refined in front of the primordial chaos chi, but the process was very slow. The two energies were intertwined, causing Ji Yufei to fall into a predicament. How could this be? Ji Yufei's martial arts' true power was surging all over his body. He wanted to break free from the suction force on his hand, but he found that it was useless. His own strength was negligible in front of the supreme power. Do I really have to go that far? The thoughts in Ji Yufei's mind spun rapidly, causing the entire house to tremble. Transparent ripples spread out. The power of a supreme being nearly caused his martial body to collapse. If he hesitated any longer, his body and soul would be destroyed. Roar! Ji Yufei roared. Immediately, a powerful aura erupted from his body. At this moment, the sky trembled, and the two Renhuang divine weapons above the ancient city shook. Buzz! A rumbling sound came from Ji Yufei's body. A huge cauldron rushed out from his dantian and floated above his head. Streams of primordial chaos chi descended from the cauldron like huge dragons, protecting Ji Yufei within it and repelling the supreme being's power. The mountain and river cauldron. In the distance, the old Daoist was incomparably shocked. The mountain and river cauldron had appeared. The supreme power was awakening, and the entire heaven and earth was suppressed. The ancient city that was shaking gradually calmed down. The two human emperor divine weapons above the ancient city were shaking. The deities in the weapons seemed to be very uneasy. The human emperor's power continued to descend from the sky, contending against the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble! The entire house was shaking. The supreme Tao patterns were flashing, and the divine light and treasures in the house were surging. The treasures in the house seemed like they were about to rush out. However, with the suppression of the supreme Tao patterns, it was impossible for the treasures in the house to rush out, unless someone broke through the supreme power. Open for me! At this time, Ji Yufei could use his full strength. Streams of primordial chaos chi surged from his right hand, intertwining with the supreme power on the bronze door. As he exerted his full strength, the supreme Tao patterns on the bronze door quickly dimmed. The supreme power triggered by the supreme Tao patterns was constantly being disintegrated by the primordial chaos chi. What is he doing? The old Daoist had already arrived near the house. However, at this time, the supreme powers were fighting against each other. Even if the old Daoist had secret treasures on him, it was still difficult for him to get close to the house. In the ancient city, except for a few people who could walk around, everyone else was unable to move. The deity in the mountain and river cauldron was awakening. The aura of the human emperor divine weapon awakened the sleeping deity of the mountain and river cauldron. The supreme power was gradually increasing. This was a supreme divine cauldron that had appeared since the mythological era. It had the power to suppress the heaven and earth. It was one of the publicly recognized supreme divine weapons in the 6 Taos of the 3 realms. The primordial chaos chi in the mountain and river cauldron was drawn by Jiyu Fei. The supreme Tao patterns on the bronze door were constantly being erased. Soon, Jiyu Fei's right hand passed through the layer of supreme power on the surface of the door and pressed on the bronze door. A cold feeling came from his right hand. Jiyu Fei couldn't help but frown. At this time, he had a bad feeling. There really was a supreme divine treasure sealed in this house. Where did this little guy come from? He actually has the mountain and river cauldron. The old Daoist was shocked to the extreme. He could feel the extremely vigorous blood energy fluctuations on Jiyu Fei's body. This was a young expert. The primordial chaos chi could dissolve all the powers in the world. Seeing someone about to break the supreme seal on the house, the old Daoist couldn't help being shocked and angry. Chapter 1705. Wang. The mountain and river cauldron shook. Primordial chaos chi and the ancestor chi of heaven and earth engulfed Jiyu Fei completely. No one could see what was going on inside, not even the experts with the divine eye or the heavenly eye. Rumble. The ancient city shook. At this moment, the powers of the Supremes were fighting against each other. The ancient city was shaken. Terrifying cracks spread in all directions with the house as the center. In the end, this ancient city was still damaged. The supreme-level divine city seemed to be unable to withstand the collision of the 2 human emperor divine weapons and the mountain and river cauldron. Even the old Daoist from the Li family of the desolate antiquity had to retreat. The legendary mountain and river cauldron was awakening. It was as if a supreme being had appeared in the world. The divine might that the mountain and river cauldron exuded could crush everything. Who would be able to contend against such a mighty aura? What's going on? Everyone was stunned. The appearance of a supreme being's divine might in the ancient city was not a good thing. Who could raise their heads under the might of a supreme being? This was the might of a supreme existence that stood at the peak of all living beings. The divine might of the mountain and river cauldron suppressed the heavens. Although it did not threaten everyone, all the experts that attacked the ancient city, except for a limited number of people, did not even have the strength to move a finger. This ancient cauldron was said to have supreme divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was not a lie. Near the house that was covered by the supreme being Tao runes, a figure stood on top of a pavilion and looked towards the mountain and river cauldron. This was a person standing completely in the darkness. His entire body was surrounded by yin qi, giving off an eerie feeling. That kid, Join ancient sage-to-be stared at the ancient cauldron floating in the void. His expression kept changing. He and Jiyu Fei were both earths, but the opponent actually had a supreme being divine weapon. This was not good for the entire Dongfang clan. The Dongfang clan was destined to face a calamity after provoking such a person. In another direction, old man Zhu Huang stood in the void. There was an aura around his body that made him fearless of the supreme might and allowed him to walk freely in the ancient city of China. The supreme god treasury is about to be taken away. Old man Zhu Huang's eyes flashed with a brilliant light from time to time. The primordial chaos chi in front of him was vast and mighty. The power condensed by the supreme Tao patterns on the house was constantly being obliterated. It was only a matter of time before that person broke through the supreme seal of this house. At this moment, an old man stood below the heavenly Tao mirror. This old man was a half-step saint from the primordial Zhao clan. He was also enveloped by a mysterious aura that could isolate the aura of a supreme being from the outside world. In the entire ancient ominous city, only the 4 experts could walk freely in the city. The others were all suppressed by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. They couldn't even move a finger. The 4 experts were all nervously staring ahead. Buzz. In the sky above the ancient city, the 2 human emperor divine weapons were vibrating. The deities in the heavenly Tao mirror and the human emperor's seal felt threatened by the mountain and river cauldron, so they automatically attacked the mountain and river cauldron. Shua. Tens of thousands of divine lights of the Great Path flashed. The heavenly Tao mirror condensed the power of the Great Path of the Supreme Renhuang. It emitted a destructive mirror light that was enough to destroy the world and swept towards the mountain and river cauldron. The mirror light contained the power of the Great Path of the Renhuang. Wherever it passed, the sky and the void were directly annihilated. It was so terrifying that even a peak saint would be destroyed in body and soul if he was illuminated by it. However, this power of the Great Path could not obliterate the primordial chaos chi. The primordial chaos chi rose and blocked the light of the heavenly Tao mirror that swept down from the sky. Roar. An earth-shattering roar came from the primordial chaos chi. A huge dragon rushed out of the primordial chaos chi and directly shattered the light of the heavenly Tao mirror. It rushed towards the heavenly Tao mirror in the sky. The 4 experts were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. This huge dragon was the legendary supreme divine beast, the Azure Dragon. Although it was not a real supreme divine beast and was only a dragon soul, it was enough to shock the world. It should be known that the combat power of an ancient supreme divine beast was enough to challenge an extreme supreme being. Boom! The Azure Dragon soared into the sky. The world shook, and the heavenly Tao mirror fixed in the sky shook violently. It was almost knocked away by the Azure Dragon. The human emperor's divine weapon roared, and the divine power of the human emperor burst out, suppressing the soaring Azure Dragon. The heavenly Tao mirror and the human emperor's seal shook at the same time. The mighty divine power of the human emperor shook the entire ancient city and the entire virtual sky world, causing the billions of creatures in the virtual sky world to tremble. The 2 human emperors' divine weapons exerted their power together and finally resisted the counterattack of the mountain and river cauldron. While the 2 human emperors' divine weapons were confronting the mountain and river cauldron, Jiyu Fei had already stimulated the primordial chaos chi and dissolved the supreme daoist pattern on the bronze doors. The cold aura coming from behind the bronze doors made Jiyu Fei frown. Without the suppression of the supreme daoist pattern, the 2 bronze doors could finally be opened. Even Jiyu Fei himself felt a little nervous. Rays of divine light and the aura of treasures came out from the bronze doors. Jiyu Fei could feel a kind of spiritual fluctuation in the divine light and the aura of treasures. Open. Jiyu Fei pressed his right hand on the bronze doors, trying to push them open. However, the 2 bronze doors only shook a little under his push. They couldn't be pushed open at all. What? The 2 bronze doors were too heavy. They were like 2 ancient divine mountains. Even Jiyu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. The force of his push could even push down a real mountain. Roar. A deep roar came from Jiyu Fei's throat. He pressed both hands on the bronze doors and pushed them forward with all the martial art true power in his body. Rumble, a muffled sound rang out. The 2 bronze doors were finally pushed open by Jiyu Fei, revealing a gap. A gust of cold wind blew out from the gap. Jiyu Fei only felt goosebumps all over his body. This cold wind even made him feel bone-chilling. If it was anyone else who was blown by this cold wind, they would have instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Why is it so cold? The uneasiness in Jiyu Fei's heart grew stronger. Through the gap of the bronze doors, he could see divine light flickering inside. The aura of treasures rose. There seemed to be many divine treasures inside. However, a cold aura was vast and mighty in the room. It was inharmonious with the divine light and aura of treasures inside. This made Jiyu Fei's heart feel alarmed. The bronze doors gradually opened. The bright divine light made Jiyu Fei almost unable to open his eyes. The aura of treasures was like mercury spilling out from the slowly opening doors. Even the primordial chaos chi could not completely block the divine light and aura of treasures. From time to time, the divine light would pierce through the primordial chaos chi and shoot out from the mountain and river cauldron. Supreme divine treasure, that guy opened the supreme divine treasure. On the roof far away, the four experts were incomparably shocked. That kid actually opened the supreme divine treasure. It should be known that the supreme divine treasure was personally sealed by an extreme grade sovereign. Even if these people had human emperor divine weapons in their hands, they knew that it would be impossible for them to break the supreme seal that was personally laid down by an extreme Dao sovereign and open the sovereign divine treasure. This is outrageous. The ancient nine-shade half-saint could only watch helplessly. At this moment, there was nothing he could do. The mountain and river cauldron was sealed there. Even human sovereign divine weapons could not blast it open. Let's use the two human sovereign divine weapons to blast the mountain and river cauldron open, the Li family elder of the primordial antiquity shouted. The four experts all had some kind of secret treasure that could isolate the supreme divine aura outside of their bodies. This way, they would not be affected by the supreme divine aura and maintain their best state. All right. The ancient nine-shade half-saint was the first to nod. He did not want Ji Yufei to obtain the supreme divine treasure. If Ji Yufei monopolized the supreme divine treasure, the Dongfang family would have to face an even more terrifying Ji Yufei. The elder of the Zhao family of the primordial antiquity also agreed. Zhu Huang of the Zhu family of the primordial antiquity also felt that this was the best way to obtain the supreme divine treasure. The four experts reached a consensus and all rushed into the sky towards the human sovereign divine weapons in the sky. The Li family elder of the primordial antiquity and the Zhao family elder of the primordial antiquity worked together and used all their strength to activate the heavenly mirror. The god in the heavenly mirror had long been fully awakened. Swoosh! Under the joint efforts of the Zhao family and the old Daoist, the heavenly mirror launched an ultimate attack. The peerless and powerful human sovereign divine aura exploded. Under this ultimate attack, the primordial chaos chi below was broken by the mirror light, and the mirror light shone directly on the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and a circle of ripples spread from the cauldron. The ultimate heavenly mirror's mirror light was shattered by this circle of ripples. The old Daoist and the elder of the Zhao family of the primordial antiquity vomited blood and flew back. On the other side, the ancient nine-shade half-saint and Zhu Huang temporarily put aside their grudges. The two of them worked together to control the human sovereign seal and suppress the mountain and river cauldron below. There was no suspense. The human sovereign divine weapons were only weapons refined by the invincible human sovereign of the mortal world. Although they were infinitely close to a supreme divine weapon, they were still not a supreme divine weapon. The mountain and river cauldron, on the other hand, was a supreme divine weapon that had appeared since the mythological era. The two human sovereign divine weapons could not do anything to the mountain and river cauldron, let alone blast it away. However, the attack from the human sovereign divine weapons had affected Ji Yufei more or less. These bastards, Ji Yufei cursed and continued to push the bronze door. At this time, the bronze door was already wide enough for one person to enter and exit. Then, he did not hesitate and directly walked in. This is, when Ji Yufei entered the room, he was immediately shocked by what he saw. In the middle of the room, there was a coffin, a crystal coffin. The real reason why Ji Yufei was stunned was that there was a woman lying in the crystal coffin. Chapter 1706. Ji Yufei used all his skills and even used the mountain and river cauldron to open the house that was sealed by the supreme Dao rune that the supreme being had personally laid down. The house didn't look big from the outside, but the space inside was very spacious. It wasn't filled with divine treasures like Ji Yufei had imagined. The divine light and the aura of treasures all came from one place. It was a coffin, a crystal coffin, and inside the crystal coffin lay a beautiful woman. In fact, Ji Yufei couldn't really see the woman's appearance clearly. He had an intuition that the woman in the crystal coffin should be the most beautiful goddess in the world. The so-called supreme divine treasure is only a crystal coffin. Ji Yufei couldn't help but be stunned for a while when he saw this result. He never thought that there would be a coffin in the house that was personally sealed by the Supreme Being. This house was simply a tomb. The hazy corpse in the crystal coffin made Ji Yufei's scalp tingle. The cold aura was spreading from the crystal coffin. How could this be? Ji Yufei was inexplicably shocked. The Supreme Being had personally sealed this crystal coffin in this house. What was she guarding against? Could it be that there was something strange about the woman in the crystal coffin? Thinking of this, Ji Yufei had to be careful. He didn't dare to easily approach the crystal coffin in the middle of the house. He looked around and saw that the floor of the house was covered with mysterious and ancient Dao runes. Even the walls and ceiling were the same. In other words, every place in this house was branded with the Dao runes of the Supreme Being. The divine light and the aura of treasures lingered above the crystal coffin. From time to time, divine light would rush out from the crystal coffin. Even the supreme Dao runes in the house couldn't stop it. At the same time, the aura of treasures rose from the crystal coffin. It seemed that the supreme great Dao was evolving in the crystal coffin, and the sound of the great Dao seemed to be lingering in the house. What? Ji Yufei was truly stunned this time. The divine voice of the supreme great Dao. Could it be that the one buried in the crystal coffin was actually a supreme being, and a female supreme being at that? Since ancient times, there had been many supremes in the world of cultivation. The mountain and river cauldron that Ji Yufei had obtained had existed since the distant mythological era. In other words, in the extremely distant age of legends, there was already someone who became an invincible sovereign in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and he even created a sovereign artifact. However, as far as Ji Yufei knew, among the supremes since ancient times, only the moon deities were female supremes. Although the moon deities had disappeared for countless years, its immortal moon palace appeared in the east of the heaven realm. When Ji Yufei was in the heavenly realm, he had once entered the palace of the moon deities. In the palace of the moon deities in the heaven realm, a terrifying existence appeared. After the fall of the supremes, the immortal resentment turned into a fierce evil. This fierce evil turned the palace of the moon deities into a land of death. Even the thousands of miles around the palace of the moon deities had become a land of death. Could it be that the corpse of the supremes in the crystal coffin has undergone a transformation? Thinking of this, Ji Yufei could not help but be shocked. If this was the case, it would be terrible. Ji Yufei knew how terrifying the immortal resentment of the supremes was. The appearance of the palace of the moon deities in the past had caused countless cultivators to fall inside. Weren't the moon deities buried in the palace of the moon deities? They shouldn't have appeared here. Could it be that the woman in the crystal coffin was another female supreme being besides the moon deities? The crystal coffin that could be personally sealed by the supremes definitely had a great origin. The supremes stood at the peak of the 3 realms and 6 paths. They were invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Such an existence, even if they had fallen, their flesh would still be immortal. The corpse of the supremes was not something that anyone could get close to. Even the existence of the great saint realm could not withstand the aura of the supremes emanating from the corpse. The appearance of the corpse of the supremes could definitely cause a turmoil in the dark. For an unparalleled existence of a supreme being to lay down a supreme being's Dao mark to suppress this place, the woman within the crystal coffin could very well be a female supreme being. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise outside. The divine power of Renhuang came in from outside the door, and the supreme Dao pattern in the entire house lit up. The supreme Dao pattern intertwined, and the power of the supremes condensed. These powers were like divine chains of the great path of the supremes, entangling the crystal coffin in the house. Those guys, Ji Yufei's expression changed. The power of the Renhuang divine weapon was incredible. One should know that it was a divine weapon refined by an invincible existence infinitely close to the supremes. Even if the mountain and river cauldron sealed the surrounding area, it was difficult to completely isolate the divine power of Renhuang. Again. Outside the house, in the sky, the 4 experts controlled the heavenly mirror and the seal of the Renhuang, and launched an attack on the mountain and river cauldron outside the door. Under the attack of the 2 human Renhuang divine weapons, the mountain and river cauldron was shaking. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron shook, and the chaotic primordial chi was mighty. Figures of giant ancient beasts were faintly discernible in the chaotic primordial chi, and terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions. That was the roar of countless ancient beast souls. Above this ancient cauldron, there were countless beast souls of giant ancient beasts. Although these giant beasts did not have a powerful physical body and only had beast souls left, they were still extremely powerful. Especially the beast souls of the 4 great ancient beasts, they were even more powerful and terrifying. Rumble, the old Taoist and the other 3 experts attacked with all their strength. They were desperately driving the human Renhuang divine weapons like crazy. These people did not even care about the vitality, they wanted to make the Renhuang divine weapons display the strongest divine power. Above the heavenly mirror and the seal of the Renhuang, there was a figure appearing. It was a phantom formed by the gods will contained in the human Renhuang divine weapons, and a terrifying Renhuang aura spread out from the 2 phantom figures. That was a wisp of Renhuang's will. Boom! The 2 phantom figures reached out their hands and pressed down on the mountain and river cauldron. The void collapsed and everything was destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Although they were phantom figures, they were like real invincible ancient human Renhuang attacking. The 2 invincible forces broke through the layers of primordial chaos energy and slammed into the mountain and river cauldron, causing it to shake violently, as though it was about to be blown away. Roar! A terrifying roar sounded, and 4 beast shadows rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. 4 ferocious auras were extremely powerful. They ignored the divine power of Renhuang and directly rushed into the sky, towards the 2 human Renhuang divine weapons in the sky. Supreme divine beasts. Seeing the 4 beast shadows, the old Daoist and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Those were 4 terrifying beast shadows that emitted supreme auras. They were the 4 ancient supreme divine beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Although the 4 ancient supreme divine beasts didn't have supreme physical bodies, they could still use some of their divine powers and techniques. Endless chaotic primordial chi crazily gathered towards the 4 beast shadows. The bodies of the 4 supreme divine beasts were condensed from chaotic primordial chi, as if they had turned into 4 ancient beasts of chaos. They directly shattered the mighty power of the human Renhuang divine weapons, and the 2 human Renhuang divine weapons were blown away. Wow! The old Daoist and the other 3 cultivators all vomited blood. The 4 cultivators suffered a great impact, and their expressions immediately became weary. This time, their vitality was injured. Even the powerful human Renhuang divine weapons couldn't withstand the power of the 4 supreme divine beasts. To a certain extent, the mountain and river cauldron could be said to be the emperor among the supreme divine weapons. It was definitely one of the most powerful supreme divine weapons in the world. Even the 2 human Renhuang divine weapons weren't strong enough in front of the mountain and river cauldron. Just as the mountain and river cauldron repelled the 2 human Renhuang divine weapons, Ji Yufei saw the most unbelievable thing in his life in that room. The crystal coffin seemed to be stimulated by the supreme divine power and actually shook. Ji Yufei seemed to see the woman in the crystal coffin open her eyes. Chapter 1707. The divine might of a supreme being was mighty. In the room sealed by the supreme being, the crystal coffin seemed to sense the threat and actually began to shake. The divine chains of the great path condensed by the supreme being's power were vibrating, and countless Tao patterns were circling. The supreme being's power erupted, and the chains of the great path sealed the crystal coffin. The supreme Tao patterns in the entire room emitted a dazzling divine light of the great path. A supreme being's great path was evolving in the room, and the divine sound of the great path lingered. It was as if a supreme being was preaching the great path, chanting the supreme great path. When this great path entered his ears, Ji Yufei felt enlightened. Ji Yufei sensed the hazy Tao, and his spirit almost fell into a deep level of comprehension. However, it was not good to enter that state at this time. At this time, the primordial spirit of the immortal path sitting in Ji Yufei's mudpill palace flew out. Ancient talismans of the immortal path condensed around the primordial spirit, and then were imprinted on it. What? Ji Yufei was extremely shocked. He felt that his primordial spirit seemed to have some kind of resonance with the divine sound of the great path in the room. The ancient talismans imprinted on his primordial spirit made him clearly feel that his primordial spirit was growing stronger. Could it be that the Supreme Being's seal here was set by the legendary Supreme Tao ancestor? Ji Yufei knew that his primordial spirit cultivated the cultivation method of the immortal path, which was different from his own martial cultivation method. Therefore, he did not deliberately cultivate the great technique of the immortal path. However, although he did not deliberately cultivate his primordial spirit continued to grow as his cultivation continued to improve. At this time, his primordial spirit of the immortal path actually resonated with the supreme great path here, which surprised Ji Yufei greatly. It seemed that no one could have such a great harvest in this trip to the virtual sky world. Not only did he obtain the complete peerless ominous saber, but he also obtained one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Not everyone could have this kind of fortune. And now, his primordial spirit was also being nourished. This was an ancient immortal talisman formed by the paragon immortal Tao. It was branded on his primordial spirit, making his tiny primordial spirit look like an immortal descending from the 9 heavens. Immortal light illuminated the entire room. The supreme power of the immortal Tao erupted. In the end, the trembling crystal coffin was still restrained by the exalted great Tao divine chains that coiled around it, and it was completely suppressed. Throughout the ages, only the supreme Tao ancestor, who founded the immortal Tao, had become a supreme. Even though countless others had embarked on the path of cultivation, none of them had become a supreme. The path of the paragon could be walked again, but the paragon could not be replicated. There was only one paragon in the immortal Tao, and that was the legendary paramount Tao ancestor. Therefore, if the supreme Tao pattern on this house was truly an immortal Tao pattern, then the person who laid down this supreme seal was undoubtedly the supreme Tao ancestor. Who was the woman in the crystal coffin? She actually needed the Wushang Tao ancestor to seal her. The great Tao divine chains that coiled around the crystal coffin could only be broken by the arrival of a supreme or the complete awakening of a supreme immortal artifact. Of course, Ji Yufei did not dare to break the seal laid down by the paramount Tao ancestor. Who knew what was sealed in the crystal coffin? If the corpse of a supreme was sealed in the crystal coffin, then he would be in big trouble. Since there was no supreme divine treasure, Ji Yufei wanted to leave. However, when he saw the immortal Tao primordial spirit floating in front of him immersed in a strange state, he hesitated. He could feel the mysterious feeling of listening to the paragon immortal Tao, because the primordial spirit's response would be transmitted to his spirit. The immortal Tao primordial spirit resonated with the paragon immortal Tao. To a certain extent, this was also a supreme divine treasure, and Ji Yufei's primordial spirit would receive unimaginable benefits. Thinking of this, Ji Yufei simply sat cross-legged on the ground and activated the primordial chaos chi to protect himself, waiting for his immortal Tao primordial spirit martial path to end. At this time, there was also primordial chaos chi outside the house. A huge cauldron floated in the primordial chaos chi, emitting a supreme divine might that shocked the heavens. In the sky above the ancient city, there were 2 great human sovereign divine weapons, the heavenly Tao mirror and the human sovereign seal. After the 2 human sovereign divine weapons were repelled by the mountain and river cauldron, they did not attack again. The gods in the human sovereign divine weapons could sense the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The human sovereign divine weapons were the same as the supreme divine weapons, in that they nurtured gods inside. The fully awakened human sovereign divine weapons could attack and kill their opponents on their own. At this time, the old Daoist, Elder Zhu Huang, and the other experts had already retreated. They had already been injured by the mountain and river cauldron's counterattack. Injury to one's vitality was no small matter. Even an existence like the old Daoist did not dare to underestimate it. He had to temporarily retreat and stabilize his injuries before he could attack again. The human sovereign divine weapons and the mountain and river cauldron faced each other. The entire ancient city was silent, and the air seemed to have frozen. Only the house that Ji Yufei had entered occasionally emitted divine light. Within the house, the supreme great Tao was evolving. There seemed to be divine sounds of the great Tao lingering in the air. Such sounds were extremely precious to the old Daoist. He came from the Li family of the ancients and was the successor of the legendary supreme great Tao ancestor. Members of the Li family of the ancients all had the blood of the supreme great Tao ancestor flowing in their veins. The old Daoist sat in the air 100 miles away from the ancient city. He could hear the sounds coming from the city. Divine light of the immortal Tao surrounded his body, and the little person sitting in the middle of his brow resonated with the great Tao. That was the immortal Tao Yuan soul that the old Daoist had cultivated. At this moment, the little person sitting in the middle of the old Daoist's brow also had ancient talismans of the immortal Tao. They then imprinted themselves on the primordial spirit. However, the talismans of the immortal Tao around the old Daoist's primordial spirit were dim. The amount of immortal Tao energy gathered on the talismans was not much. This was also a type of inheritance. Every ancient talisman contained the mysteries of the immortal Tao. As long as one could understand it, one could become a supreme immortal Tao. However, this was the Tao created by the supreme great Tao ancestor. It seemed impossible to completely understand the Tao created by others. The Tao created by each person belonged to the individual and could only be completely suitable for the individual. Everyone's encounters were different. This meant that the path that each person walked would not be the same. Only the Tao that one created would be the most suitable for oneself. The old Daoist was already a demisage. If he took another step forward, he would become a sage. However, taking this step forward was very difficult. At this time, the old Daoist's cultivation bottleneck showed signs of loosening. This was the influence of the supreme great Tao left behind by the supreme great Tao ancestor. One should know that the supreme immortal Tao created by the supreme great Tao ancestor might not allow one to become a supreme immortal Tao, but becoming a sage was still possible. Chapter 1708. With the advent of the great era in the human world, the great path of heaven and earth became touchable and was no longer as elusive as before. Such a change in the world gave all cultivators the opportunity to comprehend the great path. Although the period of 100 years in the human world was very short, the cultivation world in the human world was full of flowers and countless strong cultivators emerged. Some heaven-defying figures even grew triumphantly in this short period of 100 years and became powerful existences that could compete with half-step saints. This kind of situation was absolutely unimaginable before the arrival of the Great Era. It should be noted that for cultivators, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Some old antiques even spent hundreds or even thousands of years in closed-door meditation. One day in the mountain was equivalent to 1,000 years in the world. Of course, some heaven-defying figures in the cultivation world had different opportunities and obtained divine treasures or cultivation techniques that could make them heaven-defying. However, this kind of great opportunity was not something everyone could encounter, and now, Gu Fei encountered great opportunities one after another in the virtual sky world. In the house that was sealed by the Supreme Tao Ancestor, there was a mark of the great path left by the Supreme Tao Ancestor, so Gu Fei's primordial spirit of the immortal path obtained great benefits. The ancient talisman was imprinted on his primordial spirit. It was a kind of inheritance of the Supreme Tao Ancestor, and each ancient talisman contained Tao intent. As long as he could comprehend this kind of ancient immortal talisman, he could become the second Supreme Tao Ancestor. However, Gu Fei knew very well that he wouldn't become the second Supreme Tao Ancestor because there was only one Supreme Tao Ancestor in the immortal path. Since ancient times, those who could become Supreme Tao Ancestor had created their own flawless great path. The ancient city was shaking. The mountain and river cauldron suppressed the ancient city and confronted the two Supreme Emperor divine weapons in the sky. This kind of confrontation made the billions of creatures in the virtual sky world tremble. The evil power in the ancient city had been completely restrained, and the terrifying existence in the depths of the ancient city didn't dare to come out. The power of a supreme being could suppress everything. Except for a few experts with secret treasures, no one could resist the power of a supreme being. Even the most powerful existence in the virtual sky world had to bow its head at this moment. There was no suspense at all. Supremes were invincible and couldn't be contended against. Supreme beings were too powerful. The unmatched divine artifacts they refined were also the world's most powerful divine artifacts, containing supreme being imprints, able to release supreme being level power. If a supreme artifact was in the hands of a supreme being, it could display a terrifying divine might that could destroy heaven and earth. Streams of primordial chaos energy lingered in the air, enveloping the entire house. But even so, there were still divine lights that rushed out from the house from time to time. Even the power of the mountain and river cauldron couldn't completely isolate the divine light rushing out of the house. Inside the room, countless supreme being Tao patterns interweaved. It was as if an ocean of the great Tao was formed inside. Jiyu Feipan was there, not moving at all. A small figure floated above his head, releasing endless immortal Tao divine light. Countless ancient Tao talismans swirled around the small figure. In the void, there seemed to be the voice of the supreme Tao ancestor preaching the Tao, chanting the supreme mysteries of the immortal Tao. Jiyu Fei's primordial spirit was still growing. Countless ancient Tao runes faintly appeared on his primordial spirit. It was the complete evolution of the immortal Tao. How much he could comprehend would depend on how much Jiyu Fei understood about the immortal Tao. This was enlightenment. No one could help Jiyu Fei. Only when he comprehended himself would he obtain it. If he didn't, he wouldn't obtain anything. In the sky outside the ancient city, there was another person comprehending the Tao. It was the old Daoist from the Li clan of the Desolate Era. The divine voice of the great Tao lingered in the void and was captured by the old Daoist. The old Daoist encountered such a great opportunity. The old Daoist was extremely powerful. He was an ancient quasi-saint, only half a step away from becoming an immortal saint. However, he had been stuck at this half step for countless years. At this time, the shackles of his cultivation seemed to have loosened. If he could successfully break through, an immortal saint would appear in the mortal realm. Once he became a saint, he would jump out of the three realms. He would no longer be within the five elements and could ignore the laws of heaven and earth. However, although the old Daoist captured the divine voice of the great Tao, it didn't allow him to break through the shackles of cultivation and become a saint. 24 hours later, Jiyu Fei's primordial spirit awakened from a deep level of enlightenment. His primordial spirit was extremely stable, and ancient Tao runes faintly appeared on it. Jiyu Fei could feel that his primordial spirit contained a huge amount of primordial spirit power. With this kind of primordial spirit power, if he used the primordial spirit sword, it would probably be able to block even a holy weapon. Whoosh! The primordial spirit sitting cross-legged above Jiyu Fei's head turned into a beam of divine light and instantly entered his forehead, returning to his Niwen palace. The moment the primordial spirit returned, Jiyu Fei's Niwen palace also seemed to resound with the divine voice of the great Tao of the great Tao. The primordial spirit sat cross-legged in his Niwen palace, looking dignified. The divine light of the immortal Tao emitted from the primordial spirit illuminated the entire Niwen palace. On the other side of the Niwen palace, a world was evolving. It was not the inner world that Jiyu Fei had opened up. Unexpectedly, this time, Jiyu Fei's primordial spirit was baptized by the great Tao of 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 Jiyu Fei. His primordial spirit became extremely powerful, and he could completely sense the subtle places in the Niwen palace. Before this, Jiyu Fei's primordial spirit could not completely sense the existence of the inner world in his Niwen palace. Only Jiyu Fei's divine consciousness could enter that inner world. But now, Jiyu Fei's primordial spirit could actually sense the existence of the inner world in the Niwen palace. Phew! Jiyu Fei let out a long breath and stood up from the ground. At this time, the supreme Tao pattern that the supreme Tao of the great Tao laid down by the supreme Tao of the great Tao had completely suppressed the crystal coffin. The crystal coffin was no longer strange. It's time to leave. Jiyu Fei had obtained what he wanted. Naturally, he would not stay here. The voice of the great Tao in the house disappeared as if it had never appeared in the first place. What's going on? Just as the voice of the great Tao disappeared, high up in the sky outside the ancient city, The old Daoist also woke up from the state of enlightenment. He was inexplicably shocked. The disappearance of the voice of the great Tao almost made him vomit blood. He was at a critical juncture. If he could continue for a little longer, he might be able to see through the great Tao of the sage. But sometimes, there were just such coincidences. Although the old Daoist was shocked and angry, there was nothing he could do. Could it be that my cultivation will forever stop at the level of quasi-sage? The old Daoist was unwilling to accept this. He was so close, but it was this short moment that made him lose the opportunity to enter the great Tao of the sage. I must obtain the thing in that house. The old Daoist knew that the voice of the supreme Tao of the great 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 Tao came from the house that Ji Yufei had broken into. As long as he could enter that place, he would be able to obtain what he wanted. However, at this time, there was a cauldron of mountains and rivers there. Unless a supreme being came in person, or the old Daoist had a supreme divine weapon, there was no way he could break through the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Vroom. At this time, the cauldron of mountains and rivers that was above the house suddenly shook and let out a roar. Then, the chaotic primordial chi that enveloped the area began to retreat like the tide. Seeing this scene, the old Daoist's eyes suddenly lit up. A figure appeared in the chaotic primordial chi. He controlled the cauldron of mountains and rivers and rushed out of the ancient city. He wanted to break through the seal of the ancient city and directly break out. Whoosh! Just as Ji Yufei rushed out with the cauldron of mountains and rivers, a dazzling divine light swept down from the sky and penetrated the cauldron of mountains and rivers. The Renhuang divine weapon attacked on its own. The heavenly mirror evolved the supreme power of the great path and turned into divine light. Wherever it passed, the sky and the void were directly annihilated, leaving nothing behind. This kind of power of Renhuang was infinitely close to the power of a supreme being. Its power was so great that ordinary people could not imagine it. Roar! Just as the divine light that rushed out from the heavenly mirror swept down, a roar suddenly came from the cauldron of mountains and rivers. The shadow of a beast rushed into the sky and met the light of the heavenly mirror. Boom! This was a huge collision, and the entire ancient city almost collapsed. This was the power of a supreme being against the power of a Renhuang. To a certain extent, this was a different kind of confrontation between a Renhuang and a supreme being. The heavenly mirror represented the Renhuang of the ancient Zhao family, and the cauldron of mountains and rivers had a mysterious origin. In that incomparably long mythological era, this supreme divine weapon had already appeared. No one knew which supreme being had refined it. The mythological era was really too far away from the present. When the heavenly mirror launched its attack, the seal of the Renhuang also moved. A large seal emitted endless divine light and the mighty power of Renhuang directly smashed down from the sky. Under the attack of the two Renhuang divine weapons, the cauldron of mountains and rivers kept shaking. However, there were constantly shadows of beasts rushing out from the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Supreme divine power burst out, blocking the power of the two Renhuang divine weapons. Even so, the mighty aftershock almost caused the entire ancient city to crumble. This is outrageous. Ji Yufei was angry. Even Buddha had fire. He did not provoke the two Renhuang divine weapons in the sky, but these two Renhuang divine weapons refused to let go of Ji Yufei. Buzz! Ji Yufei gritted his teeth and released another supreme divine weapon. A sword sound rang through the sky, and a purple-golden divine light rushed out from Ji Yufei's dantian. In the purple-golden divine light, a divine sword was faintly discernible. That was the purple-golden divine sword. The moment it sensed the fluctuation of the Renhuang divine weapon, the God's will within the purple-golden divine sword was awakened, and a peerless and powerful sword chi appeared between heaven and earth. Swoosh! The purple-golden sword light rushed out from the ancient city, breaking the power of the Renhuang divine weapon and sending the heavenly mirror flying. It was too powerful. The purple-golden divine sword was a supreme divine weapon that dominated the attack, and the combat power it displayed was extremely fierce. Another supreme divine weapon. Seeing this scene, the cultivators outside the ancient city were shocked to the extreme. Chapter 1709. Buzz! The sound of the sword shook the heavens. The purple gold divine sword revived on its own, displaying a terrifying divine might. With one slash, it sent the heavenly mirror flying. The heavenly mirror was the supreme divine weapon of the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients. It contained a god's will and was almost equivalent to a supreme divine weapon of the Great Path. The sword aura rushed into the sky. After the purple gold divine sword sent the heavenly mirror flying, it made a turn in the sky and rushed directly towards the seal of the human emperor. Bang! The seal of the human emperor vibrated and emitted the supreme divine might of the human emperor. Hundreds of millions of human emperor's daoist patterns rushed out from the ancient seal and interweaved into a figure that looked down on the world. Just like the ancient Eastern emperor, who looked down on the East domain and fought invincible in the world, the god in the seal of the human emperor was also going all out at this moment. To a certain extent, a supreme divine weapon that gave birth to a god could be said to be a kind of life, a special kind of existence. The figure condensed from hundreds of millions of human emperor's daoist patterns was so powerful that it was hard for people to believe it was a supreme being. The whole world shook under the pressure of this figure. Too powerful, even the old daoist from the Li family of the clan of the ancients was extremely shocked. The ancient Eastern emperor was extremely powerful and dared to compete with supreme beings of the Great Path. The divine weapon refined by such a powerful human emperor was also extremely powerful. The figure condensed from countless human emperors' daoist patterns smashed towards the purple gold divine sword with the seal of the human emperor in its hand. Hundreds of millions of human emperors' daoist patterns bloomed with dazzling divine light of the Great Path at the same time. This kind of power was enough to trample the Great Path of heaven and earth under its feet. The laws of heaven and earth in the entire virtual sky world were completely suppressed by the power of the human emperor. At this time, the cultivation of all the cultivators who entered the virtual sky world was no longer suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world. They could all display their real cultivation and strength. However, when the human emperor's divine weapon and the supreme divine sword fought, all the cultivators were terrified to the extreme. The supreme aura made them unable to even think of resisting. The power of human emperors and supremes was so great that it caused people to feel despair. Many people's Tao hearts were affected, and even their unyielding wills were shaken. Another great destruction occurred. The purple gold divine sword collided with the human emperor's seal. The power of the human emperor and the power of a supreme being collided head-on, and the resulting shockwaves shook the entire virtual sky world. The ancient vicious city below was cracking apart, suppressed into the depths of the earth by the power that descended from the heavens. In the ominous city, Jiyu Fei used the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself. He rushed out of the ancient city and into the sky. He had used 2 divine weapons of the highest path. The threat of the Renhuang divine weapons to him was negligible. Let's go. Jiyu Fei didn't stop. He used the 8 directional void steps and seemed to merge with the void of heaven and earth. His speed was so fast that even the divine eyes of cultivators could only catch a trace of his shadow. At that moment, he felt a powerful fluctuation coming from the inner world in his dantian. It seemed that someone had made a breakthrough, causing a huge disturbance that affected the entire inner world. Was it Jiyu Zhong or He Tian? In Jiyu Fei's inner world, Jiyu Zhong was thrown into a killing formation to temper himself. Jiyu Zhong's cultivation hadn't broken through to the almighty cultivator realm, so he absolutely couldn't come out. Ever since He Tian fought against Mo Tian and was seriously injured, he had been recuperating in Jiyu Fei's inner world. This guy benefited from his misfortune. Jiyu Fei specifically asked for a drop of the immortal divine liquid from the ancestral dragon's immortal medicine for him. The medicinal power contained in this drop of immortal divine liquid could not only cure He Tian's great path injury, but it could also improve his cultivation to the next level. In an instant, Jiyu Fei rushed thousands of miles away. He flew toward the entrance of the virtual sky world without looking back. The things he obtained in this trip to the virtual sky world were beyond his expectations. The reason why he agreed to open the virtual sky world to the Zhu clan of the remote antiquity was because he wanted to get the other half of the peerless ominous saber lost in the virtual sky world so that this supreme divine weapon could become a perfect supreme divine weapon again. Since his goal had been achieved, Jiu Fei had no reason to stay in the virtual sky world any longer. The virtual sky world was evil enough, and the peerless ominous city was an extremely evil place. In this immortal divine city, there was actually a supreme buried there. Intuition told Jiu Fei that the crystal coffin sealed by the supreme Daoist ancestor would be a disaster sooner or later. The peerless ominous city wasn't the only ominous place in the entire virtual sky world. If every ominous place was so terrifying, the virtual sky world would definitely be the most mysterious and terrifying place in the 3 realms and 6 paths. The old Daoist and a few other strong cultivators saw Jiu Fei leaving, but they couldn't stop him. The fluctuations of the human emperor divine weapon and the supreme sword aura were too powerful. Even if they had secret treasures, these people had to retreat far away. They could only watch as Jiu Fei disappeared into the horizon. Buzz. The purple gold divine sword collided with the human emperor's seal in the hands of the figure condensed from billions of human emperor's Daoist patterns in the sky. The supreme sword aura swept the human emperor's seal away. Then, the purple gold divine sword directly turned into an immortal sword light and chased after Jiu Fei. The figure condensed from billions of human emperor's Daoist patterns held the human emperor's seal in his hands and stood high in the sky. The divine power of the human emperor shocked the heavens. This figure didn't chase after the purple gold divine sword. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. Dong Huang was worthy of being one of the most powerful human emperors since ancient times. His human emperor's seal could actually collide with a real supreme divine sword. Although the human emperor's seal was at a disadvantage in the collision with the purple gold divine sword, it was still enough to shock the world. The heavenly path mirror of the Zhao family of the ancients was obviously much weaker than the human emperor's seal. Among the human emperors, there were also strong and weak ones. This result made the strong cultivators of the Zhao family of the ancients very unhappy. Could it be that the ancestor of the Zhao family of the ancients, heavenly path Ren Huang, couldn't compare to Dong Huang of the Dongfang family? Although some people thought this, they didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, it was not a good thing to offend the Zhao family of the ancients. At this time, as the purple gold divine sword left, the supreme aura rapidly weakened. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The worst thing had not happened. After all, if the purple gold divine sword and the human emperor's seal fought desperately, the entire virtual sky world would probably be destroyed. Everyone in the virtual sky world would probably die there. Roar. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, ancient half-Saint Joeen let out a furious roar and soared into the sky, colliding with the figure condensed from billions of human emperor's Daoist patterns. He fused together with the figure. An incredible scene appeared. Billions of human emperor's Daoist patterns were branded into ancient half-Saint Joeen's flesh and bones. Even his soul had human emperor's Daoist patterns. Roar. Ancient half-Saint Joeen kept roaring. Countless human emperors' Daoist patterns intertwined on his body. His appearance was also constantly changing. Sometimes, he turned into a tall and mighty middle-aged man, and other times, he turned into himself. The old Taoist from the Li family of the clan of the ancients seemed to be stunned when he saw this. He looked at ancient half-Saint Joeen in the sky in disbelief, and his voice trembled.